what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your ray of light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your ray of light. Open your heart you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And cry out, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny,
I'm remembering all the right buttons to push today. Oh my gosh, but you know what button I didn't push? The button that puts my glasses on. Isn't that wild? I'm like, I'm all ready to go. I'm all ready for stream, but now I can't see anything because I don't have glasses. And that kind of puts me in a strange place where like I know my glasses are like right over there, but I feel really weird going to get them. Unless I like, no, I didn't leave them close by. Chat, I left my glasses behind. Who needs glasses anyway? Reading is overrated. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm a streamer. I don't need to read. I just need to react harder. And that's what Biden unironically needed to do. Biden needs to react hard. That is his biggest flaw, right? Is that he doesn't have reaction skills. He most of the time like sits there in pause mode, just and I don't know how he does it, right? Because it's not like a thing where, you know, dementia makes it so that you don't move. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The Biden freeze, it legitimately looks like somebody pushed pause on the motherfucker. And that's not how like human anatomy works. Like, you've got a lot of different muscles. They're always doing something, even when you're not paying attention to them. Especially not, but with Biden, it's just a complete freeze. It's a complete freeze. We're still talking about Biden, chat. I'm starting to get despondent here. I mean, and like, it's Biden too. I don't want to care about this guy, but his choices, his fate, his dog-faced pony soldier is affecting my world like way too much. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Should I get the glasses or not? I feel kind of powerful. Like I could cast magic spell. I cast magic spell. I cast magic spell. Nocommentchick casts magic spell. It's super effective. Despondent like Brandon. Yeah. Yeah, we're in Brandon mode here. I look adorable either way. Thank you. That's really sweet of you, Omega Star. I can't decide. But what I can decide on is what we're talking about today. It's as easy as opening a file. Because we're not just talking about Biden. We're also talking about the Pod Johns. Do y'all know about the Pod Johns? One in chat if you know who the Pod Johns are. Irene, you should react to Vosch weed take from like 3 weeks ago. It's not only bad in general, his mental health advice is dangerous. Huh. That's a good idea. Maybe I should talk about we haven't talked about Vosch in a really long time. He's been kind of boring lately. Vosch is on a boredom arc. He's trying to put us all asleep. The glasses were just holding back the magic. Is that how that works? It's possible. I mean, like, look at this. No glasses, no eyeliner, no eyeshadow. Just eyes without a face. No, I do have a face. It's just like a little bit obscured by the fact that I can't attenuate this light. I can, but it's a whole thing where, like, it's one of those lights that works with Wi-Fi. Like, you're supposed to hook it up to your phone and you can control it and stuff like that. But my computer doesn't have like Wi-Fi. It just doesn't have like built-in Wi-Fi. And if I mean, I guess I could plug a Wi-Fi thing into it, but I'm always afraid that it's gonna do something weird. Like, all of a sudden the Wi-Fi is gonna take over the stream, and it's not gonna be enough to power the bandwidth. Watching Westside Tyler react to Vosch, literally. Westside Tyler does a lot of Vosch, right? People are calling Westside Tyler a Sunday orbiter, and I don't think that's correct. Doesn't he have like about as many concurrents as Sunday? Like, he's not a small streamer. He's just kind of new. Westside Tyler hates everyone. Does he? Okay, wait. What did somebody say? Vosch. Okay. I'll put that on the menu. I'll put that on the options, right? Vosch hates. I love how, like, I'm too nervous to type hates into anything in YouTube. It's gotta be hate H8s, right? YouTube plays with us too much, and they make us paranoid that, like, if I say the wrong word, that my stream is gonna get pooped on by a giant YouTube elephant. I only know that he takes down what if alt hist. What did alt what is what alt what has what all I can't talk. What has what if alt hist been up to lately? What is what if alt alchemy? That's great. He's talking about motherfucker's talking about alchemy. Let's put him on there. Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. Because we're gonna do the breaking points goes turf no matter what. We're gonna do that today. Not even the second half. We're gonna cover that because, like, here's what happened. Okay, so yesterday, I came on stream with a huge problem, and everybody could tell. I'm on YouTube and I'm only on shorts, and they're like, "What's the deal with the only short stream?" And I'm like, "Well, chat, it's interesting thing happened last night. My subscription to Restream went up, and it turns out it costs 190 to re-up it, and then I hit cancel." And then it was like, "Oh, we still want you. How about 152?" And I was like, "Oh." So, but yeah, somebody very kindly donated immediately to get that back for us. So, we're now back in our full glory, full resolution, full screen check is what we got here. And but the person that donated was like, "I want to see Breaking Points goes turf. I want to see what's up with Breaking Points and the turfs." But then they left, and I was like, "Okay, so you donated all this money to make sure that we had a full screen of me," which I don't know why people want that, but apparently that's a good thing to have a full screen of me. Okay, so that is, and then you're not gonna watch the right? You're not gonna watch the second half. So I was like, okay, let's do what everybody voted for, and then we'll do the breaking points thing tomorrow, because I was pretty sure that they would be back tomorrow. Is he more of a dirtbag left type? See, the weird thing about dirtbag left is it means so many things. It's weird. right? Like the original dirtbag left, they cast themselves in opposition to Hillary Clinton, which Hillary Clinton is not fucking woke. Hillary Clinton will use whatever she can to win an election. Hillary Clinton will call you, will woke scold you. This is so weird. She will woke scold you, but she herself is a fucking turf. Hillary Clinton is like a nasty piece of business. Hillary Clinton like could have easily ended up as a Republican. Hillary Clinton is like a Brianna Wu Democrat. All right. I'm not even kidding. Hillary and Brianna, they would get along fine. They would get along absolutely fine. So anyway, you got all these creators that are like, they're getting shit on for supporting Bernie. Or like, oh, you're supporting Bernie, I guess you don't like women. Oh, you're supporting Bernie, I guess you don't like black people, right? You know, just like all this shit. And they were like, hey, how about if we do leftism without the identity politics? Not really realizing that Hillary is just using marginalized people as a shield, right? She doesn't give a fuck. So you're not fighting like, you know, wokeness in the left. You're just not being a hillbot, which is good. You should not be a hillbot. But the reaction against being a hillbot is what gave us like people like Vosch, what gave us the need to like be performative about it and to be like, I'm not like the other lefties. I'm not one of these woke SJWs. You know, look at me. I'm cool. I'm a dirtbag leftist. Haha. I don't care what you think of me. Go ahead and cancel me. I'll come back 6 times stronger. And that shit actually worked for a moment. Huma and Hillary have matching pantsuits. Wait, aren't there weird theories about Huma and Hillary? If you don't know who we're talking about Huma Abedin, ex-wife of Anthony Weiner, if I'm remembering correctly, and best BFF of Hillary Clinton. But because she's so close with Hillary, and I guess there's like a rumor from the 90s about Hillary being that. What is the rumor? Is the rumor that like Bill Clinton is gay and Hillary Clinton is a lesbian and they're like each other's beards? They're both gay, but they married each other so that they could have a career in politics. Is that the story? Is that the conspiracy theory? Have I got that right? That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, Bill Clinton not interested in girls. Totally not interested in girls. But in the Hillary Clinton thing too, I was like, seriously? Wait, just because she's a girl boss, you think she's a lesbian? That's not there's not the correlation there is not what you think it is, right? Ben Garrison made some suggestive comments about Hillary and whom Ben Garrett, isn't he the guy that's like horny for AOC? He's like constantly, the way he draws AOC is so fucking thirsty. Like, I mean, most of their interest in AOC is based on thirst. Monica was in fact Hillary's fling. That's right. Hillary took Bill's cigar, and she's the one that did the thing with the cigar. Why do people do that? It's not even hot. It's like a cigar. That's gross. Like, why are you doing that? And then you could smoke it. Like, what? One of two options. Either you did not unwrap the cigar, in which case it's just a cigar, okay? Or you did unwrap the cigar, and that's going to be painful. You cannot insert such a dry object without some pain. And it just seems gratuitous, right? It's like, oh no, because I'm going to smoke it later. And it's like, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel nice. That's not cool. You left tobacco in me. Thanks. Right? And it's like, no, it's okay. I'm going to smoke it later. And I'll think of you. Oh, great. I'm so turned on by that. God, people don't know how to do sex right. Why are people so bad at sex? That's not right. That's not okay. Why? Okay, so Vosch hates, oh my god, and the other thing I can't say, W33D. Vosch hates THC, say, Vosch hates say bay day. Vosch hates Sebe Day. He's not a fan of the Sebe Day. He's not a fan of Cedar's seeds. All right, he's not. He doesn't approve of the fact that Sam is our hookup, right? If you want some Sebe Day, if you need some THC, you know who to call, right? The ultimate math nerd. What is he doing math? He's adding up the the terpenoids in the product in the flour, right? Sam is got a massive grow up in his basement. He is just he's the king. He is the king of THCs and CBDs, and he will give you the cedar seeds. Cedar is winning. Have you noticed that lately? Like, I don't want to get people too excited, and I really don't like to do the dick measuring thing. You know, the contest. I don't like to measure. Like, I would be good at that though. Like, if there was really contests for that, I would be the measuring. I would be like the tape. I got the tape right here. You wanna throw down and we'll measure, like, see who's bigger? Like, okay, it looks like, but no, like, Sam's audience, okay, we're talking about audience here, seems to maybe possibly be slightly out measuring Vosch's audience at the moment. Again, not that it matters, not that anybody's counting, not that that size is the most important thing out there, right? Obviously it's not. It's quality. It's about quality of audience, right? And Sam, Sam wins on that too. Would you rather hang out with Sam Cedar or a bunch of Voschoids? I think I would rather hang out with the Cedaristas, even when they. You're not unconfident? Wait, what? Bad lefty. I can't tell which account you're messaging me with. Did you get the blue? Did you get the blue back? Yeah, that's the other kind of measuring contest, Crystal Saphira. But yeah, I mean, like, I could be like, you know what I used to think a drag queen was, unironically? I thought that a drag queen, have you ever seen the old drag races, like the 50s? They get a 50s car and a 50s car, and they're like, we're going to do a drag race, see who's the king of the drag strip or whatever, right? And there's some lady there with two flags, and she's like, all right, when I lower these flags, you're going to start you're going to go, like, right? And she's like, okay, whoosh, and they go. I thought that was the drag queen. I thought that she was the queen of the drag race. But it turns out all along that the actual queen of the drag race was RuPaul. And that's not what a drag queen is at all. That's a completely different deal that we're dealing with when it comes to drag races versus drag queens, although their commonality would be, I guess, the RuPaul show. I just got a Biden ad where he opens like in an apologetic tone. He almost knows not, but my introduction to drag was Lily Savage, aka Paulo Grady, R.I.P. Where I live, we've had a drag gala. Do you call it a gala or a gala? I feel like when you're talking about drag, it should probably be a gala, right? If it's like a politician, gala, then that's a gala because they got the gall. And you look at all those rich people and you're like, golly, them some fancy dresses, y'all. Ooh, hog. Oh my god, chat. I'm getting the southern accent again. Well, at least we know I can still react hard. For a split second, just a moment in time, it was so pathetic. I even forgot he was actively complicit in genocide. Yo, it does have that effect. It does have that effect. It's hard to concentrate on both things at once. You're correct, Seth. Guess how disappointed I was when I bought my beer and popcorn and sat down to catch RuPaul's Drag Race. But on the plus side, I'm gay now. Well, because you thought it was going to be a drag race? You were like ready for cars to race each other? It's a contest. There's a winner called the Carnival Queen. Yeah, so chat, like the coming to stream without glasses thing it was kind of an accident. I don't know how I feel about it yet. You know how you don't get used to yourself looking different until you do, and it takes a while? It reminds me of like my dad. My dad had like a mustache for most of my life, right? So I was used to this mustache dude being my dad. And then one day the mustache guy was gone and he was replaced by a clean-faced weirdo. And I was like, where the fuck did you put my dad? Where's my dad? Where's my dad at? Right? I didn't recognize him without the mustache, right? You can't be somebody's dad for years and years and years with a mustache and then shave your mustache and expect, you know, the same kind of reaction from your kids, right? You're like a different dude now. He didn't understand that he transformed into a different guy. He's a different guy without facial hair. And I'm a different gal without glasses, I guess. Worked with a guy that wore a hat to work for a year. Then one day he forgot it and it scared the crap out of me. You were like, who are you? Who are you? But yeah, we're gonna watch. Okay, so you might have seen a little bit of this with you might have seen a little bit of this on Vanguard if you're a Vanguard viewer, right? We got some Vanguard viewers in chat. We got some Vanguardians in chat, maybe. You might have seen this, right? They covered this, and thank you, Vanguard. Thank you for covering this. I was afraid to cover it, right? I am spooked now. Anything that is slightly big, that is slightly popular, that might have you know, a podcast on like iTunes, like I'm afraid to cover. I'm afraid that YouTube is going to eat me alive. And I feel like I can cover it because the Vanguard covered it, right? So it's okay. But I mean, like I gotta clean up their leftovers. But you know, at least there's leftovers. I like. Did anybody in chat like leftovers? Anybody not like leftovers? There's some things that are probably like not as good as leftovers, but like fries. You know what I'm talking about? Leftover fries. I mean, I will still eat the fuck out of some leftover fries, but I can't say that I enjoy them as much as I do fries freshly cooked. I always feel bad when I do let my facial hair grow out since, oh my gosh, yeah, no, that's gotta be a whole thing. I love leftover Popeyes. Yeah, leftover pizza is good. Leftover Popeyes, I mean, I haven't had in a long time, but I mean, I think it could be good. There's some things that are even better on the second day. I'm trying to think, what's better on the second day? I like stale popcorn, really? Okay, well, you know, if I ever have stale popcorn, I know where to send it. Leftover pizza for breakfast. Yeah, that is so good, right? And you can heat it up, right? You could put it in the microwave, but there's no reason to. I think it's better cold. I mean, it's okay, so no, it's not better cold than it is fresh, right? But once the pizza has been into the refrigerator, I don't think it makes it better to reheat it. I don't think that heating it up does anything. I think it's really good cold. And it's like a different dish. It tastes different. It's a different thing. Noodles absorb the sauce. Oh, rice. Rice is definitely right. I mean, there's a trick with rice though, I've heard. Like, right, if you get it rice in a to-go like a to-go container, then you put like a little bit of water on top of it and you throw it in the microwave, right? You got to do that though. You got to do that because you do not want to eat rice that's been sitting overnight in the refrigerator. It's just not good. I microwaved a leftover escargot dish. I got yelled at because it smelled. Do you know how much about Lily Savage? She was a drag queen in the UK, performing during the AIDS crisis. Fascinating story, worth a deep dive. I feel like I've heard her name before, but I'm having trouble placing Lily Savage. Better on the third day, the body of our Lord and Savior, Gar. Oh, Gary. I was like, wait a minute. What about meatloaf? What about meatloaf? I think it's good. I think it's good fresh from the fridge. Fresh from the fridge. What do I mean fresh? Um, been eating Popeyes once a week. I get a platter. Well, I mean, if you can find something that's like reasonable, like everything is so expensive. Maybe Popeyes got good deals. I don't know. It seems like everything that I buy, even though it's not much, like chat, I honestly, like, I am a simple girl. I eat like rice and I try to get a vegetable and some like mushrooms and some ginger, and that's like perfect for me, right? But like somehow it's still ends up being expensive. Sometimes somehow like rice and beans or like rice and tofu or like whatever I try to eat, it's like too expensive. Like everything is just gone. My groceries used to be, oh my god, bibimbap, bibim bibimbap is made of leftovers. Wait, what? I've heard of that. What's the thing that's like it's in a nori roll, but it's not sushi. It's something with a B. Still convinced KTS actually pronounced Pope yes. Oh, convinced it's pronounced Pope yes. I mean, you're right. It does kind of look like don't they? They separate it with a dash, don't they? BB bibimbap. It's really called bibimbap. Bolivian peak macho is a nice 2 to 3 portion dish that I often have as a leftover. Rose blossom tea. That is like, how shall I describe? How shall I even describe? Like, there's a word for this. Bibimbap. Bibimbap. It sounds like a Nore. Nori sounds for now we on the run eaten. I mean, that's true. I mean, it is good for being on the road eaten. Is that what I'm thinking? Is it bibimbap? Is bibimbap the thing that's like, it's like sushi, but you can have different stuff inside of it? Like you can have like an egg inside of it, or you can have like, it's like a sandwich, but with sushi. No, sorry, it's not with sushi. It's like a sandwich, but with nori. Yeah, it is the same thing. Okay. Bibimbap. 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 It sounds, seriously, I feel like this could be like in a 1950s jazz song. Bibimbap. Bibimbap. Spam musubi? I don't know. I keep on seeing it on my timeline. Like I have this thing where I don't usually click on shorts, but if there's like an interesting food on shorts, and especially if I don't know how to prepare it, I will definitely click on it. And YouTube knows this about me now. And so it keeps on giving me interesting food. Your Xbox logs in. Yeah, anybody else? Anybody else were you on the Xbox Exodus this morning? There was a little bit of an Xbox Exodus. We had an Xbox Exodus, okay? Food shorts are the worst. Wait, there's this one that's like trending recipe in China. Take 2 cups of water from the Mississippi River. Stir it together with grandma's spoon. Done and dusted. Anybody know what I'm talking about? It's like my favorite food channel. Like they're not even like vegetarian or anything like that, but they just happen to have a lot of stuff that's that you know that I can eat. Trending vegan recipe in China. Okay, so let's get down to business, shall we? Shall we? We're going to be talking about the Pod Johns today. I didn't get a good sense of, do you know the Pod Johns? You had a 360. I have a 360. I've played one game on it, one game only, and it's Final Fantasy 13. My friend gave it to me, and I was so thankful because I had started like Final Fantasy 13 as a kid, but I think we had like rented it or something. I don't even remember. Was it like from Amazon? No, not Amazon. Was it from like Netflix, or was it from one of those like Like there's those, I don't remember. But yeah, I played I played up until Grand Pulse, right? And then I had to give the game back because it was rented. It was only rented, right? And so my friend had one, and he was like, "Do you like to play video games?" And I'm like, "Not really." And he's like, "Well, I've got an Xbox 360, and I'm not going to be playing it anymore. I'm not going to be playing this at all." And I'm just like, "Well, I mean, that's a nice video game console. It's a few years old. It's like 10 years old at this point." But and I was like, wait a minute, what's on Xbox 360? And I look it up, and it's like Final Fantasy 13 is on Xbox 360. And so I was like, yeah, I will actually take it. And like it chugged like a train. This thing was noisy. This was an old ass video game console. It chugged like a train, and I was always worried that it was not going to load up right or something, that I get stuck. But no, I got to finish my game. I mean, I started over, right? But yeah, like lightning was so cool. Like as a kid, I thought lightning was so fucking cool. And then as I played through the game, I was like, you know what? She's kind of got like some baggage, right? She's kind of got some issues. Lightning sort of has some issues. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy 13 Part 2 or Part 3, but definitely do not want to be lightning anymore. All right, what are we doing? Let's check in with Waluigi. Oh my gosh, Waluigi. I want to fix your camera, but I hate having to fix this camera every single time. Look, you can hear the butt ASMR. Do you hear the butt ASMR? It's butt ASMR from Waluigi. He's doing butt ASMR for you. Anyway, he seems to be okay today. I'm okay today. Hopefully better than yesterday. DM'd you a screenshot of What If Alt his latest video. Wait, so did we want to, like, what do we got? We got Vosch hates Sebe days and TH says. Oh, that's what we want to do. Okay. Latest from What If Alt hissed. How about that? Oh, so yeah, one thing about What If Alt hissed. Ooh. One thing about him that I noticed right off is like, dude is like a incel, and not just an incel, but he's like an incel that's making money off of other incels. Like his game plan, his freaking content strategy is incel. You need more points for cat ears. Waluigi looks like, I feel, yeah, a little bit tired. I had a 360. I still use it all the time. Is it still good? Like, I was always worried mine was going to break. But I got through Final Fantasy 13, so hey, someday I'll play 13 too. There's somebody out there that'll be really happy to see that. I'll be happy to play it for them too. Curry is better the next day. Yeah. I think you're right. Finishing 360 Red Rings was my jam back in the day. I made a few bucks doing it. Okay, so I got that subbed out. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Look at that. It's Biden and the Pod Johns. Well, at least one of the Pod Johns. How come everybody, including my thumbnail editor, like they treat John Favreau like he's chopped liver? Look at this. Look at this. We got everybody but Favreau. I mean, Biden is obviously on top of wherever Favreau's over there on the left, I think. But like, yeah, we got John Lovett. Oh my God, why can't I remember? I can never remember this dude's name. Anybody tell me who's sitting next to? It's like, I'm trying to remember my pod dudes, my pod save. Yeah, these guys are like the most popular podcasters in all of politics, apparently. If you're a lib, you probably know who they are, or you might know who they are even if you're not. You might use their podcast to go to sleep by because you found this uncanny ability of Jon Favreau's voice to actually put you to sleep. His voice is very soothing, and generally, you know, it's not, what he's talking about isn't all that stimulating. Yeah, John Lovett. It's not John Lovitz. Don't get him mixed up with the, isn't John Lovitz like a chud now? Am I wrong about that? Is John Lovitz a chud? I assume that anybody that's ever been on Saturday Night Live, if it was more than 10 years ago now, you're a chud. Tina Fey, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Tina Fey's Terf arc. I'm waiting for Tina Fey to tell me about women-only spaces and how important they are and how we need to keep biological males out of women-only spaces. The uncool Favreau. Yeah, Favreau's getting left behind. That's kind of sad. People forget him. Yeah, because John Lovett is kind of the mascot, right? Favreau. Okay, here's how I describe it. I feel like if it was the Ninja Turtles, Favreau would be Leonardo, Lovett would be Michelangelo. Do they have a Raphael? I feel like they're missing a Raphael. If you got to have somebody there's nobody rude. Nobody on here is cool or rude, let alone cool but rude. And somebody that invents machines, right? That's what you need. I mean, you got your Leonardo, you got your Michelangelo. You kind of need a Donatello. Maybe they'll sub these other guys out sometime. But what do we have today? All right, on the menu. So yeah, we're gonna cover more Biden stuff. We're gonna cover this debate between the Pod Save America guys and Medhi Hasan. Pretty cool. And in fact, wait, no, I think it's Favreau and Medhi versus these other two, and then Lovett is the moderator, if I remember correctly. I think they might even draw like the names out of the hat to decide who goes. I'm not sure. Jon Favreau from Swingers, director of Elf and Lion King. Is he the same guy? Chat, can you check on this for me? Is it the same guy? Is it the same? Because if so, he's like, I know they're all like in their early 40s or something. Like they look good for early 40s, but I think aren't they all like elder millennials, as they say? Elder millennial sounds so cool. Do you know what I mean? Like to be an elder millennial, it's like you invented live, laugh, love. You know, the rest of the millennials were like, you were the first person to do yoga. You were the first person to live, laugh, love. You were the first person. Wait, am I saying it? Eat, pray, sleep, die? No, what is it called? Oh my God, Chad, I got my Chug stuff mixed up. Okay, what? Like I gotta re-Chugify. You're the first one to gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss. If you're an elder millennial, you invented that shit. And that's fucking cool. You're the first one to get shamed for avocado toast, right? The very first one that could have bought a house, except that you actually eat a pretty good diet and it costs some money. You're paying for the vegetables, you're eating the fruits, right? You're getting your servings of fruits and vegetables. Eat, pray, love. That's what it is. I said eat, pray, die, sleep. What did I say? Lay off my toast. Toast is good. I love yeah, avocado toast, or what is it? You can do like a bean, like you take toast and you smash something into that toast. And sometimes it's avocados, sometimes it's an egg, sometimes it's beans, right? But you're going to smash something into that toast, and then you're not eating a sandwich, right? Because you're not a boomer. Boomers eat sandwiches. Millennials eat toast. It's delicious with a little bit of pepper. You got to put the pepper on there. And you cook with garlic, all right? You fry up garlic, onions, and peppers on the stove, and your house smells like that shit. Your house smells like that shit. I love you. I love you for it. And I love you for feeding me. That's very important that you feed me good food. This is why I love elder millennials. Millennials fucking rock. Right? Why is it that I feel like my whole life I've been like taken care of by elder millennials? Like, right? It's always like a big sister or like a friend that gets me into the goth club, right? It's always somebody like that. It's always an older millennial that like kind of takes care of me. I don't know. Maybe I need to get my shit together, I guess. I saw a documentary once that said animal poop saved the avocado from extinction. That's fucking awesome. Animals, you rock for pooping. Garlic powder. We saw a lot of garlic powder yesterday from the racist inward influencer. Remember, she's making that chicken salad, and she's just like, time to put the garlic powder on there. Time to put the olive oil on there. Time to put the hot sauce. It's like, you want some chicken salad with your spices? Like, right? You got a lot of spices in there. Maybe she's an elder millennial. I'm an elder millennial, but I never really identified with it. Like, always felt out of place among my age group. Closest closet Gen Xer. Why does the whole room smell like garlic powder? That's my question, Shaxby. The pod show. Oh, Pfeiffer. Thank you. It's Pfeiffer. I always want to say David Plouffe. I know they're all Obama dudes. Yeah. So that's their story, right? That's their story. In fact, I think Lovett was actually working for Hillary Clinton, and then as a speechwriter, and then somehow went to work for Obama, and then he went on Survivor, because he's a survivor. He's a survivor. He's a survivor, chat. Has anybody seen the new Survivor? Is it out yet? It's got Lovett on. Lovett's in there. 31. Am I an elder millennial? Are you? I don't know. I feel like they're older. I feel like you're like the opposite of an elder millennial. Favreau was Obama's speechwriter. Lovett was a comedian? Wait, he didn't. I thought he worked for Obama. Did he just work for Hillary? Gen Z in the house. 41 at the limit of elder millennials. See, that's the coolest of the cool. Overheard Reiner and Favreau convo with Leo, who didn't know James Cromwell. Oh, James Cromwell. Wait, I only know James Cromwell for. Wait, is he the guy that I'm thinking of? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think they all worked for Obama. And this is why they got weird shit with Biden. Okay, so not entirely, right? They've been riding with Biden for a long ass time. And the thing that's notable about them is that when the bad debate happened, they were pretty quick to come on and be like, all right, let's have an honest conversation about what's going on with our boy Joe Biden, right? Can he keep riding, or does he need to get off the dog-faced pony soldier horse? Does he need to get off the pony and go eat some bologna? You know what I'm saying? That's what they were asking. They were literally asking, you know, does he need to go, you know, does he need to be taken care of instead of taking care of the country, right? It's a good question. It's a question that we're all asking, right? It's a question that anybody that watched that debate with anything close to an open mind, like, you have to be like a Biden cultist to be like, no, that was totally fine. I mean, he fucked up sometimes, but, you know, sometimes your debate doesn't go that well. And, you know, he just a little speed bump, Jack, just a little speed bump. Then we'll get right back on that pony. We'll get right back on that pony and we'll ride it back to the White House and beat Trump. You know, we're going to ride the pony. We got the lasso, right? We're going to lasso the basket of deplorables over here. Did not work out. James Cromwell played George Bush Sr. Oh, wait. Senior. Okay. Who played Junior? I think I saw that movie. The movie, it's like the movie about Bush. Bush and his daddy. Bush and Daddy Bush. I only use tortillas. Bread is gross. I mean, me too. I can't eat. How am I? I'm pretty good. Although you're like the only one, Gatsby Cat, and I appreciate this about you. You're the only one who's ever called me no CC. That's kind of cool. It's refreshing, actually. I mean, chat, I don't hate being called NCC, just so you know, okay? You might have, you know, if you've watched my catalog, you might, at some time, I might have been a little bit resentful of the NCC thing, because, like, for a while, like, that was what my haters, and yeah, I had haters. I had a lot of haters. I pissed off the wrong debate bros, chat. I pissed off the debate bro hive. I pissed off D-Hive, okay? You don't mess with D-Hive, right? D-Hive is dangerous. Dangerous Dylan stands, right? So yeah, like, the haters would just be like, NCC thinks that it's okay to, like, you know, to say bad things about Dylan. Um, I met Dreyfus at a spooky convention. Oh my god, chat, I'm taking too long, aren't I? I'm taking too long to get to this. Okay, so I should do my job, and I'm sorry, chat. I'm seeing a lot of people like asking me stuff, but I gotta move forward. I gotta move forward. Just understand, we're all cool, okay? We are all cool. I love you, chat. You're great. You're the awesomest community. You're super supportive, and I am lucky to have a community like you, okay? So anyway, with that being said, what do we have on the menu for today? So obviously we're gonna do this pod Save America thing. We're going to see what's going on with that. We're going to see where their court orientation is, because look at this. This is Breaking Point saying that Pod Save America bros back down from Biden dropout call. Yeah, a little something happened after they did their stream, after they did their video talking about we got to have an honest conversation about Biden, right? And that is literally, they got subtweeted in a fundraising email. A Joe Biden fundraising email talked about self-important podcasters, and we're pretty sure we know exactly who they were talking about. They were because they counted on these guys to just be ride or die. They counted on these guys to just be Biden's lifeline. That they were going to be like, they were going to be the Biden whisperers. They were going to be the Biden explainers. They were going to be the Biden apologists. And it can only go to a certain point. When you see a performance like that, right? What are you going to do? Their big thing, like everybody's big thing, especially like the Democrats, is they do not want Trump to win. They do not want Trump. Above all, we want to prevent a second Trump term. And yeah, indeed, that would be disastrous. That's understandable, right? So when you see Biden just like absolutely shitting the bed in the debate, you got to say something. They got that Obama phone call, possibly. Well, supposedly Biden got an Obama phone call, right? I mean, I don't know what to believe, right? Because like, there's Jake Tapper tweeted out something, and it was supposed to be tea. And when I looked at it, like all the tea was deleted. It was like, hey, we got some new tea about what's going on with Biden, and these governors all met and they talked about like replacing Biden, right? But the post, like, right, it's a Twitter thread, right? And the stuff in the middle, the filling of the tea sandwich, right, it was missing because Jake Tapper deleted it all. I don't know what happened. I suspect somebody from the Biden campaign fed him fake news, and he went with it. And it was like, look at these governors are coming to, they're gonna replace Biden. And then somebody was like, actually, the governors haven't met yet. They're gonna meet on Thursday. And he's like, oh shit. So yeah. The Biden people have been going after everybody who said anything. This includes Axelrod. Yeah, these guys, right? So I said they're Obama guys before. They know Axelrod. I feel like they're kind of with David Axelrod, and so it makes sense that they're of this mindset. Now, Axelrod, if you don't remember, actually expressed concerns about Biden before it was cool to express concerns about Biden, and continued to express concerns about Biden when he was on CNN in that panel where everybody, all these Democratic insiders and all these like, CNN centrists, like, people were just like, we can't do the Biden. We can't go on with Biden. It's not happening. But yeah, that's the main thing that we're going to get to today. I've got a bunch of stuff, chat, including a Zionist getting addicted to cheese. We gotta cover that sometime. This is a great story. Do you know about the cheese Zionist? There was a woman who was at college. I can't remember where she went. Maybe it was UCLA. And she was getting anxious, she said, from all the protests and stuff. Felt really nervous, and she turned to cheese. She turned to cheese, and she got addicted to cheese. She gained a bunch of weight, and she ended up in a treatment program for cheese. Now, chat, there is like some kind of casomorphine thing in cheese. I mean, I don't think it's, it's not like morphine or anything, right? But there's something in there. And so I guess it's possible? But this is a pretty wild story, and especially the fact she blames pro-Palestinian protesters for her cheese addiction. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you. There's something addictive about cheese. Yeah, but for me, it's more, yeah, queso morphings. There we go. For me, it's more like that, like cheese becomes part of your lifestyle, right? Cheese becomes not like your everyday, well, pretty much every day, right? You're going to have something with cheese on it. You're going to have cheese on a sandwich. You're going to have cheese with your eggs. You're going to have cheese melted over the top of your chicken parmesan. You're going to have some kind of cheese. And like if you're either lactose intolerant or you go vegan or something like that, you got to give up cheese. That is one of the hardest things in the world. That is one, you really do feel it. And you're like, oh God, if I could just have, like, somebody orders pizza and you're like, I just want to smell your pizza. Please, can I smell your pizza? Oh my God, chat, all I want to do is talk about food today, but we got to get going. We're 1 hour into the stream. You've already had 2 ad breaks if you're on Twitch, right? You've already had 2 top of the hour 3-minute ad breaks, and you know the deal. You can get out of it for free or for $5 for a limited time only. It's going to change to $6 on July 11th, which was supposed to be the Trump sentencing date. But now that got moved back. And now that's all in doubt. And now we got a decision that says Trump can be King Trump and Biden can be King Biden and Obama can be King Obama. And they can just do whatever the fuck they want. If they break the law, it's still illegal, but they can never get punished for it. Interesting stuff. Please quickly read my last comment. Oh my God. I will try. I feel like I'm letting everybody down by getting too... The Vosch tax folder scandal made it to print media. Oh, via the Yonkers Times. Wait, did we see this? In regards to the folder leaks in the Bowman race. Yeah, I feel like we watched this. I feel like this was like I feel like this won the Dono poll. Oh yeah, that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do. Oh my God, chat. I'm worse ADHD than normal, but thank you for letting me know that. I think we covered it, but maybe not in depth. And people do love the Vosch horse story. It's what broke me, chat. It's what broke me like a horse. No, no, chat. No, what broke me was when Vosch replied to me posting a lizard, right? I found these cute little lizards, these little chonkers, these little chonky dudes, these little baby lizards, right? And they were so cute. And I posted them on Twitter. And this was the first time I ever interacted with Vosch. Like I'm in class and he's like, are these your lizards? Like, are these your pets? And I'm in class, so I don't answer. And he's like, he tweets again, excuse me, ma'am, are these your lizards, right? And like, I was like, oh, okay, but I didn't know the whole thing about him putting lizards on his Johnson. That's what really broke me when I found out that Vosch was interested in the lizards that I posted because he is interested in lizards. Yeah. Start a poll. Let's make this happen. What do you want to see next? There we go. What do you, capital U, want to see next? That's the question. And the answers that you can give me in this poll or whenever you donate, in whatever way you choose to do so, are Vosch. Can I just say, Vosch, no, like W33D. You can figure out what that means. Latest from What If Alt Hist? Tempting anyone? What's the incel boy up to? Yeah, he did a video with Homath. Homath is like an incel Homath is like a incel channel that does cute little imagine if anyone in studios was an incel. That's pretty hard for you to imagine, right? But if you can't imagine that, you got Homath. That's what Homath is, right? And Homath did a video with What If Alt Hist recently because they're incel influencers together. Okay, South Park of X. That's Dave Rubin's new norm. The new norm ain't the same as the old norm. Chat, that song has been stuck in my head. That song has been stuck in my freaking head. And Cenk Uygur doing what he does best, hating on unhoused people. There we go. Let's go. There is your poll. It took me long enough, didn't it? It took me long enough. Like, these are the things that I'm responsible to do, and instead all I want to do is sit around and have food takes. Gex. Wait, does it work when I do it? Why does the chat... This is a real command that Soul Life's trying to type in. It doesn't work. It's a catchy tune. That's like the only thing good about that. That's like literally the only thing that's good about that fucking... It's like one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, and you surprise that Dave Rubin's involved in it, right? It's like Dave Rubin saw... What's it called? Mr. Burcham. And he was like, oh, I could do that. I could write funny. I used to be a bit of a comedian myself. Dave, wait, no, I'm doing Lance from the Surfs. What? No, there's no correlation there, chat. There's no correlation. Where's this coming from? I tried to do Dave Rubin and somehow Lance came out. Maybe I just forgot what Dave Rubin sounds like and Lance was the... Oh my God. Apologies to Lance. Shots fired. I'm not... Seriously, I'm so sorry. Lance just caught some strays there. I did not mean to... Look, Dave Rubin's laugh is nowhere near as cool as Lance's. Okay, I'll say that. How about that? How about that? Can I be forgiven? Can Jon Favreau be forgiven? Can we all be just get a little bit of forgiveness, maybe, just as a treat? I don't know, maybe. If we're lucky. Here we go. How can anyone hate me? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I gotta say is like something like less than complimentary to their like parasocial fave, and then it's really easy for them to hate me. It's just yeah, it's me pissing off like stans, right? That's what it is. And that's why you all have to be NCC stans in order to fight whoever I end up pissing off. Maybe it'll be What If Alt Hiss. Maybe it'll be Westside Tyler. Maybe it'll be President Sunday. Who fucking knows? I'll say something. It won't be like mean in spirit. It won't be like me trying to cancel them or anything like that. But it'll somehow get portrayed as that. Oh, like, oh my God, NCC. She's such a woke skull. She's trying to cancel our boy. She's trying to cancel our dude. And then like all the fucking parasocial like flying monkeys descend upon me, and I'll be counting on you to defend me. That's the, yeah, you got to have my back, Chad. That's what I need. It hasn't happened in a long time. I try to be nice. I really do. I strive to be kind and nice and understanding and you know, give people second chances and all this kind of stuff. But somehow it's just not enough. It's not enough for the stands. All right, press this button and then what if you got what if you got an email from Joe Biden and it said, you might have heard from the bedwetting committee about how bad this last debate went and how gloom and doom everything was and how we have to change Biden out. But wouldn't it be interesting for you to know that all these people in Biden's cabinet actually pull worse than him? Dude is like literally shitting on his own cabinet in order to like try to save his presidency, in order to cope with what everybody knows at this point, which is that like this was a bad idea from the start to run Biden. All right, we are almost there, chat. I am just populating the list. What if alt hist? You know, I really should have gone after Homath instead of what if alt hist. I feel like that's more interesting. There we go. I'm gonna need the promise on your part. Are we getting this started? Are you calling me no CC now? I kind of like that. I'll defend you, Irene, if you can promise me we're not using Twitch whispers. I will do almost anything I can to avoid Twitch whispers, and it has nothing to do with the Dr. Disrespect thing. Twitch whispers are something that I forget exists until I look at them and find out that, like, you know, somebody's messaged me. I think the last one was Adrian. Adrian messaged me on Twitch whispers, and I found it like a month later, and I felt so bad. Adrian just had a simple little request of like, hey, you know, I want to watch your video today on stream, and I got back to Adrian like a month later, right? So yeah, Twitch whispers is like, the other thing that happens with Twitch whispers is I get harassed. That's where a lot of the harassment came from. Some really weird transmed fixated on me and like continuously messaged me. What if alt hist is a complete laughingstock because even the people who are supposed to like him don't like him? He's basically the Vosch of right-wing alt hist channels. Nice. I thought Medhi Hasan appeared on Pod Save America weeks ago. It's like not quite a week ago. It was last Friday. But maybe so. Wait, no. Metal, I think you're onto something. Yeah. You're actually onto something. They're friends. Medhi Hasan and the Pod Save America guys are actually friends. They are not, I don't know about friends, but like they have, you know, they've collaborated before. Mr. Borelli is a trans medicalist. That's a good question, Crotchy. I mean, this is like, people are grossed out by the shitting the bed metaphor. That's understandable. See, Borelli. Yeah, Borelli. Steven Kenneth Destiny Bonnell. Well, you know what? Here's the deal. Here's what it is, right? I don't get the feeling that Destiny really understands trans people, but he does have trans people in his community. And there's a certain kind of trans person that gravitates to Steven's community. And it's a trans medicalist. I met a former partner of mine when they whispered me. Well, look, it's fine for chatters, right? I think that's who it's designed for. It's just, it's a nightmare for streamers, right? It's like somebody complaining that they got banned. It's somebody harassing you. It's somebody scamming you. Or occasionally it's another content creator and you wish you had answered them, but you don't answer them because you know that like the most likely thing you're going to find in your Twitch whispers are, you know, harassment, scams, or unban requests, right? So that's the deal with whispers. That is completely 100% the deal with whispers, but that is what we got for today. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, they were a streamer. Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully you were of age when that happened. Anyway, chat, I'm not gonna, no more Dr. Disrespect memes. No more, no more, puerile humor metaphors for candidates screwing up. And no more debating anyone. Sorry, it's just too dangerous. It's just too dangerous. But like, I don't know, maybe I would debate somebody. Who should I debate, chat? Who should I debate? Anyway, so yeah, we got our dono goal here. Right now it says 0 out of 100%. It adds up as the donos goal go. And I'm realizing that I'm gonna have to increase the overall dono goal at some point. I haven't figured out how to do that, but you know, the fact that I can't handle a simple restream you know, repayment or you know, like yearly payment is probably not a good, does not say good things about my overall finances. So we're gonna have to raise the dono goal at some point, but I haven't figured out what to raise it to. Just know that when you do donate, that you in addition to having my undying appreciation and thanks, you also get to fuck with the poll, right? So right now, let's take a look at our poll and see what we're doing. What if Alt Hist is winning in the like full screen chat? Yeah, that's what I'll call you. I'll call you full screen chat. South Park of X is winning in the shorts chat. So we got a little bit of a disagreement here. Now, how do we handle our disagreement? What do I do when it disagrees? When there's two different things? Well, first of all, we average the poll, but then second of all, we do a little bit of math. We do a little bit of trolling and we do a little bit of math. And the math that we do is addition and subtraction. What is the addition? The addition is that if you donate and you say you want to see the Vosch hates Sebe Day, you want to see Vosch hates TH say, words that I'm apparently not supposed to say. And if the majority report doesn't want to say it, then I sure as fuck don't want to say it, right? If they can't get away with it, I can't get away with it. Right, so you know what Vosch hates, right? He hates that substance. He hates that sticky icky. He hates that purple, green, red stuff that you roll up and light up and everything else, right? That's what Vosch hates, right? So, but you can add to the score. You can add to the percentage of one of these subjects when you donate, right? And I will add like 1% per dollar, US dollar donated to that in order to give that a slightly better chance. Sometimes it doesn't matter because the polls are, you know, already what the polls are, but sometimes it does matter. Sometimes it makes all the difference in the world, right? We've also got latest of What If Alt Hist. We've got the South Park of X. That's Dave Rubin's new cartoon, New Norm, which somehow I haven't watched yet. And we've got Jink Uger doing what he does best and disliking unhoused people. We've also got the option of you supporting, you know, a random gaming stream of Fallout New Vegas, if that's your thing. If you want to see more Fallout New Vegas and you're like, I need to play more of it. I need to get through that game. You can vote for that. You can also vote for Vox Populi. That's where the minus comes in, right? I said this is all plus, right? This is all plus up here. If you donate and you say any of these things, you're going to add to that score. If you donate and you say Vox Populi, you're going to subtract from that score. And what you're saying is that like you want whatever wins in the poll to win for real. You want to see what wins. You want to see the topic that naturally wins. So you're taking steam out of the sales of people that are donating to see a certain thing. Does that make sense? So it's a negative towards everything on here, and it just brings everything back in the line of whatever the poll is. So that's the deal. If we hit the dono goal, which is the first thing, right? If we hit the dono goal, we open up a second slot of content, a sort of fun half for the show. And if you know, whatever wins, wins, but we do the addition and the subtraction from people that are donating, if that makes sense, which I hope it does. I really hope it does. Anyway, I've been edging you for far too long, for more than long enough, and we've got a lot of stuff to cover today. Starting off with a breaking points video, but not this one quite yet. This is something that that I was gonna cover tomorrow. Sorry, I was gonna cover yesterday. This is breaking points. If you don't know, This is a channel started by Crystal and Sagar, former host of The Rising. A pretty similar formula to The Rising, but very different audience. If you've watched The Rising recently, you might have noticed if you scroll down to the comments, right? All the comments are hating on Brianna Joy Gray and somehow liking on Robbie Suave. It's a very right-wing audience. Breaking Points, strangely enough, has an audience that kind of tilts to the left. And they took that audience away from The Hill and brought it over here to Breaking Points, right? That's what, but they're not, like, obviously Sagar's a libertarian. You know, they're not like limited. They're trying to bring on people with different viewpoints and stuff, right? And they did something special for Pride. They did something a little special for Pride. What did they do for Pride? Right, they want to celebrate Pride. They want to celebrate the LGBT community because they're not a right-wing show like The Rising is. So they brought on a lesbian rights activist to talk about the trans agenda. Breaking Points, what's going on? Okay, so we might have to fast forwards through some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't. They're showing some Kink at Pride stuff that they're, and I don't know if it's gonna be too much for. So as you can see, the audience, you know, is kind of mixed on this, right? They don't have the audience that loves to see like somebody be like LGB without the T or something, you know, which is basically what this is.
Many other things, I'm sure. Heidi, welcome to the show.
Oh yeah, before we get started, wait, I've got to remember to do the thing. Hit the buttons, hit all the buttons. Let's hit the button right now to mark the stream, and then this button for the intro. Here we go.
Thanks so much for having me, James.
Yeah, like I was saying off the air, this isn't the typical space or topic that I dive into, meaning this more culture type stuff. I do a lot of reporting on corporate corruption, conflicts of interest, things like that. But since we're at the...
And in general, this is not Breaking Point's topic either, right? In my mind, this is them trying something out, right? Because they do seem to want to have, they want to have protection. And what that means is that if the left gets mad at them for something, they got an audience that's on the right. And if the right gets mad at them for something, they got an audience on the left, right? And they don't have that yet. They have an audience that is mostly left. You know, like there's a few areas where it kind of diverges, but they're trying to cultivate that, right? And so they're trying to do, this is like trigonometry content. This is not their usual, they don't usually even talk about like, you know, LGBT stuff at all. But it's really funny that they wrap this in the idea, well, you know, since it's the end of Pride Month and everything, and we wanted to, you know, like, right, have something on the topic, let's bring on this lesbian rights activist to speak out against the trans agenda. They're transing our agenda. They're transing our gender. What are we gonna do? We gotta have some women's only spaces so they can't trans our gender. What a surprise. This James guy doesn't know anything about the topic of trans rights. I don't know. Somebody if anybody wants to do a little research about who he is, what he does. I mean, I haven't ever seen this guy on I haven't ever seen this guy on Breaking Points.
The tail end of Pride Month, and I've been on this little side quest to understand the space, listening to a bunch of different opinions, analysis, and I found you to be, I think, quite uniquely capable of having a genuine discussion on LGBTQ issues.
You're the only one, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Help us. Save us from cancellation by the left. By giving us a transphobic audience, right? That's gonna be there if we fuck up on trans issues.
Without, I think, A, pandering, which is what I see a lot of times happen from maybe commentators more on the liberal side.
Here's the thing, though. Why is that pandering? And what is this? What do you call this? Is it only pandering if you're what? Like, is it only pandering if you're pro-trans? Is that the deal?
Or B, the other side being incendiary, which is, I don't think is helpful either.
No, there's nothing incendiary about saying that we need to keep trans women out of women's only spaces. That is perfectly normal shit.
So I think it's going to be a fun conversation today.
Yeah, I agree. Happy that you asked to have this conversation. So let's get into it.
Yeah, I guess a good place to start would be maybe how was your pride?
How was your day? Just kidding.
I remember going a couple of pride parades. This was like in the Bay Area more than 10 years ago. This is a long time ago, and it was for me. It was pretty wild. Don't get me wrong, but now I don't know. It seems more crazy, more decadent, maybe.
Yeah.
Possibly more.
So yeah, we're gonna do a little Kink at Pride coverage. You know what's funny though is that, like, okay, so for the past 2 years, if you've been living under a rock, there has been this thing that happens during Pride Month. It started off with people talking about Kink at Pride. They would find pictures, sometimes Photoshop pictures. A very famous one of these pictures was Photoshopped, right? That made it kind of look like that what was going on with Pride was like little kids being brought into situations that seemed like they might be a little sexually charged, right? And, this was a 4chan op from the very get-go. This was a 4chan op with several goals. Like, one of the goals was to, paint LGBT people
but now there are freaking communists invading
as like uncontrollable sex maniacs that just could not keep it, they could not be. Yo, 2 for Tuesday. 2 for Tuesday. Let's go. So it started off like that. It started off with like, I don't know, maybe Pride's a little too sexual. What about people that want to bring their kids there? And it also appeals, to maybe like to like more family oriented LGBT people that do want to, they're going to Pride, they want to bring their kids there, and now they're seeing these pictures of like, oh, see the little girl next to the people in the pup hoods, that's not great, right? I want to see that. I want to like bring my kid out there and have them surrounded with people in pup hoods. If you've been to Pride, you know that that's not real. That doesn't happen. That's not what's going on at all. But it has an effect. It has a dual effect. One of trying to scapegoat the LGBT community, and secondly, it has splitting the LGBT community and turning it against themselves, right? Turning gay people against each other, right? By with this idea that like, oh God, maybe Pride is too sexually charged, and we need to bring some ground rules into it. And look, LGBT people are people, all right? Pride events run the gamut from being very family oriented and very wholesome and like, just, a celebration of the fact that gay people exist, which did not used to be something that was celebrated. It used to be something that was closeted. That's the whole purpose of Pride existing, is to take something that people, hid in shame and make it an outward celebration and say, hey, listen, this is humanity. It's not weird. There's a ton of us out here and we're okay. Right. So, you've got family oriented events. You've got like nighttime events. You've got like hookup oriented events, right? That happens too. Pride is a party. And like any party, there's going to be like a hookup scene. But generally it's pretty easy. And like, unless, like it's pretty easy to identify what events are going to be what, right? So, it has this twofold effect, turning gay people against each other, and also turning like, straight people against, making straight people question acceptance of gay people. And it was happening every single Pride Month. And then you had, not last year, but 2 years ago, you had Matt Walsh release his documentary during Pride Month, kind of turning the crosshairs on trans people specifically. And then the year after that, the Bud Light thing happens, right? Dylan Mulvaney is given, I think, a pack of beer with her face on it so that she can show it off to her TikTok audience and say, hey, trans people, hey, gay people, hey, people that watch me, I know that you think of this Bud Light stuff as this is like your dad's beer, but actually, look, it's got my picture on it. Isn't that cute? Here, I'm drinking it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff, right? Bud Light had a problem, and their problem was that their audience is aging out. Their audience is very limited, right? Their demographic is, just kind of like Kid Rock, right? Is their demographic, and they're thinking of the future, right? And they're not thinking, this isn't a big like marketing push. This isn't like we're going to put Dylan Mulvaney in every Bud commercial. Like every beer commercial now has Dylan Mulvaney enjoying a cold one. No, that's not happening at all. That's not happening at all. That was an influencer campaign. They did an influencer campaign with Dylan Mulvaney to see if maybe if we put our beer into the hands of a trans influencer, that people that normally would not drink this beer will try drinking it, right? It's, a very limited run kind of thing, right? And it blew up into this whole thing of they're trying to force their gender fluid down our throats. They're trying to pump it down our throats and make us swallow every last succulent drop. I mean, like, you know what I mean? It's like this whole psychosexual eruption of like, I don't want the queerness forced on me because I'm a good red-blooded American. I don't like this rainbow flag. And you got Kid Rock shooting up, a case of Bud Light in this giant fucking moral panic, and the right wing feeling emboldened of like, we can hurt any company that crosses the line. This happened to Target. This happened to Bud Light, right? This year has been a little bit quieter. This year, there was an attempt, right? The very beginning of Pride Month, I remember Chud Logic trying to start up the Kink at Pride because he's used to it. He's used to making money off of demonizing queer people. He's been doing it for like 3 years now, right? And he tries to do it and it just doesn't quite work. And there's just like nothing there, and they're not getting the reaction that they expect, right? So I feel like this year's attempt to attack Pride was kind of a dud. It kind of failed. But here's, breaking points on the last day of Pride. I think this came out, 2 days ago. So the last day of Pride Month, trying to be like, let's talk about lesbian rights activists and how they're warning us against the trans agenda.
So I don't know, how has Pride changed for you? Like, what's your perspective on the state of Pride right now and how it's changed in the direction it's heading in?
I don't love the direction it's heading in. I haven't been to Pride in a few years.
So spoiler, Pride hasn't changed. It certainly hasn't gotten more sexual. I mean, there's always been a sexual element of it. There's always been a confrontational element of it. There's always been a radical element of Pride, right? And if anything, that stuff is like de-emphasized as LGBT people as a group, feel less of a stigma against them. But she's bought into this like 4chan op. She's bought into Operation Pridefall. That's really what this is. Now we got, somebody, kind of putting like a LGBT veneer on queer self-hate.
I want to say maybe 2019. Yeah, it makes sense. 2019 was probably the last time I went to Pride, and then they shut things down. 2020, I think 2021, there wasn't even much going on. So the last time I went to Pride, I went to an event put on by her, which is an app. It's actually where I met my wife. So it's supposed to be a lesbian app, and they had a party that was pretty awesome, actually. And then the previous time I was in Reno, Nevada, and I went with my wife right after I met her. And those are both interesting, but I did notice a major shift into more of the drag.
So we're gonna just go. Okay. So you've seen some of those. That's the provocative image. They just showed a photoshopped image. That image of the little girl next to the guys in the pup hoods. Now, if you're at all knowledgeable of the queer community, you would understand what doesn't make sense, right? Like pups and leather. Anyway, there's a lot about that picture that just like should trigger your spidey sense. And in fact, what that was a Photoshop picture. There's like a real picture, I think, and it's like what they did is they like closed the distance. They literally like put her into a situation that she was not in. And in general, if kids are at a pride event, it's because their parents brought them.
Or just kind of more just like, oh, here's some lesbian firefighters, or here's the dykes on bikes, or certain things. And, maybe some things were inappropriate for kids.
But yeah, I mean, you're seeing what kind of research they're doing. And like, look, I feel like this is basic shit, but maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe I'm holding breaking points to like a higher standard than I would to other media organizations. Because like, that is a known Photoshop. That is literally an op.
Good for Gabby super chatted $49.99.
Aw.
Happy belated Pride, Irene, aka No.
Thank you.
Pink heart butterfly.
Thank you so much, Good for Gabby. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, no, it's just like just do a little bit of research, right? At least know that you're using real pictures. At least know the history behind the pictures. And at least like some of these fakes, can we just get out of there? If you want to have a dialogue, if you want to have a discourse, if you want to have a debate about this stuff, I mean, like, it kind of sucks that Pride Month has turned into a fucking debate, but like, just like find something real, right? Because that's not it.
I probably wouldn't bring my kids if I had them to any Pride event, period. But now you're seeing really just, this kink, all this stuff that's, to me, I mean, I'm not sure if it's offensive per se, but it's just gross to see and have that waved in front of children. So I don't participate.
Okay, so here's the solution, okay? There's a lot of kink. If there's a lot of people being horny on Maine, don't bring your kids to that. There's fucking parades that are just parades. Bring your kids to that. Have your kids sit with a rainbow flag, waving it and cheering for the people dancing on floats, right? That is a perfectly viable option.
Basically boycotted Pride for the last few years because, I mean, one, I'm married and I'm kind of older and a little more boring, so it's more for the younger people. But to me, it seems like it's more.
Oh my God. So literally how much of this is about her aging? I wonder.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not trying to have a go at her, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to, it's not anything like that. I mean, obviously, she's here to spread turfiness. So yeah, I will have a go at her for that. But like, I'm not trying to have a go at her over undergoing the natural aging process that we all undergo. But how much of this is just like, I don't know. You were young, you felt included, you understood what was going on, you were part of the party, and then now you're older and you're married and you don't connect with that stuff. You go to the same event and it's doing the same thing, but you feel a little different about it. And you should know that there's Pride events for you where you will feel more comfortable. I mean, it might cause you to sort of admit, that the aging process is affecting you as well, and you're not the same person that you were 10 years ago. And for some people that can be kind of hard. But believe me, if you're really that bothered by the events that you're going to, maybe you should go to different events. Because I swear to God, they're not changing. There's not an effort of like, hey, let's make it 10% more sexual this time. Let's bring more like horny on Maine people out here. Let's like, have, skimpier costumes. Like, that's not going on. That's not real.
Fringe kind of groups that all fall under this queer umbrella. So it's very difficult for me to feel like I relate to anything going on there in any way, and I don't really want to associate with it.
Wait a minute.
Interest. Yeah. Speaking.
Question, chat, and I don't want to derail this too much. Oh my God, I feel bad about this, but like, okay, did Good for Gabby's super chat? Did that make a noise? Did that make the sound? Like, I feel like I got a real issue with my alerts here. Because if that didn't make a sound and it didn't read out the tweet, this is not the first time that's happened. Right? Did it do this? Did it do this thing that it normally does? Did it? Because it's supposed to do that, and then it's supposed to read out your tweet. And definitely, if you're donating you know, over $5, it's supposed to have, you're supposed to get a sassy British voice reading out "Happy belated Pride, Irene, aka no CC." It's the same energy as the people who are like Rage Against the Machine has gone woke. It is Stephen Gordon. You identified it. That's it. That's the same thing. I mean, like, generally those are like, it's a different demographic that's, you know, that was into Rage Against the Machine when they were in the frat house, and they now are like, wait a minute, they're for leftist stuff. Oh, I thought they were for telling my mom, fuck you, I won't do what you told me. She's got Principal Skinner energy a little bit. Pride LA has family events during the first Saturday of Pride and the third Saturday of Pride month. It's very much centered around acceptance and such. Look, chat, I'm into trans pride, and I feel like trans pride is a lot more revolutionary. I don't really go to, like, you know, the main pride events, but I go to trans pride, and I never, look, I'm kind of vanilla. Okay, I'll admit that. Like, compared to like a lot of people that I know, I am not as comfortable in, you know, sexually charged public situations, right? I mean, I'm not in judgment of other people that are comfortable with that, but like, I would be the first one to be put off if I went to, you know, the last time I went to Trans Pride, let's see, like I marched in the parade. And then there was a bunch of bands and stuff that came out to the, you know, to the amphitheater and played, and people were dancing and they were hanging out. I was like, you know, seeing people that I haven't seen in a really long time and catching up with them. And yeah, I did see like some people in pup hoods, but they were just people in pup hoods, and they were very chill. Okay. Like I myself don't do a lot of what would be considered to be kink. And I was fine with it, right? So I just don't know what people are complaining about. I just don't know what people are seeing that's so bad. And you got to also notice that there's this effect of the anecdote going on. There's this effect of the cherry picking, right? Of them trying to find a situation that like looks like really off or something, or maybe even editing that situation into existence in the case of the pup hood and the little girl, right? And trying to be like, this is what pride is like. And if you're fucking some person that's never been to a pride event, maybe you believe that. Maybe you believe that. But yeah, thank you, Good for Gabby. And I'm sorry that I don't think it played your alert, and now I'm worried. I am really gonna have to look into this and see what's going on. Like, my friend goes to Pride 18 and 21 plus events in cosplay. She is discovering in a wait. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. She's discovering in a very public way that she isn't cool anymore. Yeah, and I'm not trying to hate on her for it, because like I said, that is, you know, look, the LGBT community comprises all age groups, you know, people with families, people that are single, people that are, you know, very vanilla, and people that are very not vanilla, right? There's all kinds of different people, and that should be okay, and we should be okay with that. It's not about judging that. It's not about like one segment of the queer community like trying to dominate the events or anything like that. Either way. Anyway, chat, sorry about the derail. I just wanted to check and see what's going on. I don't know. I don't know why. I apologize for you not getting your the sound alert that it's supposed to do. People that are very single, forever alone. Aww. I mean, Shakespeare, you just need to watch that Bjork video. It'll inspire you, okay? It'll inspire you. You know what I'm talking about? The Bjork video where she walks around and it's oh so quiet. And it's oh so still. You're all alone and so peaceful until bam, 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 bam. That's what it's like. You never know. You never know when a person will jump out of a mailbox and start dancing around, and your whole life will turn into a musical. Seriously, it's amazing. But yeah, anyway, let us get back to what we were doing. Anyway, I'll even hit the button. I'll even hit the button to bring us back and to focus us on this content. Before my ADHD entirely takes over the stream.
Of this umbrella, I have to ask you about the the newest pride flag, because I think for the longest time it was just the rainbow colors, but now it seems like every year they're adding more colors. I think it's
Yeah.
maybe 10 or 12 colors now. So I don't know, maybe that's a good thing. I suppose it's more inclusive, right? It's more people, but then also
People don't understand the reason that, look, it's a flag, okay? It's a symbol. It's a symbol. It's symbolic, right? And the reason that there's more stuff on the flag now than there used to be is that certain groups felt excluded from the queer community. And that diversity flag, right, is a symbolic. It's symbolic of people who are flying its intention to undo that disclusion, to undo that that separation, right? So the black and brown are there because a lot of LGBT events and organizations have been have not been inclusive of black and brown LGBT people, right? The trans colors are in there because, in general, like the queer community hasn't always been super aware of the trans community within it. So that's why that's there. It's not, nobody's hating on a vanilla rainbow flag, but it's like that, the diversity flag symbolizes something and it means something. It's there for a reason. And people get into the aesthetics and then they like start to like hyperbolize of like, yeah, well, eventually it's going to be this like just absolute like design nightmare. But really, I feel like it's not that deep. It's not that deep.
I've also heard other people.
How often is Pride still called Gay Pride? Yeah. Oh, nice, Natalie. Thank you.
Push back and say, well, this is actually more fragmented. What are your thoughts on this kind of coalition that includes, lesbians and, all the way to indigenous people? Is this what is this umbrella that's kind of forming now?
I mean, as far as indigenous people go, queerness in indigenous cultures is culturally different than like queerness within Western culture. And that queerness has traditionally has like, historically going back to the beginning of Pride, not always been represented. And yet, if you're going to have an event that's for queer people, it should be for all queer people. That's what that's about.
Well, to me, I mean, that's socialism. That's just
It's socialism.
full inclusivity or
Socialism is when indigenous people. Okay.
intersectionalism.
So we're not just a lesbian rights activist speaking out on the trans agenda, the dangers of transgenderism. We're also a bit of a racist as well. Okay.
All of that stuff is under the umbrella of, I guess, broader leftism, if you want, or postmodernism or socialism.
It's postmodern neo-Marxism.
Call it different things.
She's Jordan Petersoning.
But
She's gonna pull out a lobster.
Either way, I mean, it's all just, well, we're all part of this community of oppressed people. And so we're all on the same level and we all need to band together and, be against the oppressors. To me, that's
And what's your deal? You got yours, you're married now, so it's no need for that. Like I got mine. I don't fucking look, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing. But a lot of the support for like LGBT rights, a lot of the money that was going into that has dried up since marriage equality was, what was achieved in the US, right? And so now when the fight is about trans rights, now when the fight is for, even, more marginalized groups, right? The money's gone. It's not there anymore.
that doesn't have anything to do with sexuality or homosexuality or our lived experience. As I mean,
Well, no, that's right. That's right. Being trans is about your identity. It's not about your sexuality. Trans people also, though, have sexuality and, in a lot of cases, queer sexuality. And even if you don't have, queer sexuality, even, you're even trans people that are more, more towards the heteronormative end of the spectrum as far as sexuality goes, don't necessarily have the acceptance. Even like practicing, heterosexual, sort of lifestyle is not a straightforward thing for trans people a lot of times.
Related because
it's not an automatic acceptance just because you're the Brianna Wu trans trad wife.
Not in the norm. But I don't feel like, our struggles are the same as like indigenous peoples necessarily, or, other peoples. I think that those are all very unique.
I mean, I don't know. Is she just ignorant, chat? Right. The purpose of including, of representing the inclusion of indigenous people is that is a different culture of queerness, right? And if we're doing like our if we're doing our pride celebration, with and just being, ignorant of that, without that represented, then we're not really representing all queer people. We're representing, the
life experiences, and I don't see how they're related at all. And I think the rainbow was meant to include everyone to begin with, so it really doesn't need.
It was meant to, but we did a bad job at it. It was meant to do that, sure, right? I don't think that as a whole, as an aggregate, like queer people are trying to perpetuate racism. But when racism is somewhat ubiquitous in our culture, it's going to get perpetuated. And the only way to stop it is to make this shit conscious and to think about it and maybe do a little bit of representation in something like a flag. Like I said, it's purely symbolic. There's nothing wrong with a rainbow flag. There's nothing wrong with any flag, right? But it's something that you have to consciously think of. Otherwise, you're going to perpetuate just the status quo. And unfortunately, there is, racism in the LGBT community too. And a lot of that, kind of implicit racism that doesn't recognize itself as racist. A lot of just like, leaving, different queer people out of the events, out of the culture, right? That's the, kind of path of least resistance. And if you want to not go along the path of least resistance, you have to swim against the current.
Need anything else, and it feels like virtue signaling. It feels inauthentic. It feels, and then it's ugly. Honestly, it's just ugly. Like, so it's just hideous, and no one wants to see brown in a rainbow. And like,
it is so weird to like protest aesthetics like this, right? Look, aesthetics are aesthetics. We all think different things are beautiful or not beautiful, or we understand something or we don't understand it. But to like try to be like, we gotta do something about this. We gotta do something about this. When I was a baby gay, that we just had the rainbow flag, and now there's this all this other shit, and it clashes. And I'm like, okay, please, it's a flag, it's symbolic. It's not a fucking piece of art sitting in a museum trying to be like, this is the most beautiful composition that we can possibly come up with. It's fucking representative. So you could look at a rainbow flag and say that shit clashes too. That shit is gaudy as fuck, okay? But it represents something. And part of queer culture embraces gaudiness, embraces campness. So it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to analyze everything like it's a fucking piece of art in a museum. Like, we want our culture to be living, not ossified and dead.
I think there's like a yellow-blue one with Ukraine. Nobody really wants to see that. It's very not gay to be that, I guess, just, ugly, and it's not attractive to look at this point. I think it's gone too far. It's gaudy. The
US flag all flags are ugly. They're representative. They're not meant to be. They're not meant, like I said, as art. They're meant as they're representative, right? Where you got 50 stars. Maybe it would look better if there was only, I don't know, 12 stars or something like that, or right. But there's 50 states, and so we put 50 stars on there, right? Maybe like 5 stripes would be prettier than 13 stripes, but there were 13 colonies, so they put 13 stripes. It's representative. Come on. How hard is this to get?
really really don't see any need for it. I mean, the rainbow initially, yeah, there's the rainbow flag, which I think was really put outside of bars or other safe spaces so that gay people would know like it's safe to go there. And also,
Yeah, and now there's another flag that other people can go and know that it's safe to be there. And if you see like a diversity flag hanging outside of a gay bar, you know that at least somebody there is somewhat conscious of the historical disclusion of brown and black people, the historical disclusion of trans people within the LGBT community, right? So you feel, I mean, it's not going to be perfect. There's still going to be racism. There's still going to be transphobia. There's still going to be, implicit this and that and the other thing, right? But you know that at least like somebody there has that on their mind, is conscious of that, rather than it's just like, a rainbow flag. I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's cool. Maybe not.
straight people would know, hey, that's a gay bar. It was just kind of, that's like a signal for this is a gay space. To me, that's what it stood for. And then also when I was younger, you would wear a rainbow, like a small piece of flare, to let other girls know that you like girls. And it was just a signal. Like guys wouldn't really know. They wouldn't really see anything and care about that. But girls would know. The girls that like girls would know, and then they would know you, or it's okay to approach you, and you're a safe person.
I wonder what she thinks about handkerchiefs then. Like, is that too kinky? Like the little rainbow shoelaces are okay, but the little rainbow shoelaces that she wore on her Doc Martens in like 1990 whatever, that's okay. But if somebody's hanging a hanky out their back pocket, ooh, I don't know about that. That's not about that's not about
So that's really what the rainbow meant to me. It meant like safe space. And so to expand that to be every single political agenda that we want to push it's inauthentic and cringe, to use, Gen Z, slang.
And speaking of Gen Z, so I was looking at a recent Gallup poll that showed that I think it was over 20%. I think it was around 22% of Gen Z.
Oh no.
Identify as
Oh no.
heterosexual compared to millennials.
Where are we going with this?
Around 10%.
Oh, silent generation. Okay, so I was wondering about this the other day. Like, yeah, Bernie, silent generation. Donald Trump, silent generation. Joe Biden, silent generation. I keep calling them boomers, but I don't think they actually are boomers. It's technically the silent generation. There's a greatest generation, which is like literal like World War II vets and Sally Rivet, kind of people, right? Then there's a silent generation that just they're like the Gen X of their age. They don't really get recognized as much as they should be. They don't really get talked about. And then there's the baby boomers, the hippies, the beatniks, etc. Then we got Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z.
Goes down. Gen X, 5%, boomers, even smaller than that. What do you think explains that disparity? Some conservatives will probably say this is grooming, this is indoctrination, things of that nature.
Yeah.
People say this is a good thing because more people are feel more open to express themselves. What do you think is going on here, right? Because being gay, is biological.
What do I think is going on here? I think that being 100% heterosexual is actually a little bit more rare than we think. And I'm not going to say anything more because I feel like this is a evolution of society, a realization, a breaking of taboos that allows for more and more people to be open about their whole self. Maybe you are mostly into relationships with the opposite sex, but once in a blue moon, you meet somebody of the same sex and you know, there's something there, right? What about that person? That person, may have stayed in the closet longer than somebody that is exclusively attracted to the same sex. But as that becomes more normalized, this person, rather than it being a liability to admit that, yeah, I am attracted to some members of the same sex, is gonna start more likely identifying as bisexual and being interested in things like pride events, and that there you have it. There you have the the social epidemic of queerness in Generation Z, as the right wing likes to call it.
From my understanding. So what is the if I could put this in a reasonable way, what is the true number of people you think should if the people are left to their own devices?
How about we let the people decide? How about that? Wild idea, right? Wild idea. Like the idea that like, yeah, you know what we need to determine what the true rate of like queerness like within Gen Z is? Let's ask a Gen Xer. She's gonna know. Yeah. A Gen Xer who no longer feels cool enough to go to the Pride events that she used to. And I sort of feel for her in that, right? That's relatable. That's very human. That's something that a lot of people can relate to. But when it turns around and it becomes, well, I think it's because there's too much kink at Pride now, and I think it's because all this trans stuff that I didn't grow up with, and I didn't know was part of the LGBT. We talked about like maybe you grew up with like a lesbian gay alliance or something that didn't acknowledge like trans people
Without any social pressures.
Yeah. I think it's
social pressure. So that's what he's hypothesizing, is that some of these Gen Z kids, they're not really gay at all. They're just saying it because there's social pressure. Does that even make sense? You're seeing 22% of Gen Z respond that they are LGBT. If 22%, only 1 out of 5 people are a certain way, is there really going to be a social pressure for everybody to be that way?
always around the same. I think it's maybe 5 to 10% tops. I would think, or otherwise, I mean, you really have to start worrying about the species and how we're going to like.
What are you talking about? Yeah, and you don't understand either, like how, oh my God. Okay, first of all, bisexual people exist. Second of all, lesbian and gay people can still have children. And third of all, it's fucking none of your business what somebody's sexuality is. And you know who we're going to ask if we want to know what their sexuality is? Not you. We're going to ask them.
Continue to exist. I think once it starts getting much higher, I think that's a.
Is she worried that everybody's going to be gay because it's going to be social pressure and it's going to be really, it's going to be considered cringe to be heterosexual and that nobody will make babies? Is that what she's saying? Like, ooh, are you one of those breeders? Oh my gosh. We've got a breeder over here. Send in the alphabet mafia.
Observable percentage.
Shouts out to the alphabet mafia.
We've observed for a while, somewhere in that range. And then, obviously if it's more socially acceptable, maybe you're on the higher end of that, and it's less. But I think the actual people that have homosexual attraction, feelings or behaviors remains around the same. It's just, are they out and proud about it? Is a different story. And then when we talk about, people identifying as LGBTQIA or whatever, I do believe that they're including all of that, so they can include queer, which queer can include things like polyamorous. So I know a lot of heterosexual people that are polyamorous, but they consider themselves queer. Or it can include things like non-binary, but they're still hetero.
But do you see the purpose of this? Like even in the Gen Z numbers, you're seeing like 1/5 of the people identify that. That is still a minority of people. And when you've got more people feeling some sort of solidarity, feeling that like, there's something about me that the 80% of society judges and doesn't get and is when you've got like we should work, we should band together, we should protect each other, we should have each other's back, we should support each other. Is this really that hard to get?
heterosexual, but they consider themselves queer. They can include asexual, which is not really a sexuality, but a lack of a sexuality.
Does it really break you to know that ace people exist? Right? And would it really hurt you that much to investigate ace people a little bit and understand a little bit more about, not just ace people, but aro people as well, like aromantic, asexual? Like, what does this mean? And if you talk to a few ace people, you'll find out that it's maybe not exactly what you think it is. Like, I mean, I guess if you want to define it, I see where you're coming from in wanting to define it as a lack of a sexuality just from the outside looking in. But if you actually look at it, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And it's a spectrum too. Not all ace people are the same.
So, I mean, it can include all of those things. So I think that that's what we're seeing is the expansion of LGBTQIA plus. Therefore,
I love that she would rather have each of these groups, scratching for their own acknowledgement in the greater culture, scratching for their own rights, like fighting it all alone rather than fighting together. It just doesn't make sense. And you would think that, I don't know, I don't want to make assumptions about, people from different generations, but, you would think that people who lived under a regime of more oppression and less acceptance would understand that.
people enter and be like, hey, I'm suddenly part of a minority now, because I'm different in this way, so I'm part of this. But I don't think we're seeing more actual homosexuality. Maybe slightly, maybe just slightly less people are in the closet. There might be a few percentage points there, but I just highly doubt that it's doubled, in like a decade, that there's just suddenly double the amount of homosexuals.
Yeah, I don't know if it's thing where people just don't want to be part of the majority anymore because it's
Right.
they're afraid of being called out or
Yeah,
saying
they don't want to be a straight, cis, white, heterosexual, male, female, whatever, they don't want to be that. They're like, I know I'm not that. So I must be part of these
Can't make
people.
my
'cause
glasses
they're more
work.
my people. I feel like, it's cooler and I'm over here. I'm different, which is fine. But yeah, it's not homosexuality. It's just a totally different thing.
I want to jump to talking about the
See,
trans movement.
if I was interviewing her, I'd start to interrogate her feelings about bisexual people, because I feel like there might be something there. Like, this is kind of it's been a struggle for bisexual people to be acknowledged in the queer community. Sometimes bisexual people have been regarded as like traitors, or that outsiders, or that they're not, as she stated, they're not practicing actual homosexuality, right? And she just can't believe that somebody in a different generation that she's not part of, that with the lessening of the taboo and with the manifestation of openness and being out of the closet, that more people actually do feel this way. And the only thing nothing's okay. So here's what I want to emphasize, right? The rates of homosexuality, the rates of bisexuality, the rates of being trans or whatever, right, have not changed, right? The rates of acknowledgement of one's identity have changed, particularly, around in with bisexual people. If you were bisexual in the 80s, where gay people were demonized as the spreaders of disease, if you were bisexual in the 70s, where gay people were called, were accused of recruiting, children, right? you might not want to acknowledge that because you are attracted to both sexes, and you might feel more comfortable acknowledging your opposite sex relationships and hiding your same sex relationship. Is this really that hard? Is this really that complicated? I feel like it doesn't have to be that. I feel like it's not that deep.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's been at the forefront of the LGBTQ advocacy in recent years, I think, and it's also faced a lot of backlash, controversy, these types of things. And I was looking, and the Supreme Court actually agreed to take a case on this, to weigh in on laws.
Okay, so now Natalie's got something for me about this. Let's take a look at what this is. This is the Supreme Court. So they're showing is weighing in on the treatment of trans minors, and I feel like the decision maybe actually has. Okay, so this is from the Biden administration. It's from Joe Brandon himself. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so hard for you to read if you're on YouTube Shorts. Remember, I'm also streaming in full screen on YouTube, and I'm also streaming on Twitch under nocommentchick CC. The extra CC appended to the end of it. If you want to watch me there, if you're having trouble following along, otherwise I'll just read it for you. So the White House has previously stated that transgender children have the right to access gender-affirming healthcare, and promoted resources on gender-affirming care for trans youth. The Biden administration issued a statement on Tuesday afternoon opposing gender-affirming surgery for transgender minors. It's kind of a funny thing because whenever it gets stated like that, you get the idea that, that like high school like freshmen and sophomores are getting like bottom surgery, and that's not happening. That actually doesn't make sense. That if you know a little bit about the surgery, there's a reason for that, right? There's a certain degree of like development that has to take place before some medical intervention like that would make sense, right? If you're talking about like top surgery, you got to notice that cis kids are also, and by kids, I mean like, 17 and 18-year-olds are also sometimes getting that as well. So what really is the contention here? What's that? Because what they're trying to say is they're trying to imply that, that these kind of medical interventions are going on at a very young age, that they're going on without any sort of medical screening. If you know like what doctors do, it's screening. It's taking a look at somebody and trying to find the best medical answer for what they're dealing with, right? So that's what doctors do, right? A doctor doesn't just, you come in and you say my chest hurts, and the doctor's like, all right, get on the table, we're going to do open heart surgery. Your chest hurts. That sounds like a heart condition to me, because a doctor knows that it's not necessarily a heart condition, right? There's a lot of things that can make your chest hurt. Maybe it's acid reflux, right? You don't want to cut into somebody's chest cavity and perform exploratory surgery on their heart because they got freaking acid reflux, right? Same thing goes for trans kids. There's standards of care. Doctors are not doing shit that might put them in a place where they're exposed to like legal liability, which is what would happen if they were doing this stuff just off the without as a first as just like an automatic thing, or prescribing. Okay, so anyway, opposing gender-affirming surgery for transgender minors, a position at odds with its previously broad support for gender-affirming care, and one taken by a presidential administration that has closely aligned itself with the LGBTQ plus community. These are deeply personal decisions, and we believe these surgeries should be limited to. So, deeply personal decisions. A deeply personal decision sounds like something that you should leave up to the doctor and the patient. And if you're dealing with a minor, yeah, the parents are going to be present for that decision as well. But that's deeply those are that's what should happen in a deeply personal medical decision, right? A White House spokesman said in an emailed statement, "We continue to support gender-affirming care for minors, like mental health care, and respect the role of parents, families." Do you? Do you? Because when minors are accessing any sort of gender-affirming care, which, like I said, isn't what is presented to you on Joe Rogan, then it's parents, families, and doctors that are making that decision. And as far as the like medical concerns or the concerns of somebody being young and possibly not knowing yet, that's what standard of care from the doctors is all about in these decisions. Notably, the Biden administration has taken its support for gender-affirming care for trans youth all the way to the Supreme Court. The court has agreed to take up the question of whether gender-affirming care bans for trans youth are unconstitutional in response to the Biden administration petitioning on the behalf of trans youth and their families. The administration's stance against laws that ban gender-affirming care for trans youth, which include bans on surgeries, appears to remain the same. President Biden has repeatedly said it's wrong that extreme officials are pushing hateful bills targeting transgender children, terrifying families, and criminalizing doctors. These are our kids. These are our neighbors. It's cruel and it's callous, the spokesperson said, quoting a statement that Biden made last summer in response to the rising anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. Transgender children have been the victims of unacceptable bullying, hate, and partisan laws that target them for who they are, the spokesperson said. Most transgender youth receiving gender-affirming care will not undergo surgery as a minor. Now, they're not clear about this, because you could take this as under Biden's new proposal, which, it's not a proposal, it's just kind of a virtue signal, right? A virtue signal against a kind of care that's not actually going on. But if you watch Joe Rogan, you might think that doctors are all over there just chopping off body parts, willing, they're trying to push kids into this or something like that. You might have heard a term like conveyor belt applied to, trans healthcare for minors, implying that, that children are being pushed into lifelong decisions before they're ready to make those choices. And that's just not true. So in effect, as far as policy, I don't think, and I certainly hope that the Biden what Biden's saying is not actually going to affect any of that, because like this article says, most transgender youth receiving gender affirming care will not undergo surgery as a minor, and in the case where they do, we're most often talking about top surgery, breast reduction or augmentation, which cis kids are also accessing, right? Trans youth who, along with their parents, elect to begin gender-affirming medical care as they enter adolescence due to persistent gender dysphoria will typically receive puberty blockers. This treatment intervenes before puberty causes the body to change. So here's the whole thing. If what you're concerned about is permanent changes in a child, right? That child, upon becoming an adult, might not want, then you should be for puberty blockers. Permanent changes go on during puberty and can be paused to a certain extent with the use of puberty blockers. So in the case that, you've got a child that is expressing gender dysphoria or seeking gender affirming medical care, it gives them, a chance to put a pause on that, and to opt for HRT, or if they no longer feel like that's what they want, to not opt for HRT later on in life, right? But the changes that go on during puberty are permanent, and a lot of the objections that that come up when it comes to trans people playing sports are due to changes during in like things like bone structure during puberty. So it's trans people kind of feel fucked over by a system that on one hand is trying to cut off our access to gender affirming care as minors, right? Trying to force us to undergo a puberty that we don't want to undergo, and at the same time limiting our participation in sports based on us having undergone that puberty. That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of unfair. And that's not a perspective that gets acknowledged a whole lot. And yeah, this is Biden virtue signaling in his flailing campaign that needs to end. He needs to drop the fuck out. He's got no business running for president. I don't know if the motherfucker can tie his shoes right now. But here he is throwing trans people under the bus with this virtue signal to the transphobes out there to try to, I don't know, eke out a few more votes in the suburbs with transphobic moms. This treatment intervenes before puberty causes bodily damage that may require surgery in the future. Puberty blockers are typically used until patients get to an age where they can consider taking hormone replacement therapy. Yep, there we go. Of the surgeries that a small number of trans adolescents undergo after receiving years of medical care, and also years of years of like therapeutic care, years of discussion of, where they're at as far as their gender goes, years of social transition. Undergo after receiving medical care, top surgery. So we're talking about, like I said, breast reduction or breast augmentation, most commonly. At some gender clinics, that is the only surgery ever considered for a trans minor. However, misinformation spread by opponents, that's Joe Rogan right there, of gender affirming care portrays genital surgery as a common procedure and as something that trans minors are pushed into. And nothing could be further from the truth. Like I said, doctors are averse to medical liability. And in the case that they were to recommend, some kind of life-altering surgery to a young patient that patient ends up regretting, that doctor is on the line for some real some stuff that liability that they really don't want to have. So no, they're not handing out HRT like candy. They're not pushing kids into like bottom surgery, genital surgery, as they're calling it here, or anything of the like, right? Doctors are pretty cautious people. And they're, they're not jumping into any sort of treatment plan like that. Anyway, such a procedure being done on trans minors is exceedingly rare. White House cited the AAP, American Academy of Pediatrics. There's another pediatrics organization out there that I can't remember what they're called, but it's like a transphobic organization that tries to sound like the AAP. And some people will see it. Oh, like, yeah, they said that this is really bad, right? I can't remember what they're called, but yeah, it's like a doppelganger organization there. In this statement opposing gender affirming surgery. Wait a minute. The AAP. Wait, maybe this is the doppelganger organization. The AAP, which endorses providing trans youth with gender affirming care and opposes laws banning such care, has stated that gender affirming surgeries are typically given to adults, which the White House echoed. White House provided. So, oh God. So it's not the doppelganger organization, I don't think, but it is. Biden kind of looping them into this is probably is probably not great. It's kind of like misrepresenting. Like I said, what Biden seems to be doing is some kind of virtue signal, some kind of a gambit. I mean, somebody might even call it like, I don't know. Oh God, yeah, like somebody might even call it a
dingus gambit.
Yeah, dingus gambit to eke out more votes in the independents in the suburbs, or whatever he's trying to do. Throw another group under the bus in hopes that this will satiate the those who don't feel comfortable voting for a fucking corpse. Typically given to adults, which the White House echoed. The White House provided its statement to the 19th following reports from the New York Times and Fox News that the Biden administration opposes gender-affirming surgery for trans youth. According to reports from the Times and Fox News, the White House gave a brief statement in opposition to surgery for trans youth in response to news articles detailing conversations between the WAPATH, WPAHT, and staff doctor Rachel Levine, the Assistant Secretary of Department of Health and Human Services. The Times reported in late June that Levine's staff pressed WAPATH. I call it WAPATH. It's, I don't know if that's a common way to say it, but that's how I say it, to remove its proposed lower age limits for adolescent surgeries out of concern of political remove its proposed so there was a proposed lower age limit, and out of concern for political backlash as WAPATH updated its longstanding guidelines on transgender healthcare for medical professionals. WAPATH had proposed lowering the age recommendations for masculinization. So yeah, top surgery, they were talking about to 15 years old, which I'm pretty sure is a age at which, some, like, again, these are surgeries that are performed on cis people as well for a variety of reasons. Lowering the recommended age for genital surgeries to 17 years old, right? So the key for that is the completion of the sexual development, the completion of the development of genitals, because any sort of surgery that would happen before that development had run its course would cause potential problems, right? So that's why the Joe Rogan shit about like little kids getting their stuff cut off, right, is fucking bullshit. In the final WAPATH guideline published in 2022, no age recommendations were given for surgeries to trans youth. Well, I mean, in general, it would be about like development, right? And there's scales for development. I don't want to get into that. I am not a medical professional, nor am I giving medical advice here. And but the key is the development, how far somebody is along in that development, as far as whether something like this would make sense. No age recommendations were given for surgeries for trans youth. WAPATH said that it had removed those minimum ages for providing gender-affirming care to reflect that one size. That's exactly it. People develop in different ways at different times, right? And doctors have like scales for measuring that development. And so therefore going by age makes less sense than going by development. One size fits all healthcare models, especially transgender care, and are not accurate or appropriate for every individual person. WAPATH said the medical professionals had expressed concern that listing of ages would lead to further limitations to care by creating or reinforcing arbitrary boundaries to care and or ignoring possible contributing health factors, including mental health, family support, and other individual needs. Oh my God, I hate it when articles like go on, like I'm like, okay, I'm done with the article now. No, I'm not. In response to the WAPATH's request for HHS feedback on a draft of its forthcoming standard of care, Admiral Levine shared her view with her staff that publishing the proposed ages for gender transition surgeries was not supported by science or research and could lead to an onslaught of attacks on the transgender community. The HHS said that it has in an emailed statement that's what the quoted thing is, what the HHS said. Levine is a 4-star admiral in the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps is the highest ranked transgender official in the Biden administration. The HHS did not respond specifically to questions regarding the White House signaling its opposition to gender affirming surgeries for trans youth. The Biden administration has previously put out multiple statements in support of gender affirming care for trans youth. The White House has stated that transgender children have the right to access gender affirming healthcare and has promoted resources on gender affirming care for trans youth, including an explainer written by the HHS that discusses when and how puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgeries are received by minors. To all transgender Americans watching at home, especially the young people, you're so brave. Oh my God. You love it. You love it when somebody's like, talking to a marginalized group and the take home message is you're so brave, right? Biden said in 2021 at a joint session of Congress, I want you to know your president has your back until he throws you under the fucking bus for brownie points from the Joe Rogan audience and suburban Karens. There we go. Biden again echoed that message in his 2024 State of the Union. All right. So yeah, they're more floundering from the Biden campaign. We can only hope that somebody in Biden's family, chat, I don't know if this is true, but somebody, like, I feel like I heard something about Hunter, right? So Biden's family, weighed in on whether he should leave the race or whether he should stay. And it's at Camp David, right? And most of them seem to have been on, wanting him to stay in, right? But I feel like I heard something about Hunter having like a divergent. It's not that one. It's this one. There we go. I feel like I saw something about Hunter maybe saying, I don't know, Dad. Is that right? Am I remembering this correctly? Can anybody tell me?
Banning treatment for trans minors, specifically in
Mhm.
regards to, I think, this Tennessee case, this Tennessee
There's a Tennessee case. There's a Florida case. There's, probably something going on in Texas.
law that bans gender affirming hormone treatments for patients under 18. So I'm curious what your take is on whether or not the government should be intervening in these kinds of life decisions, or should it be up to the
Oh my God,
parents?
chat.
Or
I just realized we're almost 3 minutes into this. We're almost 3 minutes into this. I don't know. Is there anything that they haven't talked about yet? And also, thank you for sending that to me, Natalie.
yeah, I mean, I see myself very much as like a libertarian when it comes to social behaviors of people to do and whatever they want, love whoever they want. But now, we're bringing up this kind of pharmaceutical or medical
Okay, Nick Merckx.
interventions involved in.
Because they have donors and they have people have salaries and they have, a board and they have everything going on. So they're like, well, what now? So I do think that there's not only the profit, incentive, but there's also sort of the nonprofit industrial complex, that gets involved where they're like, hey, we need to keep pushing.
Yeah, it seems like it just gets boring.
Not be discriminated against because of a certain belief, or if
I just wanted to see.
every institution is incentivized to preserve their institution, and they find allies to do very much that,
Yeah.
which can lead down some bad roads.
I feel like James Lee here is uncomfortable with this discussion.
All over the place. So we're seeing this pop up not just in this community
Oh yeah.
space, but in all kinds of other issues.
All right, so fuck nonprofits. What? Anything else? What are we saying?
The last thing I kind of wanted to
Okay, is there anything else?
Open-ended, future, type of question is I do want, I am very much a person who is for free.
But yeah, we got to get moving. We got to get moving.
Enjoy freedom as possible and not be discriminated against because of a certain belief or if they were born different. So what do you think, what rights do you think I'm just going to call it the queer community, I don't know if that's the right term, but the queer community, what rights do you think are still lacking? And what do you think the best path forward is to achieving those rights?
Yeah, I don't think we're missing too much in the West. I think that really the focus should be on kind
Oh my God. Um, breaking news. 40-something lesbian doesn't think that there's anything needed for gay rights. Married 40-something year old Gen X lesbian feels like gay rights have been fully achieved. Anyway, chat, like I said, we got to get moving. I want to cover the freaking Supreme Court thing. You know, we've had that Vergonia thing up for days and days and days. Here, let's go back and see what we're doing. Good for Gabby. That segment was way long, and I kind of feel bad because you are literally the only donor for this entire stream. But you very generous donation. Thank you for that. I didn't get. Did anybody see what good for Gabby? What did you want that money put towards? So if you don't know how we do this here, we got you. You know, we got your poll here. It looks like Vosch, no like the weed, is number one over on the full screen side. Over on the short side, Vosch, no like the weed. Also, first place, Dave Rubin, South Park of X, coming in second in shorts. Latest of What If Alt Hiss coming in second on full screen. Looks like what is Jink Uger the one that's losing out here? No, actually, oh god, it's a mess. It's a mess. So yeah, like shorts is Vosch, no like the weed. First, Dave Rubin, South Park of X. Second, Jink Uger, no like the homeless. Third, and latest from What All Hist, like only 14% of you. I would have thought the shorts crowd would have want to see what's going on with What If Alt Hist, but it's your choice. It's your choice, right? In the full screen poll, the What If Alt Hist is second place. The South Park of X, Dave Rubin's New Norm, is third place, and Jink is the one that's losing out. So we got a little disparity, but how does that get solved? That gets solved by you when you donate. When you donate, you get to tell me what you would like to see. What you would like to see of all these options, right? These are second, you know, so we're going to cover the Medhi Hasan debate. I'm going to try to cover the Supreme Court thing, although I don't know, that might get left out today. I really do. Chad, I really want to bring you this support. Supreme Court shit is wild. I might have to move it till later in the week though, just to get through stuff. But yeah, you get to tell me, you get to boost one of these topics with your donation. So basically, I will add 1% per US dollar donated to the subject of your choice, whether that's Vosch, whether that's What If Alt Hist, whether that is Dave Rubin's shitty cartoon on X, or whether that is Jink Uger raging at unhoused people, or whether that is you saying, I'm going to donate money, but I really want whatever wins in the poll to actually be what we see. And then you can say Vox Populi, you believe in the voice of the people. That's what that means in Latin. So yeah, we're still looking for, does anybody know? 40-something lesbian is still a bit generous. Look, I'm not trying to take a shit. I'm not, sorry, let's find a different metaphor. I'm not trying to have a go at her, you know, over her age. That's not my intention. All right. Metal says, I don't think it is his family encouraging him to stay. I think it's the DNC using the theater to appear critical in the media, but wants him to stay using his family as scapegoats. I mean, I guess you're right that we don't know what we don't know. That's a good point, Metal. Problem with interviewing Biden's family about this is that they're his family, so they're obliged. Well, yeah, essentially, if Biden, it's going to be very unlikely that the family is going to go against what Biden wants, unless they feel like Biden and his legacy are maybe being harmed by him staying in. But yeah, there's. I heard Hunter was there. Didn't hear anything about him being against it. Yeah, I can't remember exactly, so I don't want to say. I don't want to say it if I'm not sure. But yeah, does anybody know, did Good for Gabby leave any, did Good for Gabby say, like, what she wanted, like, her donation to go towards? Because that's the whole deal. When you donate, you get to put your finger on the scale, you get to put your thumb on the scale, and it's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty fucking cool to be able to pick a topic for people, or it can be cool to you know, reinforce the voice of the people. It makes it interesting. That's what it does. It turns this into a horse race. It makes the vote more interesting. So I'm just trying to see if I'm not seeing anything from Good for Gabby. Yeah, I mean, you don't, I guess you don't have to you don't have to, like, put your donation towards something. I just give you the chance to do it because I appreciate the donations. It's only through the generous donations of viewers like you that I'm able to keep coming to you day after day, week after week. It's you that make this work, and it's through your support that I'm even able to do this. So much thanks to everybody who supports me in whatever way that you do, whether it's through super chat, super stickers, whether you are getting yourself a membership on YouTube or gifting memberships to other people, passing the weasels on, whether you are supporting me on Patreon, the link of which is down in the description, or any of the other ways you can donate. Links are also down in the description. Whether you're supporting me on Throne, that's the whole reason that I'm talking to you on this professional mic. I sound way better. I mean, I can tell. I don't know if you can tell, but the sound system has been upgraded. The lights have been upgraded thanks to the Throne Gang. The whole reason I'm able to do. Wait, do we have? Let's do the Weasel airline thing. The whole reason I'm able to do tricks like this is actually because of viewers like you supporting the stream. You can also support the stream over on Twitch. Where are we at now? Yeah, in 10 minutes, there's another ad break. Twitch has an ad break, 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You might have noticed that. You might have been forced to watch that in the past. Just understand that there's a way out of it, right? For free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub, or by paying $5 to get yourself a sub, will get you out of the ad break. The other thing that could get you out of the ad break, if you're lucky, is somebody gifting subs, right? People do occasionally gift subs, and they can choose who they're gifting to. So it behooves you, if you're one of those people that cannot afford a sub and you don't have a Twitch Prime, but you still want to avoid the top of the hour ad break, it behooves you to be active in the chat. So that's my best advice as far as that goes. I still don't have a sense of what nobody saw what Good for Gab did. Nobody saw what Good for Gabby's choice was. I feel bad now. But yeah, we are now, what is it? Let me scroll up here. 50% of the way there towards opening up a fun half for all. That's the other cool thing too, that when you donate, you unlock a second half of the show where we get to cover a topic of your choice. And we make that choice by voting. Oh yeah, I should mention, you can vote in the full screen chat on YouTube. You can also vote in the shorts chat on YouTube, right? And that means that if you want to cross over and vote in the other chat, like let's say you've already voted in shorts, or let's say that you've already voted in the full screen chat and you want to sneak over to the other side and vote in there too, there's nothing that I can do to stop you. There's no stopping you. That's literally, I can't even tell if you vote twice like that. So just know that you can do it. And I got to tell you that because I know some people are going to vote twice. And so just know that you can cross over. All I ask is that you leave a like, right? If you do that. If you want to vote twice, that's fine. Just leave a like on the other stream as well, because it helps me out a lot. And in general, liking the stream helps more than you realize. And it's liking the stream is good. Liking the stream helps more than you realize, and I appreciate the thumb gang, right? Because some people can't contribute monetarily, and that is totally something that I understand. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership. Going out to CJ. CJ, I believe that you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Sasha G is putting that money. So let me show you how this works, right? So we didn't I didn't get to put Good for Gabby's super chat out on the donation thing, and we'll keep checking and see if Gabby comes back or if somebody remembers what Gabby said. See if we can place that super chat somewhere on here. But for now, I am going to look at this. So it's a gifted membership. And that gifted membership goes to South Park of X, The New Norm. This is Dave Rubin's shitty cartoon. It's an X exclusive. And that puts 3% into that column. So what does that do? Well, that basically means that when I take the polls and I average them, because that's what I do, I take the shorts poll and I take the full screen poll and I average them together. And then I add the donation money that goes to each topic. Monope, thank you for the gifted membership to Robert Gilman. Robert Gilman, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. See, I don't even have to say it anymore. Thanks to the soundboard, thanks to the Throne Gang. Thank you, Throne Gang. This is really awesome. I appreciate you. But yeah, I add the donation, the donations that get made at the rate of $1 per US dollar, to the totals, right? So after I average this, I add whatever's in these columns right here. And I subtract the Vox Populi from all of this, because the Vox Populi people, when they're donating, when you say Vox Populi, what you're saying is that you want the vote to be like the ultimate arbiter. And if the Vox Populi people donate, more than people donating to the individual categories, then basically it is a vote that is what am I trying to say? South Park of X. So now South Park of X just gained 6%. And that's not a unsubstantial number. You can see here on the shorts, South Park of X is only 2 points behind the Vosch content. The Vosch, we haven't done Vosch in a really long time. Unfortunately, it's more like 17% behind on the other poll, but it does put it within range, right? South Park of X is now within striking distance, thanks to our donors. But yeah, we got to get onto this. We got to get onto this this Pod Save America content, and we'll see if we can. We're pretty close on the dono goal. Now, chat, I have raised the donation amount because you've been knocking it out of the park, and I've noticed that. Well, I didn't have money for the restream. I had to pay for my yearly restream membership, and I didn't have the money for that, so I realized I probably need to raise the dono goal slightly, but we're still within easy striking distance of hitting that dono goal for today. And I believe in you, chat. Irene's hair looks extra good today. Thank you, Chat Alpha. I feel like yesterday it was hot and I was sweaty. You know what? When you get sweaty and your hair starts to stick to your face, that was what was happening, and it was really bothering me. Trying to join the Discord since that link popped up. Let me see if I can help you out with that. Oh my god, chat. I just need to have more time. I've been grinding so hard for so long. And fall over. There we go. Narwhal, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. No, you've just been allowed to... I got you on the Discord. The page yeeted you. Anyway, you've all come here for a certain topic, and that is not the Breaking Points Terf agenda. That is not... As much as I want to cover the Supreme Court, and I swear to God, chat, there's some wild-ass shit with the Supreme Court, right? This is the most Supreme Court... This is probably the most corrupt Supreme Court in the history of the United States. It really should worry you. The conflict of interest on the Supreme Court is out of control. And from my perspective, this Supreme Court's illegitimate. It's always functioned as somewhat of an anti-majoritarian, part of the separations of power. But at this point, the court is consolidating power behind itself and is also consolidating power to the executive branch. This should worry you. If you want to live in any semblance of a democracy, and yes, the United States has never, been a democracy. If you're a Republican, you're going to remind me it's a constitutional republic, actually. It's not about democracy, because you hate democracy. You hate people voting. You hate one person, one vote. You hate people having the right to vote. You hate it when they open up voting to voting by mail and everybody gets to vote, because you know that when everybody gets to vote, it's less likely that your fucking hateful ass bigoted candidate is going to be selected as president. Well, I don't know what to say to you other than suck it. Suck it, okay? But yeah, the Supreme Court is making its moves. It's trying to assert its power in so many different ways. The Chevron doctrine has been taken down. That gives the courts more power to over, agencies. And it's also expanded the power of the executive to the point where nothing that the executive does in pursuance of their, this executive, by which I mean president, right, does in the pursuance of their official duty, whatever that is. They haven't decided what that means, right? They're throwing that back down to the lower courts, right? They're throwing that back down to Judge Cannon. Is something that they can be prosecuted for, is something that they can be held accountable for, right? They're trying to turn the president into a freaking king, and that should worry you. And that should worry you. And if you're a Republican and you want a king, and you want a King Trump, then go ahead and say it in my chat. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and go mask off and show who you really are underneath that fucking mask. So let's get going. I've been edging you for much too long. And also the dono goal is up to 60%. So yeah, we're within striking distance. It looks like, I would say Vosch is still in the lead overall, but the new norm is coming on strong. So there's every chance that that could win. There's every chance that we don't know. We don't know who's going to win the horse race at this point. But what we do know is that I got to move on and talk about the Pod Save America bros. I got to talk about Biden. Let's do it. Let's get into it, okay? I'm gonna press this button. Jules, thank you for the 2 community subs. Goth Gash and Joint Specialist. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a doubly good thing. Thank you for the generous gift subs, Jules. And looks like that is so the whole deal with Twitch versus YouTube, right? Understand, and I gotta make sure that people understand this, because sometimes people hear me talking to Twitch and they think it applies to YouTube. Sometimes people hear me talking about YouTube and they think it applies to Twitch. These are 2 different systems, right? Twitch has a top of the hour ad break. It's 3 minutes unskippable ads, right? Be glad if you're on YouTube that you don't have to deal with that. But they do get something special if they subscribe, because the subscription costs more. It's like $5 to subscribe. On Twitch, it's going to be $5.99 as of July 11th. And unless you've got a Twitch Prime that you can use to subscribe for free, it costs more, but you get more out of it. As Omega Star is pointing out, there are weasels that wiggle around, right? YouTube doesn't get those wiggling weasels. YouTube also does not get to skip their ad break. Their ad break is skippable with the skip button, but there's not skippable like the, you can't pay. Well, like, wait, there might be some way on YouTube, but that's outside of my wheelhouse. But yeah, on Twitch, you actually get to skip the ad break if you get a sub. So It costs more, but it gets you more too. And there's the ad break right now. There you go. There you go. Top of the hour to you. Top of the hour. Let's go. We got to talk about Medhi. We got to talk about Pod Save America.
The Biden campaign. So let's go ahead and
wait.
At the same time,
I'm going to press my magic button, don't I? See, like, if people are going to be generous and actually get me things on Throne, I'm going to show my appreciation by using this stream deck. And thank you. Thank you to the Throne Gang for getting this to me. It lets me do this. All right, it's Weasel time.
There has been an absolutely incredible both acknowledgement, finally, let's say, from the Pod Save America bros about Biden's feebleness, about how we should probably.
So it's not just Pod Save America. If you know anything, we're talking about a, like, you know, just kind of mainstream center-left podcast, right? These are former Obama officials, Obama speechwriters, etc., that have formed a podcast, a pretty popular podcast called Pod Save America. It's a very lib thing. It's a very center left thing, right? But they're usually somebody that Biden can count on. Like they're doing the work of making sure that Biden gets reelected. However, when they saw the debate, they had to press pause for a moment. They had to think about if they were going to continue to support Biden.
Probably drop out of the race, on top of then a very snipey and catty response from the Biden campaign. So let's go ahead and listen to the first take from the Pod Save America bros from the debate.
But the most important job Joe Biden has as president of the United States is to beat Donald Trump. And unfortunately, he went into this debate he was behind. His job was to overcome that dynamic and changed it. He emphasized it. And for the same sense of decency and empathy and patriotism that led Joe Biden to run, I believe this is a moment to at least have a big open conversation about whether the best thing he can do for America to end his presidency as the success it deserves to be is whether or not he should step aside. And already I know, like, because the stakes are so high, you see people afraid to have that conversation, and fine. But what I don't appreciate is people immediately saying, well, we know Joe Biden won't step aside. We know Joe Biden won't do this.
The panic.
Okay, so that is, you just saw, that's John Lovett, not to be confused with John Lovitz. Both of these Johns, the Pod Johns we call them, the two Johns on Pod Save America, both of them have names that sound like famous people from Hollywood, right? But John Lovett is John Lovett, not John Lovitz. He was recently on Survivor. He's usually he's usually like their comedic relief, right? And you could see that there was nothing funny about what John Lovett was saying there. He was very serious. You could see his hair is kind of frazzled, right? He's not in a good way. He's dealing with something that he never expected to have to be saying, which is he feels like, because, you know, like a lot of people, he wants, you know, he wants to help Biden, but he more than anything wants to make sure that that Trump does not, you know, get back in there and that a Democrat wins. And after seeing the debate, he's like, I'm not riding with Biden. I don't know about this. Lovett is kind of on the fence, as you'll see in this upcoming debate. This is John Favreau, the other Pod John, and here's his take.
Is real. It's happening. I almost feel like it is underselling it or minimizing it to call it panicking or like bedwetting.
Yes, but I think John.
And this is what they say, right? Anybody that has doubts about Biden is accused of being a bedwetter, right? You're a nervous Nelly. You're a bedwetter. You know, you're just freaking out over nothing. Biden's got this. Don't worry. No, we're all worried. Anybody should be worried. Anybody who's not worried is not paying attention, right? And these are probably people that a few weeks ago would have been calling other people bedwetters for having concerns. Like Axelrod has expressed concerns. These guys are kind of close to Axelrod, you know, having worked in the Obama White House. I don't know how, you know, close they are, how friendly they are, or how much they agree. But, you know, they would generally be the ones to call other people bedwetters. Now they're getting called, now they're wetting the bed. Oh God, I shouldn't say this because it's a phrase that the pro-Biden people use to disparage people that are worried about Biden's ability to campaign. And at this point, after seeing the debate performance, worried about Biden's ability to execute the office of presidency.
what you're getting at here is I think the reason this felt so dispiriting and so important is because the way in which he lost this debate at a time when he needed to change the dynamic makes us very, very concerned that he cannot change the dynamic in any other setting, that he is not the person to make this argument for himself or against Donald Trump.
I just feel like we're now all like grading on a curve. Everything's relative.
So yeah, chat, this is the center left. These are the proverbial shit libs, right? That are now blowing the alarm about the possibility that just Biden is not the candidate. But Biden is a first class ticket to Trumpsville. That's what they're worried about now. Now they're not 100% on this. You'll see they have a variety of different views on this matter. I think Lovett particularly is kind of torn in two different directions, but they're at least, they want to have the conversation. And in pursuance of having this conversation, they organized a debate. A lot of times they do their podcast live in front of an audience. And this time they brought along Medhi Hasan, which is what we're about to watch.
It's like, hello, we all saw this, right?
Well, that's
Right?
like, I'm not going to be convinced that I did. Don't tell me my eyes are lying.
Right.
Like I saw what I saw.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes. Metal says, wait, John Favreau wants Biden to drop out. John Lovett is on the fence because no replacement has been named. That's about fair. Yeah, that's what I perceived. I mean, we'll see in their own words in just a second. Exactly where they're at. And it may have changed. We'll also take a look at Twitter, right? Because after Pod Save America came out with at least wanting to go forward with this discussion, right? I don't think everybody on there is convinced that Biden needs to be replaced, but they all seem to be convinced that it's a discussion worth having at this point. And they're all worried. They're all worried. And look, like I said, if you're not worried, you're not paying attention. So, but you're going to see that there was a response from the Biden administration towards this podcast. They got mentioned in a fundraising email, and we'll see what that's about in a second.
Well, that's about as far as they can go for criticism. Let's put this up there on the screen immediately, though. The Biden.
I mean, so he's right. He's right. That's they're look, in terms of their audience, right? They're center left. Biden supporters watch them, right? They got to keep that audience happy, and criticizing Biden usually isn't the way to do it, right? So they're kind of putting themselves out there in a way. Also, if but it is Biden's choice to a degree, right? I mean, there might be something that can be done in the convention if things get really bad, but it's mostly Biden's choice whether he leaves or he stays. And if he ends up staying, they're kind of fucked over.
Campaign absolutely loses it and puts out this email. They say, hi, folks, if you're like me, you're getting a lot of texts or calls about the state of the race. Maybe it was your panicked aunt, your MAGA uncle, or some self-important podcasters. It is
literally subtweeted. I mean, not literally, because it's not a tweet. It's a fundraising email, right? But they're subtweeted in a fundraising email.
It's a tough position to be in. So I thought it might be helpful to send you a few responses. Yes, the debate started rough, but voters saw what a threat Donald Trump is to the country. Self-important podcasters. Now
they're still trying to run off of this thing that, like, it doesn't matter how bad Biden is because Trump is a fucking nightmare. And oh my God, the Democrats have gone with this message for 3 straight elections. I will hand it to Biden that he's got a little bit more of a proactive message than maybe Hillary Clinton, but it's not enough. And when his answer is to throw his constituencies like under the bus, whether you're talking about immigration or whether you're talking about trans rights, right? It's a sign of a campaign that's listing. It's a sign of a campaign that's flailing, and it's a sign of a campaign that is sinking.
I personally take that a little bit personally. Listen, you could cast aside all you want. It's not just self-important podcasters. It's your own favorite television show. It's the New York Times.
Morning Joe. He's talking about Morning Joe there.
It's Thomas Friedman.
Yeah, so Morning Joe, New York Times, Thomas Friedman, all these people came out with, anything very, very like along the spectrum from very serious concerns about the Biden campaign to straight up calls for Biden to drop out.
The people who you love and adore, who you hold up as their greatest advisors and as the true intelligentsia of the country. If anything, the self-important podcasters are playing it down a little bit. Let's put the next one up there on the screen because that really hits it home. You can see here that Jon Favreau, Obama.
Okay, so there's his response.
Former speechwriter, Pod Save Bro himself. He pretty much walks it back. He says, I'm just going to say it again. I love Joe Biden.
And let's take a little look right now on Twitter because I got this open up. This is kind of interesting. His @ is John Favs. That's very cute. So anyway, yeah, this is what people saw. People who were signed up for the Biden-Harris mailing list. This is what they saw. Your MAGA uncle, your panicked aunt, or some self-important podcasters. So in other words, Pod Save America. That is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. apparently barbecuing a dog. I don't know what that's about, but Jon Favreau quote retweeted it. I just want to show you some people's reactions to this, right? Yeah, so David Sirota was what Obama must have looked like. Oh wait, here, let me switch it over to this. I forgot that we've got this, right? This is it's better for Twitter. Wait, is this new?
Democratic politicians, Republican politicians, I think looked at speeches and still look to some extent at speeches as a collection of sound bites and applause lines. And Obama, in that 2004 convention speech that he wrote himself, because he didn't have a speechwriter before me, he told a story. And
okay, so anyway, this is unrelated. So you can see that he's still supporting, he still wants to support the Democratic candidate. He just doesn't have maybe the confidence that he did that the Democratic candidate should be Biden. I just want to see if we can find. Okay, so now here, like, if you the Sagar is kind of accusing him of walking it back, but look at this, not entirely, right? And again, apologies for the metaphor of bedwetting. I get that that's like sort of a shitty thing to. What they're trying to say is people that are anxious, that are worried, right? That's how that's being used, right? Bedwetting brigade seems bigger than usual. So he's quote retweeting a poll that shows Biden down 6% to Trump. This may have been a poll, I believe, that either showed them neck and neck, or maybe even showed Biden ahead by a couple of points previously. So yeah, Trump ahead of Biden by 6, Trump ahead of Harris by 2, Trump ahead of Newsom by 5, Trump ahead of Buttigieg by 4, and Trump ahead of Whitmer by 5. So all of these candidates, all of these proposed replacement candidates for Biden are in fact doing better, margin of error being what it is, but doing better than Biden is in a head-to-head against Trump. And understand, these are people in the case of Buttigieg, in the case of Whitmer, who don't have any name recognition. So these are Buttigieg maybe more so, but Whitmer definitely no name recognition there, right? So for somebody to be beating out Biden in the head-to-head with Trump, now you can also say that perhaps there are skeletons in these closets, right? That is true, because we didn't get to have a real primary. We didn't get to have a real vetting of any of these candidates besides like Marianne Williamson and, oh my God, what the fuck is his name? I can't remember the other dude's name. I can't remember who else it was. Who's the other person that ran? Who's the person that got four electors behind them? Four delegates, I mean. Anybody remember? I can't remember the dude's name. He's like literally the most boring dude in the world. Dean Phillips, thank you, Crackle Bearer. Whoa, that's a cool name. But yeah, Dean Phillips is who I was talking about. Yeah. So So yeah, nobody got vetted. So yeah, I mean, like if you're right that this is unknown, if you're right that this is, you know, there's danger in switching the candidate as well. I mean, that's true, but we saw what we saw in that debate and it didn't look good. And that is not a person that, you know, a lot of people feel comfortable in being what stands between them and Donald Trump. So that's why people want to switch him out. Anyway, so yeah, this is Favreau kind of making fun of them for, like, you know, calling people bedwetters. And it's like, hey, it's not just me, is what he's saying. And indeed, it's not. It's a lot of the center-left establishment that's now saying this. Okay, now here's something else I want to show you, right? Random person, do not send them any hate, okay? Do not send them any hate. But this is a random person who is, it looks like, what are they, removing downloads? Yeah. They're literally canceling Pod Save America, like, at least as far as their podcasts go, right? There's ostensibly a Pod Save America viewer removing all the episodes from their library out of disgust and frustration. And what is this replying to? Get on board or get the F out of the way, which I'm seeing not just from random accounts, but actual political professionals, is MAGA shit. That's how the GOP turned into a cult. Hand-wringing isn't productive when there aren't any opinions left. That is not the point of where we're at. He's responding to Tim Miller. What is Tim Miller saying? I find it very odd that the people who spent 8 years righteously excoriating the right-wing gaslighting are now trying to enforce a rigid commitment to gaslighting of their own. Sorry, but I'm not signing up for telling people not... Okay, so he's not quote retweeting this to... It sounds like he's agreeing with Tim Miller here. So this get on board or get the fuck out of the way is how he's characterizing the riding with Biden people. So yeah, this is center-left people splitting, fracturing, and advocating against the, you know, riding with Biden. I mean, they're still very much vote blue no matter who, but they're no longer riding. And because of that, some of Pod Save America's, you know, audience, right, the people that are still riding, are writing Pod Save America right off. Be a team player, get the fuck out of the Democratic Party. They're saying this to Jon Favreau. They're saying this to Obama's speechwriter. They're telling Obama's speechwriter to get the fuck out of the Democratic Party because he's insufficiently behind Biden. This is kind of wild. It's truly amazing how the pod bros have gone into complete meltdown mode. The weakest people imaginable. I don't know. It seems like they have some awareness that maybe Ratfink Maloney here does not have. But yeah, that's what's going on right now, right? They are losing, they're a huge podcast, currently losing audience because, you know, Biden basically subtweeted them in a fundraising email. And now, like, all the riding with Biden people, they are turning their fire at Favreau and company. So here's what he said again. I love Biden. He saved democracy in 2020. His legislative record is the arguably most consequential of any modern president, including my former boss, that's Obama. And right now, there's nothing more important than defeating Donald Trump in this election. It seems like Biden and his team think that despite what we all saw on Thursday night, that the president is still the best candidate to do that. Like we've said on the pod, that's their call. If they stick with it, we'll certainly be doing everything humanly possible. So like I said, they're still blue no matter who, right? Humanly possible to help reelect the president, including encouraging hundreds of thousands of Vote Save America, that's their, you know, voting outreach, volunteers to help Biden in the 2020, who helped Biden in 2020 to again donate their time and their money to winning in November. Stakes are too high for anything else. So, you know, he's kind of taken maybe a middle route here, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough for the riding with Biden people. They're writing him off. They're deleting the Pod Save America from their phone, etc., etc., etc. Let's go back to the right one. No, that's not the right one. That's something else. That's something else that we might get to if that gets selected. So yeah, here we go. Going back to...
Saved democracy in 2020. His legislative record is arguably the most consequential of any president, including my former boss. And right now, there is nothing more important than defeating Trump. It seems like Biden and his team think that despite what we all saw, the president is the best candidate to do that. Like we have said on the pod, that's their call. And if they stick with it, we'll certainly keep doing everything humanly possible to help re-elect the president, including encouraging hundreds of thousands of volunteers.
With all due respect, Sagar, I don't think this is exactly a walk back. I think this is a further explanation of his position, and I wouldn't expect anything different. John Favreau is not going to support a third party. All right. John Favreau, more than anything, wants to elect a Democrat and doesn't want to elect a Republican. He thinks that he has a better shot at achieving those goals without Biden on the ticket. That's all. So I don't really see this as that much of a walk back.
Who helped elect Biden again to donate their time and money to winning in November. Stakes are too high to do anything else. So they even walk it back. You're also seeing an incredible
I guess
effort by the Biden campaign to shut down voters themselves expressing concern about the age. Let's put this up there on the screen. You see here views from the New York Times, where New York Times reporter Simon Levian went to a Las Vegas rally for Vice President Harris. At that, he was followed around by a Nevada Biden campaign staffer and twice asked that voters end their interviews when comments began to turn critical of Biden. One undecided voter said he wished that Biden would step aside and let Kamala be the presidential nominee. The staffer immediately interrupted, saying, "I'm going to stop that here. Sorry, if I can. It's a Biden event. Is that okay?" No, it's not okay, lady. I don't know or mister. I don't know who the hell you think you are. You don't shut down vote.
What? He's a little confused about who he's talking to anyway.
Who are attending your campaign event, talking to the press of their own free will. If you want a press conference or you want to control, you're welcome to put your candidate up. Otherwise, who do you think you are shutting down? Voters themselves, people who support you, allegedly, or at least support your party from expressing.
Like, the worst thing that can happen from the perspective of these people who, above all, want to elect a Democrat and want to, ensure that Donald Trump is not elected. The worst thing that can happen is that this becomes like an ugly thing, right? That either Biden does get switched and there's like resentment from the voters that didn't want him switched, or that he doesn't get switched and people have been pushed out of the party for saying what is obvious, right? This is bad. This is bad for the Democrats.
Their beliefs, but that's what the modern Democratic Party really is all about. Let's go to the next part. As I alluded to, President Biden's family is urging him to stay in the race. The strongest voice is the literal crack addict, Hunter Biden.
Sorry. Hunter's the strongest voice for staying. I'm sorry.
Just say, whenever your closest advisor.
I swear to God, I thought I heard somebody saying Hunter was like telling him to get out.
Is a genuine person addicted to crack cocaine.
Okay, Robbie, thanks for, well, you can't trust anything that he says. He's addicted to a drug that's.
And your son with a direct financial interest. Probably not the best person to rely on. And then finally, whenever it comes to all of this, is just a validation of so many of the things that we've brought you on this show. From the moments at the G7, from all of the reporting from behind the scenes. This is one where I just had to take a small victory lap before we get to our interview with Alex Thompson. Put this up there. We have elevated reporting like this now for years about behind the scenes, people who have interacted with Biden at the highest levels, including more recently at the G7, saying he is the worst he has ever been.
Okay, now this is true about Biden, but this is also true about Trump. And that shit's not getting any airtime, partially because of this. You see you see what they're showing there? That is a World War II memorial that Biden attended with other world leaders. And, at least they're not cutting off the picture here, right? Because what you might have seen was this clip cropped. You see that guy over there with the parachute? That's who Biden's looking at, right? The rest of the world leaders are looking at parachuters who are landing in front of them. Biden is looking at somebody who's landing behind them. Now, while I would say that Biden's performance at the debate definitely does illustrate his cognitive decline, this doesn't show that. And it's weird that they're showing it, but they're actually showing the context, right? Because with the context, like this doesn't really mean anything when you know that there's a parachuter back there. Anyway, but yeah, this is a there's people worried about Biden's cognitive state. There's a lot of people that are behind the scenes have worked with Trump that are worried about his cognitive state. There's people that have worked with Trump that are worried about his like sort of megalomania and willingness to put the whole country in danger for his own ego.
The Wall Street Journal, which was viciously attacked.
But unfortunately, because of Biden's terrible debate performance, all people are talking about is that. And that's all the more reason to get him out of the race.
By Morning Joe, by the mainstream media, and others for reporting the obvious that Biden behind the scenes has lost a step and shocks people, for exposing many of the people who on the record, like KJP, his press secretary, say, I can barely keep up with him, and the young people, it's so difficult to even, keep up with his step. Everything has been validated that we have brought here. But
with all due respect, Sagar, that's the press secretary. That's literally her job.
It is clear that people are bending the knee and they will go along with this gamble, perhaps one of the most colossal gambles in modern American history.
To be honest, it's a gamble either way.
Somebody so lacking for the
and I think I think it's more of a gamble to stick with Biden.
And to basically try and drag him across the finish line. Hey, if you like that video.
All right, so there we go. There's the background of the Pod Johns. And now, wait, this is not it. This is not it. I'm gonna have to search for this a little bit, chat. Apologies. And that's a Pod Save America appearance where they're on a public radio station talking about the debate. I want to find the Medhi Hasan thing though, because I'm not sure if we'll have time for this. I want to make sure we get the
and sort this shit out and have a brokered convention in August and have some democracy. Everyone in this room knows.
Let's
Yo, everything about this this podcast is so lib-coded.
Get right into it and start by talking about what's on everyone's mind right now. How about them Celtics? That's it. That's what we're going to talk about. No, we have to talk about the debate. On Thursday night, Joe Biden debated a deranged criminal bent on destroying democracy. And according to every single post-debate poll and all of our eyes, the deranged criminal won by a large margin. More than 50 million Americans watched the train wreck, which is about 30% fewer viewers than the first debate in 2020, but still quite a big audience. Yeah, you can cheer for that. That's great. Too soon to know how this will affect the race, though the early polls have not been great. But the Biden campaign is charging ahead and pointing to the president's livelier performance in North Carolina today. Let's listen.
Now, folks, I don't know what you did last night, but I spent 90 minutes on the stage debating a guy who has the morals of an alley cat. Close with this.
Oh my God.
I know I'm not a young man.
Banger. Morals of an alley cat.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to.
So look, they are showing, you know, like they're not like convinced yet, right? Like I said, they're worried, and you know, but they're looking at the positive stuff, right? People say that this was a better performance by Biden. Now, granted, this happened at 1:32 p.m. Eastern time, and it was you know, with a teleprompter, ostensibly, it's a much better, more favorable situation for Biden. But you know, they're not shying away from that. They're not trying to portray Biden as only being the Biden that showed up to the debate. However, that Biden that showed up to the debate is real.
I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
A lot of Chubbawamba fans here tonight.
I know, love that. Donald Trump had a bit of a different take at his rally in Virginia. Let's listen.
The question every voter should be asking themselves today is not whether Joe Biden can survive a 90-minute debate performance, but whether America can survive 4 more years of crooked Joe Biden in the White House.
Yeah, you can boo that. All right, Medhi. Well, so a lot of our listeners, they've already heard our takes on the debate. So I'm going to start with you. I want you to know I don't enjoy doing this, but yesterday before the debate, you tweeted, I think Republicans will regret setting the bar so low for Biden and helping spread the distorted image of him as a guy who is totally out of it, suffering from dementia, no grip on reality, no ability to speak. Any updates there?
John, it's even worse because there was an extra line at the end of the tweet that said, it's a very low bar for him to clear. The update is that the bar was not cleared.
It was not cleared.
The update was that I am someone, the reason I wrote that tweet, John, is because for several months, actually for several years, when I was at MSNBC for 3 years, I did a lot of monologues, a lot of segments saying the age thing, it's not as big as people say. Yes, he's old, but that can't be the defining issue when you're up against a deranged, narcissistic fascist who tried to steal democracy. And I said for a few weeks since I left MSNBC, same position. In the last few months, we had all these distorted videos from Fox, the TikTok nonsense. It's like, come on, this is bullshit. And then last night happened.
Yeah.
And I can't say that anymore.
Yeah.
And from like 9:01, I couldn't say that anymore. I don't know what I was watching because, as I say, I wrote the tweet. I thought this should be straightforward. I don't know what I was watching. The inability to finish whispered sentences, the deer in the headlights, the inability to actually. My biggest complaint about last night was separate to age or abilities. I want a presidential candidate who is going to batter Donald Trump because Donald Trump is for the battering. And
he didn't do well. Like Donald Trump turned in a terrible performance.
Yes, he turned in the second worst debate performance we have seen in 2024.
RFK erasure.
Joe Biden lost a debate to a guy last night who, when he was asked about climate change, said, "We had H2O." That is what he said.
I took that note. I had notes on the debate, and so I would once in a while type out something that Donald Trump said, and then every time Joe Biden would speak, I would just type, Jesus Christ.
He said we had H2O, and Joe Biden, of course, passed the biggest climate investment in American history, and yet Donald Trump said we had H2O, not in a whisper, and with a great confidence.
Yeah.
And therefore he wins the debate. And I'm not okay with that, but you have to live in the world as it is, not as the world as we want it to be.
Yes.
And that's why I think it is a real problem for the Democrats now to have Joe Biden over the next few months. I have not said that until now. I'm not somebody who's going to get rid of him, But after last night, I have to be honest and say, I don't know how we continue like this.
Yeah. Tommy,
Sorry.
Let's talk about the Biden campaigns.
Okay, so like I said, I always forget these other two guys. We got Tommy and who's the other guy? Dan? Yeah, Tommy and Dan over here on the right side.
Reaction and strategy going forward. You heard the president's speech in Raleigh. The campaign also says that after the debate, they had their best hour of fundraising yet. They've raised $14 million since last night. They are claiming that their own focus groups in polling look better. And other than that, full speed ahead. What do you think of their strategy and sort of Biden's message at the rally where he acknowledged what happened?
Yeah, so we all watched the rally. I think it was good that in his remarks, I think President Biden acknowledged the obvious, which is that last night didn't go well. It was sort of an oblique reference.
Yeah, Tommy Vitor.
To it, but he acknowledged it. It was smart to do a big rally to show some energy behind a campaign that could use it right now. I think Biden was able to deliver some lines at this North Carolina event that they probably wanted him to land last night. So maybe that will help kind of shape the narrative on the margins, but we'll see. But I do think we have to be honest about some big challenges. The first of which is exponentially more people will watch the debate last night and the coverage of that debate than will ever see this rally. And that's just an unfortunate fact. The second is,
look, here's the really unfortunate fact. As far as the election goes, as far as election events go, like, that debate is probably going to have the largest audience. And you can say that a good portion of that audience are Trump fans that are never, ever, ever going to consider voting, for Biden. And they're the diehard, MAGA, the proverbial basket of deplorables, right? That are, there to cheer on Trump. But yeah, they're never going to get a bigger audience. Now they will have the convention. But I've even heard some weird things about the convention. They're so worried about protests at the convention, and there's going to be protests at the convention. There's going to be protests about, Palestine, and there's going to be probably protests of people if Biden stays in that are uncomfortable with him staying in, right? So they're gonna do something, I think, to try not to show that they don't want to. It's in Chicago, right? They definitely don't want a repeat of Chicago '68. In a lot of ways, this election has a lot of like how history doesn't repeat itself, but it does often rhyme. There's a lot of rhyme going on right now between this election and the 1968 election. That's an election where LBJ was the incumbent, and when Vietnam got really unpopular with the Tet Offensive, right? That was an offensive by the North Vietnamese, infiltrating into the South that caused a lot of casualties and got attention and changed a lot of Americans' minds about how they felt about Vietnam. Right when Vietnam became this toxic issue for Lyndon Baines Johnson, he dropped out, and that gave us Hubert Humphrey as a candidate who then lost to Richard Nixon. So, and in the '68, of course, the convention was held at Chicago, and there were a lot of protests there, and there was a lot of violence going on there. Mostly Chicago cops cracking the heads of kids protesting the war.
We're grading on a curve here.
Yeah.
Like we're comparing a rally today to a very bad performance the other night, and if you really dig into.
But yeah, the convention is the only other big event I can think of besides the second debate, which may or may not get as many or more views than the first debate, right? In other words, there's not a lot of chances for Biden to show up in a different way than he showed up at that debate, and those clips are going to continue to follow him around.
The performance, like Biden is sticking with some lines that I feel like just don't really work. Like I don't know what's going on with the alley cat comparison. Why are we attacking
it's whack.
Housed cats? You know what I'm saying?
And there we go.
I didn't know they're known for their bad morality.
Lack of morality. I didn't know.
What? They live in the fucking alley. What are you begrudging them? Oh, look at that immoral alley cat going through my garbage. What do you want it to do?
The Supreme Court criminalized them living in those alleys just this morning.
Now we're going after a bunch of unhoused.
God, I mean, look, I get that you need to make this funny, but shit, that decision by the Supreme Court, making it illegal to sleep in public or making it okay for communities to draw that line, right? That's not funny.
Housed alley cats.
All cats are serial killers. I had cats. I love cats. They would leave dead bodies on
Okay, so anyway, I don't know. Let's go to the. Okay, they bring in Medhi one more time here.
From the media to be talking about this, I would like the Democrats to be talking about this. I would like Trump to be put on the spot for what he plans to do in terms of putting the military on the streets and ripping families apart, etc., firing half the government. And, you know, we have to ask some questions about the CNN debate coverage as well, right? I'm not going to defend Joe Biden's performance, but it took them 39 minutes to mention the fact that the guy on stage is a convicted criminal. I would argue that should have been 39 seconds into the debate.
I mean, I know, but like they probably, I am sure that Jake and Dana were like, well, Joe Biden is debating a convicted felon. He's probably going to bring that up on his own relatively early in the debate, since no presidential candidate has ever debated a convicted felon before.
Look, Biden failed in that, but and we can park that and say Biden failed at that, but the media's role there as ever. I mean, I spent 9 years trying to stop them.
Look, I think we can criticize the media for doing a false equivalency here, just as well as we can criticize Biden for being a terrible advocate for himself or against Trump, right? They're both guilty.
Normalization of Donald Trump in our media. I spent the last 3 years trying to stop the rehabilitation of Donald Trump in our media. I have failed miserably at both tasks. And I think last night's debate was evidence of that. Donald Trump is standing up there in a first debate since he was impeached for trying to overturn American democracy, since he was found guilty for financial crimes, since he was adjudicated as a rapist by a judge in a civil trial. And we opened with, what about the economy? As if this is like any other presidential debate. What the hell? And by the way, John very kindly said, I'm a guy who likes to debate. I do. That was not a debate. You can't moderate a debate if you're not moderating. There has to be some kind of fact-checking. Donald Trump can't say, hey, they're trying to kill babies in Virginia, and then you go, thank you. Over to you, Joe Biden.
I fundamentally disagree with what we watched. There were plenty of times in that debate, multiple times the moderators followed up. The question was about the child tax credit, or the question was about, would you accept the election? I think they went back and forth. I just think, like, sure, in a debate, a live fire exercise like that, are they going to follow up at every moment? No, but I do not believe any change in how that debate was moderated would have changed the outcome, because ultimately that was not a failure of moderation, that was a failure of Joe Biden. There were plenty of moments where Joe Biden didn't do the basics that shouldn't have been up to the moderator. It wasn't their job to discover in real time that the person that showed up wasn't the Joe Biden of the State of the Union, but something much, much worse.
Yeah, I mean, no, honestly, it was a failure of both. Anyway, let's cut forward to the actual debate. Now, you're going to see, and I don't know if everybody that's been reacting to this has portrayed this, but I want to make sure that we catch the beginning of this, because understand how they're setting this up, right? I don't think any of the Pod Save America crew is like 100% certain in their take, right? I think they're all aware of the danger that comes in, the factor of the unknown that comes in with switching, candidates after the primary. And I think that they're all aware of the dangers of staying with Joe Biden. But you'll see how they're going to select who's on what side. And I think it's important to watch this, right? To put this in its full context.
I'd say things are a bit in flux right now. And since we said on last night's episode, and we just talked about earlier, that Democrats should not be afraid to have an honest debate about this issue in public, we're going to kick things off right now. And who better to have with us to do this than Medhi, one of the best debaters and author of How to Win Every Argument. Love it. How's this going to work?
What do we do? What happens next? Could it work? Should we? That's not just what happened after Tommy and I accidentally brushed hands once after 3 martinis. That's what Democrats across the country who admire and respect Joe Biden but worry about whether he is the right person to take on Trump are asking each other. And there are good arguments for sticking with Joe Biden and good arguments for seeking an open convention. So we're going to debate it right here on stage.
So chat, considering that their take is not a definitive one, does it make sense for Biden to be attacking these guys? Like, right, granted, like, right, I have not, shown you Pod Save America before. I am not, generally like a fan of their takes. Like I said, these are center left people. This is the representative of the Democratic establishment, right? They're not people that I generally agree with. But when even people like this, who aren't coming out and saying like, they're not, it's not bomb throwing. They're not pushing the guy out. They're asking the question. And when what they're getting is like pushback that is actually, probably costing them some money in terms of their podcast, right? When they're getting their fucking brand attacked by the Biden administration, by the freaking Biden administration. That says something. And that's really concerning. If Biden really has got this and he wants to calm everybody's nerves, attacking people that are kind of on the fence about this still, people that are going to support you if you're the candidate in October, in November, it's not a smart thing to do. This is why I think that the Biden campaign is flailing, and this is why I think all the more that him staying in is just a bad idea. The danger of changing candidates, being acknowledged.
Here's how it works. John, Medhi, Tommy, and Dan will form 2 teams at random. One is riding with Biden into victory, the abyss, wherever. The other wants to do to the Democratic convention what a gay couple does to their relationship after a long and difficult conversation in Palm Springs. Open it up.
So you got that randomly assigned teams, right? Like, I don't know about Medhi. I feel like Medhi has come out and said what he said. And I don't know how much of this maybe is saving face. Maybe this is a setup. Maybe Medhi and Favreau wanted to be on team. Let's open the marriage, right? And the other 2 wanted to be on team riding with Biden, and they're just making it seem like it's randomly assigned. But yeah, I mean, like, that's how this is being presented, as like a flip of the coin to decide who's on what team, implying that they could all argue either side, which makes sense because they're somewhat conflicted.
So first we will choose teams. Austin, bring out the ceremonial hat. Austin, everybody. It's Austin's birthday tomorrow.
What?
Happy birthday, Austin.
Woo-hoo! Happy birthday.
Okay. First, we will choose the pro-Biden team, all right? And
This is Bill Maher level of humor.
I guess by process elimination, we'll get the other team.
Wait,
It's only 4 names in the hat.
Our names are in the hat?
yeah, it should have been teams in the hat.
Come on. What the hell?
Hold on. We're pro-Biden.
I mean, maybe their humor is Bill Maher-esque, but I mean, their stance is not quite there, right? With Bill Maher, you've got essentially like an anti-vaxxer, transphobe. I don't even know what else. Like Bill Maher is basically the left side of the intellectual dark web, right? These guys are center left. These guys are shit libs, but they're not quite Bill Maher. But I don't think that's what the chatter was saying. Just wanted to point that out.
And just anti-Biden. We're not pro another candidate.
You are pro the Biden remaining the candidate.
And what's the other side?
The other side is wanting an open convention.
Got it.
Wanting Biden to step aside and have an open convention. All right. We'll do Biden side first. The Biden side will be Dan and Tommy.
Chat, I'm so tempted. There's no way to know. There's no way to know if this is real or not, right? Like, are they arguing the sides that they're actually on, or is this some kind of face-saving thing, or what? I can't tell.
Oh, wow.
So stay right there.
Like I thought about maybe pausing it and looking really close to see if the names that he's reading are actually the names that are written there. But even then, like, it's be easy for him to pick, the right names out of the hat. So we don't really know.
Medhi and John. Oh, Medhi
Boy.
and John.
The upside is we don't have to move seats.
What?
So big win. We don't
Oh, how convenient. See what I mean? See what I mean? It could be, they could have done this, you know, they could have set this up.
Don't have to move seats.
Yeah, I
so
love that.
Medhi and John will argue for an open convention. Each team will have an opening statement. Each team will have a rebuttal. Then we will converse. The timing will be at my discretion. The rules are loose. The microphones will not be muted. Why? Because we're all adults who live in a society. We begin with Team Joe. One of you can issue the opening remarks.
Team Joe. Okay. Rugged says, when Dim Pull Bros yuck on stage with the client journos, is Medhi, would you call Medhi a client journo? I see the ring girl crawling out of the screen. That's scary. That's scary, Rugged. Yeah, that's a certain palace intrigue when it comes to Biden because of his elder abuse at the debate. Make no mistake, Trump is just as brain dead. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, let's get into this.
Sure.
You want me to do it?
Happy to, or let rip?
Go for it. You do it.
Okay, so we're Joe Biden. Here's the reason he should stay in this whole thing. It was one debate, you spineless weenies.
Wow.
Chat seems to agree their humor is bad, though.
Biden did poorly in almost every single primary debate in 2020, and then he won. We're making way too big a deal of this. Also, the period between now and the election is an eternity in political terms. Remember the insurrection? Neither does anybody else. Calm down. Joe Biden was counted out in 2020. He was counted out in 2022. He showed all of you what he was made of, and he'll do it again. Joe Biden exiting the stage right now will lead to nothing but chaos. There is no clear or obvious choice for who would succeed him. The process would be messy and disastrous. There will be factions. There will be vicious attacks. It will be a disaster, and the worst of the party will be on display for the entire world to see. And finally, you can get elected statewide in a...
So he's pointing out that something like a brokered convention, which is what we mean when we say open the convention, it could get nasty, and it could, like, right, so right now there's nastiness between the riding with Biden side and the, like, what the fuck is this guy doing as the candidate side, right? And you can see what that does, right? If it broke down into factions and you had Team Kamala, Team Gretchen, Team Gavin, right? You could see how maybe it would get even nastier. That's what Tommy's trying to point out there.
State like California or Michigan or wherever, and you get vetted by the press, kind of. But nothing compares to the proctology exam that is running for president. Every human being has skeletons in his or her closet. They will come out during the general election, and there will not be time for the Democratic Party to vet them beforehand. Stick with Joe Biden. We know him. He got us here. Go home with the horse you dated or some shit.
Sure.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sounds like a very Voschian way of taking this. But here's the thing. All right. I get what he's saying, and I've expressed the concerns about this too, like the fact that there's no better vetting than Oppo research. In other words, if you run in a primary or if you run for office, right, there's going to be somebody out there that's motivated to find literally anything they can on you, right? So you're going to get those skeletons out. Whatever scandals, whatever skeletons, whatever's lurking around in their closet, it's going to be outed, right? In a primary. Now, here's my problem. That wasn't a fucking primary. That was a coronation. There was too much pressure on any potential candidate for the candidates that would have run against Joe Biden to be able to run, right? They make the stakes too high by setting up a situation where running against an incumbent in a primary, like, means you're never going to work again in this town. And that's the reason why you don't have, in 2016, Liz Warren jumping in to run against Hillary Clinton, because she knows that, like, yeah, maybe she could win, maybe Hillary's beatable, but if she doesn't, she's fucked. She's never going to get to, the Hillary people will never forgive her for that, right? This is what needs to be eliminated from the Democratic Party. They've been this way ever since 1980, where Ted Kennedy ran against Jimmy Carter and then got blamed for Jimmy Carter's loss, even though Jimmy Carter's loss was, one, his own fault in terms of the sort of deindustrialization that he allowed to happen in an attempt to get inflation under control, the neoliberalism that Jimmy Carter embraced, and you know, the Iran Contra shenanigans that Reagan was running behind the scenes. You can't blame Ted Kennedy for that shit. There should be a primary. In addition to testing new candidates that are running, vetting new candidates that are running, finding out if there's any skeletons in anyone's closet, you also need to test the incumbent, especially when the incumbent is like 80 something years old. You definitely need to test the incumbent in that case. And Biden could have benefited from such a test, right? Even in the situation where people end up choosing the incumbent anyway, which is going to happen most of the time because of the power of incumbency, right? You give them a chance to debate. You give them a chance to get their, dip their toes in the water and get used to that again, because they're going to have to do it against in the primary election or in the general election. You give them a chance to do that, and you also I forget what else I was going to say, but anyway, primaries good, right? Primaries are the least of what you could do, and real primaries, not primaries where there's so much pressure for people to stay out, right? This is the Democrats' problem. They are run by an ancient establishment that refuses to let go of power and that needs to let go of power. Otherwise, they're going to keep handing election after election to people like Donald Trump.
Newsom said. Yeah, go home with that. Go home with the alley cat that brought you.
Yeah. So that's the opening.
Fuck that alley cat.
Wow, powerful words. It was rough landing, but he got there. Much like Joe Biden at his best. That's your fucking line? Okay. They're mad about the sandwich thing. Medhi, you want to take us away for the broker jokers?
I do want to go first because I wasn't going to go first, but then I heard Tommy speak and I thought this is just too easy.
Wow.
This
is like when I was in the White House and Medhi was a journalist and he used to kick.
I gotta be honest, chat, anybody get this from coffee places? Wait, is this Starbucks or is this Dunkin' Donuts? They've got they got like the giant like cups of like the giant, latte cups, and then like a donut on top. I'm just like, damn.
You know what Tommy said? You know what Tommy said? To lose the entire debate? He said it's an eternity until the election. So if it's an eternity until the election, why the fuck do you want an 81-year-old guy waiting for an eternity? I don't want to wait any longer.
And it was apparently the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, that brought them. It's a strange thing to see a governor getting coffee for a bunch of podcasters.
4 months.
Coffee and donuts.
Yeah, that's an eternity. My dad is 86 years old. He's one of the smartest, most knowledgeable, most hardworking people I've ever met. My dad doesn't want to be put in charge of anything right now, let alone the nuclear codes. And by the way, when you're making the case for Joe Biden, don't mention proctology exams. That's not helping your side either. It's just not. Last but not least, let's just deal with this debate bullshit. It was just one bad night. Obama-Romney, there wasn't that much at stake. The guy wanted a binders full of women. He wanted to put his dog on the car. Democracy is at stake in this election. And therefore, we need a guy who's not going to say, beat Medicaid and run out of steam. We need a guy who's going to beat the fascist, save American democracy, and that requires big D Democrats to put their big boy pants on and sort.
There we go, the big D.
And have a brokered convention in August.
The big D Democrats. I don't know, Medhi. I don't know. Look, like there's all this like memory holing of Romney, right? Or what he was remembering is the dog on the car thing. There was some story where Romney was going on a vacation with his kids, and they ended up putting their dog in a carrying case, like on top of a car, and it like fell off or something. And the binders full of women, like when he was asked about, like, are you gonna have is your cabinet going to be diverse? Is your cabinet going to contain women? And he's like, oh, I got binders full of women. I know all the, I want to have women in my cabinet, right? So it's just kind of an inartful statement by Romney. Something else that Romney said when he thought he wasn't being recorded was that America is divided into the makers and the takers. And if you are working class, you are defined by people like Mitt Romney as the latter. You are the takers, right? So yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more at stake than Medhi wants to say. That being said, yeah, Trump's worse. Trump's that plus an attempt to make himself a king, an attempt to exist beyond the law, insane levels of corruption. Yeah, Trump is worse than Romney. I can say that, but fuck, Romney's bad. Don't get it twisted, right? The Republican Party was always bad.
And have some democracy. Everyone in this room knows that John doesn't even need to speak. We've already won.
Wow.
It's a big D Democrat
John, you're getting mogged.
energy over there. Look at that.
Powerful words. Dan, care to respond?
Sure. I can explain why we have to stick with Joe Biden. We'll give you 2 words. Ron DeSantis. You may say, why am I saying that? Let me tell you. If Ron DeSantis had never run against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump had just been, say, I don't know, convicted of 34 felonies and sentenced to prison, and they were looking for another candidate to replace him, they would have picked Ron DeSantis. Looks great on paper. Governor. Seems like he has presidential timber. He would have gotten in that race and shat the bed in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can see how pervasive these metaphors are. But Ron DeSantis would have never been exposed as the sloppy pudding eater that he is, right? We never would have known that Ron DeSantis is a guy that eats pudding with his fingers and gets the pudding everywhere.
We do not know who our Ron DeSantis is.
We do not know who's eating pudding like a slob.
Single person we pick could end up being bad and worse than Joe Biden. I, in my long career, as I'm older than you guys, have met with dozens of people who thought they would be president. Governors, senators, members of Congress, business people. They all seemed impressive on paper. They seemed impressive in the meeting. Most of them never got off the launching pad because there is nothing harder in American life than running for president. It is the going from even the governor of a state like California to running for presidents like T-ball to Game 7 of the World Series. We at least know, for all of his flaws, that Joe Biden can win a president.
Anat in Shorts chat, can you please troll a little bit harder? Listen, if you produce a few more straw men, maybe we could do the Wizard of Oz, all right? Can we get a Cowardly Lion and a Tin Man possibly to go with all those scarecrows that you're creating in Shorts chat right now?
Presidential election.
I fucking see you.
We know that there are millions and tens of millions of people who have voted for him who are willing to vote for him again. He is behind in this race, but he's not behind by much. What happens if we pick the wrong person? Because there is no going back then.
Can I follow up on that as the moderator and my discretion?
My boy's wicked smart.
I will go to John in a second.
Wow, moderator who moderates.
Isn't that... I appreciate the fear of...
Sounds like they turned Medhi's mic off. No, just kidding.
But that's an argument against any new person from running for president. That's an argument for
no, because you have a
gerontocracy.
primary. You have a year and a half long primary.
You didn't have a primary. That's the problem. That's the problem. We do have the Democratic Party is a gerontocracy, right? It is a bunch of, octogenarians that don't want to give up power.
Like, there's very possible that when those of us who went to go work for Obama on the very first day, that he never made it out of the first 2 months. But he had what it took. He got knocked down, he got up, he had to sit before Ed Boards, he had to go to 13 debates, to do all of these things. There is a process to winnow, to get the wheat from the chaff.
Look, I'm not mad at you. All I'm saying is you was trolling. We're going
to skip that process here. We're going to we're going to allow, I don't know if you've ever been to a convention. You ever met the delegates? We're going to ask a group of people who collect pins for a living to pick our president.
John?
Have you ever...
It's like all one-liners. I don't think I've ever seen a debate with all one-liners.
The delegates just won this whole
John,
thing.
tough hit on the delegates, I assume many of whom are fucking listening.
You're losing us our audience. You're losing us our audience, Dan.
Hyper-engaged partisan activist Democrats doing the daily grinding work of keeping our party alive. Over to you, John.
This is not about Joe Biden as a human being, because he is a wonderful human being. This is not about Joe Biden as a president. He has accomplished legislatively more than almost any president of our lifetime. I think you could even argue more than Barack Obama, okay? And I think he has done a fantastic job. This is about Joe Biden as a candidate. You know who our Ron DeSantis is? Joe Biden. Because we saw it.
Yo! Shots fired.
Because that was because in terms of
Joe Biden is our pudding guy, right? Joe Biden.
Performance, that was not just the worst debate, that was the worst public performance of anything we've ever seen. 70% of voters have...
Joe Biden wishes he could wear platform heels, but he would obviously fall off the stage with those platform heels.
A problem with Joe Biden's age, it's concerning them. And Joe Biden won 2020 by 40,000 votes across 3 states. That was 2020. That was before any other polls. In that election, he was leading Donald Trump by 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. Going into this debate, which was the worst disaster in modern debates, in any debate, Joe Biden was behind Donald Trump in the debate. The debate was the one moment that more people were watching this race than any other moment that will happen in the campaign. And we hope that there's a debate in September, but if you're Donald Trump, why would you agree to the debate in September after you just did that? So now we have a convention in August where Joe Biden will hopefully, presumably, give a great speech, and then Donald Trump in July will give a great speech, and there will be no more moments, and the race will be frozen like this. The biggest challenge in this race has been to capture people's attention in a very fractured media environment. There are now no more opportunities, because the one opportunity when 50 million Americans tuned in, Joe Biden did not show up. The Democratic Party does not have a problem with the party. We won the 2022 midterms. Josh Shapiro won in Pennsylvania by double digits. Gretchen Whitmer won in Michigan by double digits.
Okay, so what he's pointing out now is the fact that if you look at generic ballots, which is an important thing to look at for elections, right? A generic ballot is just like, voter, what do you prefer, Republican or Democrat? Democrat is winning. Strangely enough, considering how badly Biden is doing, Democrat wins for generic ballot. When we look at, recent Senate races, off-year elections, stuff like that, Democrats are actually doing pretty well. Why is Biden having so much trouble? And the answer is because he's Joe Biden, right? So that's what's being pointed out here, is as much as there's this fear of the unknown, we maybe should have more fear of the known. And what's becoming clear to a lot of people is that the results of a presidential race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump are known. And that is a win for Trump, right? In this case, a ham sandwich marked with a D, a big D, if you will, right, might actually do better than Joe Biden. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. They don't have name recognition. Great. They don't have the baggage that Biden has. The same thing is true for Trump. Like, all right, now, like I'm having to put my political consultant hat on because I'm not, a Democrat. I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. I have a lot of problems with the party. I have a lot of have a lot of differences of opinion with it, right? But if I put on my political consultancy hat and moved over to the R column and I was to give advice to Republicans, I would say that they could benefit by replacing Donald Trump. They will not do this. This will not happen. There is no chance that the Republicans are going to replace Donald Trump. That's just not going to happen. That is an authoritarian operation over there run by fear, even more so than the Democrats. But I believe that a random Republican would have better odds than Donald Trump. Now, they both suck. Biden sucks, Trump sucks. So that's why, the Republicans might not need to change Trump out. And prior to this debate, you could say that maybe the Democrats didn't need to change Biden out. But yeah, both parties would probably do better. This is like, look, you've got the phenomenon of double haters. That doesn't come from nowhere. What's a double hater? Double haters like me, somebody who doesn't like Biden and they don't like Trump, right? Now, that doesn't mean that given the opportunity to vote in a swing state, I might not make a strategic vote to like limit like the worst of the consequences of the election and try to, prevent Trump from winning. But it does mean that I'm not fucking excited about either candidate. I'm not a fan of either candidate. I see problems with both of those candidates, right? And there's a lot of double haters out there. That doesn't come from nowhere. That comes from the fact that they're putting up candidates with super high negatives, with a lot of people already dead set against them, and that the only reason that Biden is viable is because he's running against Trump, to the extent that Biden is viable, right? And the only reason that Trump is viable is because he's running against Biden. Yeah, either of these parties dumping their shit show at the top of the ticket would be beneficial to them.
Raphael Warnock, the first black senator from Georgia, won in an extremely difficult state multiple times. He won. We have, since Donald Trump has won the presidency in 2016, Democrats, younger, energetic Democrats, diverse from the left to the center left, women, men, black, white, have won all over this country. The party does not have a problem with Democrats. It has a problem with Joe Biden. That's what people are trying to tell us right now. And a convention would be, look, a convention is risky. It is definitely risky. We could end up with a candidate, like Dan said, who then goes through the ringer of the next couple months, and we'll all sit there and be like, oh, this was worse. This was worse than Joe Biden. But this is democracy, right? All the candidates that are going to run will get to make speeches. There will be polls. Yes, the delegates will pick. Would it be better if voters picked? Yeah, of course. But that's not where we are right now. We're in a situation where in just a couple months, Joe Biden could lose to someone who wants to end democracy, which we know because he tried to overturn democracy 4 years ago. That's where we are right now. So why not
I'm sorry, I'm
give
gonna have
people...
to,
Sir,
I'm
can I
sorry.
respond?
Yeah, can you mute his mic, please?
I'm going to need to let them respond. I'm going to have to let them respond.
Speaking of overturning democracy, we have a process to pick our nominee.
Mm-hmm.
We had that. We went through that process. Anyone could have run. No one. Dean Phillips ran. Marianne Williamson ran. We all could have voted for them.
Oh crap, Jules, are you in chat? I don't think I put your 2 community subs in. I don't think I allocated those percentages. If you're in chat, let me know what you what of the options you want to see. We'll go back to the poll after this. We'll take a look at that.
For Joe Biden. And now, I'm trying to think of another person who, after an election is over, doesn't like the results, and then considers storming a meeting in which people are certifying the results of that election.
So do you see what Dan's doing? He's literally comparing the effort to open up the convention, to have a brokered convention, or to pick a replacement candidate for Joe Biden, comparing that to January 6th.
Wow, I have to say, that's a low blow, Dan. And I want to keep this civil. I do want to follow.
First he's like, they're all collectors of pins. Then he's like, don't hurt them.
I want to ask about a specific problem and why we shouldn't worry about it, which is, if we were to go to some kind of an open convention, what is the cost of a period of time in which Donald Trump has the stage to himself and Democrats are arguing with each other?
That's actually a good question, right? So here's the deal. Right, if Joe Biden was to withdraw from the race tomorrow and the Democrats were to say, we're going to wait till the convention in order to choose our candidate, that does open that up. I don't know if that's how it would work, right? There's different ways that this could go on. Biden could withdraw and he could, give his endorsement to Kamala, which would pretty much, push it in a direction of Kamala, or at least make Kamala the heir apparent to Biden, right? Or Biden could withdraw and say, what they can't do is hold another primary, which is kind of what they need to do. Is kind of what they should have done in the first place. They should have held a real primary. They could also say, okay, Biden could withdraw and somehow it could get thrown to Dean Phillips, right? You know that Dean Phillips was a second place candidate in terms of delegates, delegates earned. Dean Phillips had like 4 delegates, and I don't think anybody else got more than 1. So uncommitted actually has more delegates than Dean Phillips, but
rather than fighting Donald Trump.
It's a great question, John.
Thanks.
Staged to himself a contested Democratic convention, which has not happened since 1968. I was just talking about the biggest challenge in this election is attention. Will get more attention, more media attention than anything that has happened in politics in a decade.
This is true.
And Donald Trump will be yapping away, posting on Truth Social, and the attention of the rest of the country will be on the diverse array of Democratic candidates that are at that convention, talking about the values of our party, where they're going to take this country, what they've done in their states. That's what the attention is going to be at a Democratic convention that's messy. Will there be arguments? Yeah, there'll be plenty of arguments. There'll be arguments between the left and the center left, and we'll have to deal with all that. But you know what? Unlike the primaries that we've been through that last like a year and a half, it will be condensed. It will be a couple of weeks of debate and argument, and then we will have a nomination.
Also, isn't there an order of succession? There is in terms of the presidency itself, right? And the order of succession goes president, vice president, speaker of the House. You know who the Speaker of the House is right now? Mike Johnson. Now, there's probably some way for were Biden to step down, I guess there's probably some way for them to kick Johnson out and replace him with a Democrat. But like, were Biden to that's the order of succession, right? I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure how that would work. Like, if Biden was either to pass away or become physically incapable to be voted out or to be pushed out via the 25th Amendment or anything like that, right? I think it's like line of succession that comes into play. I'm not sure how that works because the idea of a Harris Johnson White House, right? The idea of having not just an opposition party member, but somebody like Mike Johnson. MAGA Mike Johnson, right, as the vice president would be wild.
Americans like new shit. They do. Sorry, I'm.
Yeah, new shit like a donut on top of your iced coffee.
I've been an American for 4 years, and that's what I've noticed. You go into the grocery, so there's always something new. Why do you think there's so many freaking sequels in Hollywood? But I think people like new stuff. Let me just be the scum.
Wait, what? That's an argument against new stuff. Sequels aren't new stuff.
And bring up a topic that I know no one really wants to talk about, but it is crucial to this conversation, which is if you don't have Joe Biden on the ticket, you don't just deal with the age issue, you deal with the Gaza issue to an extent. And
this is true as well. It kind of depends on who ends up replacing him. But yeah, Biden is particularly bad and has, taken actions that are stomach turning to a lot of Americans. A lot of the Biden coalition, right, is too disgusted is what I was trying to say, to want to show up to vote for this guy. I mean, they might end up doing it just because Trump is worse, on Gaza too, right? But Biden, oh my God. Biden's there's an issue where Obama and his administration handled the Israel issue, not the way that I would have wanted to see it handled, but in a much, you couldn't do much worse than Biden's policy.
And to an extent, I've been
other than Trump's policy, I guess.
To Georgia, I've been to Michigan recently. Every single brown person I met, people who voted Democrat all their lives, say we're not voting Democratic. We want to punish Biden. Now, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you that is what people are saying. And if you get rid of Biden, you do kind of deal with that problem, which is a fresh start for the Democratic Party. The next guy comes in and gets to talk only about ceasefire, not about 8 months of providing weapons. And I think that will help hugely. Before the age thing came along, I thought Biden might lose because of Michigan, Georgia, and all the young people and people of color I've heard who say they won't vote for Biden.
Tommy, we've heard a pretty beautiful...
Obama is basically president right now. Kelly girl, that's contradicted by Biden's Gaza policy, right? Biden and Obama had very different ways of handling Netanyahu, right? So I mean, I get what you're saying, and I think what Kelly's trying to get at is the fact that Biden doesn't seem competent in running much of anything. Like, Biden doesn't seem like he could tie his shoes right now. How the fuck is he running, the office of presidency? So there must be somebody else kind of acting in his stead. It's possible, but we just don't know. And it's just as likely to be, Jill Biden that's kind of, turning the wheels as, in fact, I would say more likely than Obama. The policy in Gaza matches Biden's perspective on Israel that he's had all of his life. And it doesn't match Obama's
idea of the democratic process in action at an open convention. Do you have any concerns about what that might look like?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, John. I'm just kind of sad, listening to this. You guys have the loyalty of...
Yo, to be real, this is fucking depressing. Honestly, this content covering this shit, covering, the debate and everything after that's happened has been so fucking depressing for me.
Of an alley cat.
And yeah, it's bad. It's already depressing that you got a two-party system and they serve you up year after year like two of the worst candidates you could possibly imagine. But no, this has been even more depressing.
And you guys are acting like a couple of giant Democrats. You know what I'm saying?
What did we miss there?
Loyalty of an alley cat. With you, John. I'm just kind of sad, listening to this. You guys have the loyalty of an alley cat. And you guys are acting like a couple of giant Democrats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying.
I know.
Capital D Democrats.
Listen.
Okay, dicks. I get it.
Hey, listen.
Rhetorical flourish. Putting the D in Democrats. Is that what you're going to say? I thought where you were going to go was it also deals with the problem of incumbency. We talk about Joe Biden's age as one of the reasons he's been very unpopular the last 4 years, but I do think for all that Joe Biden has accomplished and for the fact that in this country inflation has gone down faster than almost anywhere else in the world, incumbents across the world right now are facing real political challenges. It doesn't matter if they're left, center right. There's an anti-incumbent mood that has happened because it's a post-COVID, post-inflation thing that has been hurting incumbents all over the world. And if you have a new nominee from a state that has not been around for the last 4 years making decisions, then that is a fresh start.
Now, Dan, is it difficult hearing an argument like this from someone like Medhi when you find out that he has the food taste of a 4-year-old child and has never tasted sushi and has literally never had a fucking smoothie in his life? How can a person that incurious...
Okay, whoa. Are we serious here? Never tasted a smoothie? Never eaten sushi? I mean, he's from the UK, right? I don't know. I get the chat. Any Brits in chat? Any UK people in chat, can you tell me how common this is? Like, right, do you have sushi? Is that a common thing to eat? Maybe it's not. Are smoothies a thing? Blended up fruit with maybe a little bit of milk or soy milk or oat milk or some kind of something creamy in there? Is this like a... Sushi is fairly common. Okay, that's what I thought. I've seen Gordon Ramsay eat both sushi and smoothies happily. Yeah, where's this coming from?
About the world be someone we take seriously in a debate as important as this.
I, for one, do not want to delve into personal attacks here. I don't want to end this on sort of our version of the golf.
Yeah, I don't want to assume that, that foods that are common in the U.S. are common in the UK, but I was just surprised by, I don't know. I think they're just giving him shit. I think that's just that's a throwaway line.
great golf handicap debate of 2024. I would like to respond to John's idea about media coverage, because I think he has it backwards. I personally do not subscribe to the Kim Kardashian theory that all press is good press. And what I would say is, the problem is not that like maybe we have a great open convention and there are great candidates and it's very friendly. But
thank you, Jules. Thank you.
Where Donald Trump is running unopposed is that there is no attention on Donald Trump. Every single moment of press is on us. It's who is Gretchen Whitmore talking to. It's how we prepare
What do you
this.
think the Democrats are going to be talking about? Not beating Donald Trump?
No, we're going to be fighting with each other. Have you been in a primary before?
Dan, let one person speak at a time.
No. This is...
I will finish my point real quickly and hand it over generously to Medhi.
Mute my mic if you dare. Dan, that's BS. 90 minutes last night was a chance to go after Trump, and they blew the 90 minutes last night. And you keep saying, well, the people voted. I dare you to ask all those people to vote again this morning after what they watched last night. It's just not the same thing. We're in a very different place. People saw the car crash in front of their eyes.
I understand that. I respect that. I respect your food choices as well. I think they're yours.
On food choices.
They're your choices.
I am not going to be lectured on food choices by the side that is promoting the ice cream.
Badash says, Irene, there's a fuck ton of food in the world, more than just America. I mean, that's true.
Guy for another 4 years,
Hey,
right?
we know you want a
We have that
mulligan.
much in common. We love ice
know
cream.
you want a mulligan, but Joe Biden just...
I'm not saying that I think that, like, you know, America has like all the food choices and that no other country has it. I just like know that there's different kinds of cuisine that are popular in different countries, and that like I just don't want to make too many assumptions. I literally don't know, because like sometimes when I make an assumption of like this is really popular, people eat this all the time in the US, and then I mention it to somebody who's not from the US, they're like, what? You know? So I don't know.
It's big, sweet, long drives. And that's what we're going to keep doing here.
And I think that that's a beautiful place to leave this very, actually, genuinely interesting and passionate debate. I think that actually did a great job of representing the fact that anyone who says this is easy or that we shouldn't have this debate is not being honest. And that's it.
So there you go. That is what it's like to watch an episode of Pod Save America. This actually is probably a little bit more exciting because we got Medhi Hasan here. But like you can see why I say that this is the show that I listen to if I ever need to fall asleep. If I ever find myself sleep deprived, I can turn on Pod Save America, and I can, you know, count on the fact that I will probably. It's a little bit of a challenge to even for me to stay awake during this, but we made it through, chat. We made it through. I live in the US and I don't eat sushi. But I mean, like, there's a difference between. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what they were saying about. Were they saying that he's just never tried sushi before, or were they saying that he doesn't like it? I wasn't even clear on that. New rule: PB eats sushi now. All right, so yeah, there we are. We made it through. We got through that. That was wild. And not for... So, but yeah, you just understand as, this is what Biden and his campaign are attacking, right? This kind of conversation. Right, these are the self-important podcast hosts that instead of actually trying to get the campaign back on its feet, this is who they're attacking, and that really says something. Because if this is the way that they feel towards people that are just questioning after a terrible debate. The choice of a candidate who does not seem to be capable of beating Trump himself, you know, a candidate with very high negatives, himself a candidate that should not be that hard to beat. you know, if they react like that to that, like, how do they feel to the rest of the party that's just like turned off by their constant choice of like, you know, they're always picking a Hillary Clinton. They're always picking a Joe Biden. This is the shit sandwich that they've been serving us for 8 years now, if not more. And yeah, a lot of the voters are tired of it. Even if these are voters who will eventually, you know, go to the polls and vote for the lesser of evils, you're gonna get more voters when you excite people, when there's something proactive to look for, when they give them something to believe in. And this is just something that the Democratic Party and the octogenarians who fucking run it seem to be incapable of doing. So yeah, very the Democratic Party are communists. That is hilarious, JH. Can I get a definition for communism, by the way? Before you flame out? Can you tell us what is a communism? What is communism? What does that mean? Sasha G says, I'm pretty unadventurous when it comes to sushi. I'll eat a spicy tuna roll, though. I like the most expensive things. There is like $30. Wait, are we talking about sushi there? They love pretending that the DNC has no leverage when picking candidates. Yeah, and absolutely they can look. It's a private club. Like I said, they can do whatever they want. They're not beholden to their voters. They're not beholden to anybody. This is a party that instituted super delegates, right? This is a party, you know, where the president literally called all the candidates in one night, got them to drop out and endorse Joe Biden, got Elizabeth Warren to stay in and split up any possible vote for Bernie, right? This is a party that is very much used to putting its thumb on the scale and selecting whoever the hell that they want. So yeah, they can sure as fuck change Biden if they want to. But, you know, the interests that run the Democratic Party are somewhat insulated from voters, from activists, from anyone. And so it's really not clear if they're going to be able to just save themselves at this point. Wait, Congress votes on a VP? In what situation, only facts? Because we were trying to figure this out, the whole line of succession thing, how that works. It's an adherence to Marxist ideology. So you're telling me that the Democrats want me to control the means of production. You're telling me that the Democrats want me to keep my surplus labor value? Is that how it works? Or the Democratic Party trying to throw me crumbs in hopes that I'll throw them my vote? Because the alternative is literally barbarism. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying to, like, it's annoying because, like, the full screen chat doesn't see the shorts chat, and the shorts chat doesn't see the full screen chat. So when I'm reacting to either of you, the other chat is like, wait, what's she talking about, right? What is she talking about? And then people get really confused when we see Twitch. All right, so what I'm talking about right now is the fact that we are 4 hours and 37 minutes into the stream. We have finished the content that you know I've got for you today. I'm gonna have to get to. I mentioned the Supreme Court thing. We're gonna get to that, but we're gonna have to put that off for another day. It's important stuff to talk to about, especially right now. Right now, we need to decide if we're gonna have a second half, a fun half, right? We are. Let's look here. We are 70% of the way there. Our dono goals, and like chat, understand this is a dono goal that I have raised, right? And you are legitimately 70% of the way there, right? So good job. That's kind of amazing. And yeah, we're well within striking distance of the second segment. Now let's take a look at what the voters are saying, because I think the voters are gonna be the most important right now because there's so much money in Vox Populi. Full Screen says they want to see Vosch no like the weed. No, sorry, that's Shorts. Shorts is selected Vosch no like the weed. They got David Rubin 6 points behind with the South Park of X. Full Screen has got, wow, Vosch does not like weed, does not like CBD, does not like THC, if you know what I'm trying to say. We got that at 40%. We got Jink Uger coming in second at 22%. And then, like I said, we have 6% added to the South Park effects. If Good for Gabby shows up, and because I feel like Good for Gabby is carrying the entire chat today with that very generous super chat, but I did not hear from Gabby what she wants that donation applied to. So if Gabby comes back, maybe Gabby can completely change the direction of what's winning and what's losing. But right now it looks like it's Vosch that's winning. We are still 30% away, but that is well within striking distance. Natalie Marie says, I sent you some stuff on Biden's latest excuse for his poor debate. Nice. We can maybe watch that while we wait to see if the remainder of the 30% comes in. This is
underscore by super chatted $5. This is towards reading Vouch for Filth.
Oh shit yeah. Shit yeah. We haven't done Vouch Tent in a while. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. All right, so there we go. We put this up to 75. Ba-ding. And we add 5 to Vosch. Hey, I'm so worried about like saying I'm so worried about saying the no words. That's why it says W33D. I think I've already said the word though. I'm already gonna get in trouble. Okay, so we got 2 gifted memberships, one from Sasha G and one from Sisyphean Task coming in. EMC, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's always a good thing, right? Lauren Evans, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And what do I mean by that? I mean you've got weasels, so post them. If you're active in chat, post your weasels to thank the people, Sasha G and Sisyphean Task, who were nice enough to give you those memberships. Oh my god, I'm trying to do the math here of the new dono goal. I try to give like a little bit of, yeah, we'll go ahead and put this to 85%. I try to give a little bit of a bonus to the membership people, because I think it's cool to see people getting weaseled. Do not post your weasels in chat. Do not post your weasels. I got it. I got it. Widescreen, let's go. Widescreen's doing pretty well. And we're almost there. So Natalie sent me something about Joe Biden and excuses. Biden was at an event today. He blamed the poor debate on the tough travel schedule. He came back from his trip 12 days before the debate. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so he did go to Europe, but yeah, he came back 12 days before the debate. So I don't know what they were doing. Supposedly they were drilling him at Camp David. Supposedly he was at Camp David and yeah, I don't know if excuses are exactly what Biden needs right now. Let's take a look at this tweet that Natalie just sent me. Thank you, Natalie. So wait, so he says, I wasn't very smart, President Biden said to McLean. Let me switch us over so we can easily see the Twitter. And yeah, we're what, 15% of the way from the goal. So chat, if we can hit this goal today, I'm going to be amazed. Okay. I'm going to be completely amazed because this is the first day that I've instituted like a realistic sub goal, and it looks like you're going to hit it. And you know, regardless, I am amazed and very appreciative. I just remember that if you donate, no matter what kind of donation it is, if it's on Throne, if it's sign up for Patreon, if it's any of the links down in the description, if you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you are gifting bits on Twitch, if you are either getting yourself a sub or gifting subs to other people, any of those things, anything that's a donation, you got to say in what we're going to cover in the second half, which we are 15% away from unlocking. So, but for now, we're going to take a look at this. I wasn't very smart, President Biden said to McLean. I decided to travel around the world a couple of times, going through, I don't know how many time zones. For real, I think it was 15 time zones. I didn't listen to the staff. And then I came back and I nearly fell asleep on stage. That part I believe. Yes, you did. He rested for 10 days. It says, and this is end wokeness. Oh my God, this is one of the most cringe accounts on Twitter. But yeah, there's the tweet. Let's take a look at, I think we got some video. Biden offering new reasoning. So the reasoning we got before is because he had a cold, right? But now we got new reasoning.
So peaceful up here, but now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. I love to hear it. I love to see it. It's so good. Welcome in. So there we go. There's Biden. He's putting me to sleep, chat. I swear to God, covering this, I feel like I'm having cognitive. I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of it, right? This again. Aging is a process that happens to everyone, and I'm not trying to have a go at that, right? I am trying to have a go at Biden's hubris of thinking that he is somehow exempt from this and thinking that his very obvious cognitive decline does not affect his ability to run a campaign or, you know, run a country. Let's take a look at what we got here.
All this coming as brand new post-debate CNN polling finds 75% of voters say they believe Democrats have a better chance of winning in November if Joe Biden is not the nominee. MJ Lee is out front live outside the White House tonight. MJ, I know that you're getting some new information about these comments that President Biden just made at a fundraiser, including that explanation about his debate performance and some changes in that. What more are you learning?
Yeah, Erica, this is a new explanation that we are getting from the president himself as he was talking at a fundraiser in Virginia. And I just want to make clear to our viewers, this is all according to the initial poll reports that we are getting from reporters in the room. So until we get that official...
Oh my God, Shakespeare. Yeah, you're right. What the? Okay, I apologize, chat. I promise you directly. That is a very generous super sticker, Mike. Thank you. It's a Doge holding trophy cup, and the Doge is dressed like a samurai, but instead of the like thing on the top, like the little U-shaped thing, it's like a bone. So that's incredibly cute. And I don't know. Look, I'm gonna emulate as if like the thing, if this is what was supposed to happen, right? When you donate a super sticker like that, it's supposed to go like, Mike donates $20. You're supposed to get a British voice. You're supposed to get a Tim Allen sound. And that's a vote for Vosch. That's a vote, not a vote for Vosch, but a vote for Vosch 10, which is doing pretty well already. doing pretty damn well already, and it looks like that puts us over the line to on the dono goal. Yeah, thank you, Mike. And yeah, puts Vosch hates the THCs, hates the Sebe days. I'm trying to think of a way I can say it without getting demonetized. What exactly Vosch hates, but he hates the sticky icky chat. He hates the chronic. He hates the do I need to record the dono thanks in my British voice? I mean, that's an option. Seeing as we can't trust TTS. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with TTS. The devil's lettuce, thank you. He hates Doja Cat, thank you. There we go. I don't have to go back to like weird terms. Like that is a very cool super sticker, and thank you Mike for the $20 super sticker. And yeah, there we go. So we got it unlocked. It looks like it's going to be Vosch. But again, if Gabby comes back, then that could change everything. Still don't know what Gabby wanted us to watch, but here we go. Let's put this back on.
Consider this as paraphrases, but apparently the president apologized to everyone in the room, saying this is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. And he blamed the extensive foreign travel that he did in the lead up to the CNN debate for his poor performance. Just a reminder for everyone, he did go to France for the D-Day anniversary, and then he turned right back around and went to Italy for the G7 summit. And he told the room, I didn't listen to my staff. So the suggestion there being his staff did not think this was a good idea. And then he apparently said, I almost fell asleep on stage.
Wait, so the staff didn't think the Europe trip was a good idea?
Unpack this new explanation for a second, as the explanation for why his debate performance was so bad. I find it a little bit puzzling, and frankly, I'm not sure that a lot of people are going to find this reassuring. If anything, some folks might hear this and be even more concerned. Yes, there were 2 foreign trips in the lead up to the June 27th CNN debate, but he returned from Italy on June 15th. The debate, again, was on June 27th. So we're talking about roughly 12 days in between when he was back in the States. And remember, a part of those 12 days, about a full week, he actually spent with his advisors at Camp David for the sole purpose of really focusing on debate prep. So why is the president falling asleep on the debate stage at the hours of 9 p.m. to 10:30? Perhaps, Erica, it's possible that he was making a lighthearted joke. Again, we are still waiting for sort of the full context and the tone that he might have used in offering that up. But I do think a lot of Democrats might hear that and say, well, this is not a laughing matter. I will also note, again, this is the first time that we have heard this version of an explanation up until now, including the night of the debate. The campaign was saying he is sounding like this because he is suffering from a cold.
No, now let me correct that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the excuse of the cold only came up once the debate had started, right? This wasn't something that and this is important. This wasn't something, because like they can do this, right? And they do this, right? It's really common for campaigns to try to lower the expectation for their candidate and raise the expectation for their candidate. When Bush debated Kerry, or no, was it Kerry? I think it was Kerry. He said something about Kerry being this like amazing debater, like the campaign, the Bush campaign, like, sort of built up the expectations for Kerry, because they know that this is somewhat of an expectations game, and that raising the expectations for their candidate ahead of a debate holds them up to a higher standard. Lowering it maybe lowers it. Now, it does still sound like an excuse, but if you say before the debate starts that our candidate's got a cold, well, then maybe some of the, maybe some of the goofiness is going to be taken as a result of the cold. Now, that being said, that wasn't just a cold. That was not just a cold. But they didn't even say the cold. They didn't mention the cold ahead of the debate. They mentioned the cold when the debate started going bad. So again, this just seems like excuse.
Again, we now have a new explanation from the president himself. He is blaming the foreign travel before the debate.
And we had also heard at one point that he was over-prepared, which is certainly not what a lot of folks saw on that stage. MJ, really
Okay, I want to give a little bit of plausibility to the over-prepared thing. And what I want to say is that apparently he spent like 12 days at Camp David preparing for the debate. There is some chance that I don't know. Like, you remember how his voice was soft? That was a problem, right? That didn't make him come off well. He starts off the debate, he's doing badly, he starts to hit a stride, but then as soon as he does, he just starts talking softly and being hard to understand and hard to hear and making no sense, and it just gets worse from there, right? So, you know, could he have maybe talked too much and hurt his voice? Yeah. You know, that's a possibility. Over preparation is a real thing. It happens to, you know, to like stage actors, and, you know, it is musicians, right? So, I mean, that's a possibility too. However, I don't know, just like all of this could explain part of his performance. None of it could explain all of his performance, right? You got to admit at some point that this guy is not who he was 4 years ago, not who he was 8 years ago, and you know, not who he was, what, like, you know, 16 years ago when he when he became vice president.
Appreciate the new reporting. Important context, as you noted.
PB says over-prepared to the point of confusion. And then the time limits that CNN imposed were very short, especially for a speaker like Biden.
We'll wait until we get that full poll report, but obviously we'll be watching for that. Tonight, President Biden set for a high-stakes interview later this week. He'll sit down with ABC News. It's his first interview since his disastrous debate performance.
So yeah, this is an interview with George Stephanopoulos. Is he the guy that's on the ABC Sunday program?
Is it too little, though, too late? Harry Enton joining me now to go beyond the
Former Clinton official, I believe.
numbers. All right, so Harry, when we look at where we are today, right, where we were perhaps on Wednesday, Joe Biden was trailing Donald Trump going into the debate. He's trailing him coming out of it.
Yes.
Put this in a little historical perspective for me.
Yeah, so we can look back.
Okay, so I want to put a little bit of a point on that. I feel like if you're going by the snapshot, you got to say that Biden overtook Trump for an infinitely small amount of time. After the convictions, right, majority of the polls put Biden slightly ahead of Trump. In the national poll, that doesn't mean anything. Remember, Hillary Clinton was winning in the national poll by like, you know, 5 to 7 points like the whole time, and she still ended up losing, right? So there's that, right? But if you want to be conservative and say we'll take the aggregate poll, then you could say that they were in a dead heat prior to that. So not that that excuses anything, not that that makes anything better. That actually makes it worse, right? He's now down like between, I don't know, 6 and 8 points, depending on what poll you look at after the debate. That makes it even worse. That is Biden falling from further, right? That is more of an impact on Biden's candidacy than even CNN is describing here.
Back and see if there are any candidates that match that description. And in fact, there have been a few who trail going into the first debate, incumbents, and then trail coming out of that first debate. You can see on your screen right now, Carter, Ford, Bush, and Trump in 2020. You know what those 4 gentlemen have in common besides being good looking? All
1-term presidents.
4 of them went on to lose re-election. So Joe Biden, by trailing going into the first debate and then trailing coming out of the first debate, joins a company that I don't think he wants to be a part of. So in order to win, he's going to have to defy at least that history.
So is there a bright spot historically at all here for President Biden?
Yes, it's the bright spot that I always like to go to for incumbents who are trailing down the stretch. And we have to go all the way back to 1948. Harry S. Truman was trailing pretty much throughout that entire campaign. Of course, he trailed.
Jeez, that is a razor-thin victory, I believe, that Harry Truman achieved.
In the final polls, and then of course he went on.
In fact, they'd called the election for his opponent prior to right, prior to looking at the numbers again and deciding that Truman had won.
To win re-election. Of course, the big difference between Harry Truman and Joe Biden now is Joe Biden's approval rating is in the 30s, not anywhere close to his disapproval rating, while Truman was basically neck and neck between his approval and disapproval rating. But I'll just add this note, Erica. When you have to go all the way back to 1948 for your historical analogy to be good news, and everything else is bad news, that's not exactly where you want to be.
So what about the chances of a comeback, a resurgence, if you will?
Yeah, so, I have been basically, as these new polls have come out post-debate and the polls going into the debate, basically very skeptical of Joe Biden, okay? It's because of what you saw on slide 1. It's because you saw what you saw on slide 2. So I was like, okay, let's take a step back. Is there any good news? Is there anything that could really change things in a way that we're not used to? So our CNN poll that came out earlier today essentially said, okay, if you've chosen a candidate, are you willing to change your mind, or have you not made up your mind? And take a look at this percentage that say that they could, in fact, change their mind. Look at this. It's 31%.
That surprised me.
That is a huge number, Erica Hill. That is a huge number. I was not expecting that number to be so high.
And this number is so high because of the double hater phenomenon that I described. Now, I don't think I described myself as a double hater, as somebody who was not thrilled with Biden as the candidate in 2020. Is not particularly thrilled with him as a candidate now. Most double haters, though, are going to fit into this 31%, where they could change their minds, right? I'm not. There's nothing that's going to change my mind and make me be like, yes, Trump. I'm not going to be Team Trump no matter what. So I'm not part of this. I'm not even close to this 31%. But there's a lot of double haters. And I would say that a decent portion of this 31% are probably people that are just pissed off that we're rerunning the election from 2020 all over again.
But when you take into account that both of these candidates, both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, are not particularly well, I think people are just waiting for an alternative. This number is more than double where we were at this point in 2020. So the fact is, yes, Joe Biden's trailing, but there are a lot more gettable voters at this point than I think we're used to. And I think we have to take that into account. Yes, it's been a steady race, but there's still a lot of topsy-turvy things to go, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Well, buckle up, my friends. It's going to be quite a ride over the next few months, I have a feeling.
Vosch, I'm sick of people acting like...
Appreciate it. Out front now is James Zogby. He's been a member of the DNC for more than 30 years, and tonight is calling on his party to replace Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. It's good to have you with us tonight. So you believe it is time, in fact, for the president to step aside, and you want basically a mini primary over the next month or so ahead of the convention. Is there really enough time for that?
Sure there is.
God damn, I was ready to switch over to Vosch here, but this is kind of interesting, right? I don't know what he means by mini primary, and I'm kind of curious.
Look, in politics, 2 weeks, 3 weeks become a lifetime. So much can happen. And it would be energizing for the party if it were to happen. I laid out a plan, I sent it to the party chair, and I've circulated it with many other DNC members. It's a plan to create a controlled process whereby DNC members would be authorized to endorse candidates. They would be certified by the party secretary, and then the process would begin with town halls that would be televised, that the party would sponsor, and then we come to the convention. We'd have a limited field because if as I call for 40 or so required delegates or DNC members to endorse, we would only get a field of maybe 4 or 5 candidates, and I think we all know who they are. It would be a respectful process.
Gretchen Whitmer, Shapiro, what's that guy's name? Pritzker, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom. Am I missing anybody?
It would be an exciting process. You all in the media.
It's a very controlled situation. This is not the Democratic Party asking for, for the masses to come in and actually pick the candidate that they want. They're very much, he's talking about, and he's a DNC member for 3 decades. Shouldn't be that surprised.
Would be covering it wall to wall from.
It's just a weird thing to do, right? Like I said, the Democratic Party establishment runs the party. It's a private club. They don't owe, primary voters or registered Democrats. They don't owe anybody anything. They can do whatever they fucking want. That's how our, party system runs in the U.S. But you know, establishing a new primary is that's unprecedented.
Noon to 1 in the morning every day. It would be like the Kennedy election in 1960. It would be, I think, very engaging. It would be open, transparent, and I think it would be very democratic and inspiring to the American people. And here's the point. Instead of this happening, Joe Biden leaving later in the process toward the convention and handing it off to Kamala Harris, it would give her an opportunity to show her stuff in an engaged democratic process, as Jamel was talking about, where she actually won. I think she would win, but it would be a process where people would come out of it energized and excited about
Yeah, so this does solve the problem of the lack of vetting.
the outcome, not simply a coronation, which I think would not be helpful to her.
I mean, it's not democratic, but, you know, nothing about the two-party system really is.
Or helpful to the party or to the country.
How much support do you have within the DNC for this proposal?
There's a number of DNC members who've told me that they like it. I haven't heard anything.
I mean, he is an insider from what I can tell, so.
Party leadership, and I don't expect to hear anything from him. The call ultimately has to come from Joe Biden. He has to decide whether he's going to leave. But here's the point. If the holdup is that he's afraid of handing it off to Kamala Harris and she may not be able to win, this solves that problem. If there's a fear that if he withdraws, there'll be chaos, this solves that problem. If there's a fear that if he withdraws, Donald Trump will win, this solves that problem. I think it would create such energy, such excitement, and it would result in a candidate who was viewed as the consensus candidate of all Democrats coming out of that convention. They'd have their wind in their sails, and they would be able, I think, to do very well.
So you're
moving on
painting
to
this
November.
as something that you see as a unifying moment for the party. I should point out in our most recent CNN poll, so-called movable voters, right, where there's still some wiggle room, say they're more likely to support a Democratic alternative against Donald Trump than they are Joe Biden. I wonder, though, looking at all of this and where we are, what has transpired over the last several days, do you think this situation could have been avoided?
Sure, it could have been avoided. People have been talking about this as an issue a few years ago. It's gotten worse over the last several months. Look, Joe Biden deserves better than this. This is not the way he should go out. He should go out as the person who defeated Donald Trump, who passed significant legislation.
Okay, anyway, I think we get the point. Now the point is that we're going to take a look and we're going to see what's going on with Vosch. We have not checked in with this guy almost since the... No, we did do some Vosch tent like last week, right? What is going on? What is going on with this guy? This isn't not his stream, right? I'm guessing this is just something that the channel... This is not the Vosch channel, by the way. It's Thermia. It's kind of a clip channel. To the extent that Vosch has a clips industrial complex, it's channels like this. And I'm guessing that they have added this editing in that shows the leaves behind Vosch. You know, this is a constant thing that happens, though. Like I remember one of my first videos talking about Vosch was talking about his take on weed, and I didn't entirely disagree with, you know, substances can affect people in different ways. And are there people that are affected negatively by certain substances? Absolutely. But his take was just this overall, like, you know, negative thing. And it's so negative to the point where you get the feeling that he thinks that, like, something like, you know, the THCs, the CBDs, the Doja is actually more harmful than alcohol. And I just don't buy that at all. But let's take a look.
Vosch, I'm sick of people acting like weed is so harmless. I used to.
And by the way, chat, this is what you voted for. Yeah, and this is what the donations are pointing at too. Yeah, I don't even have to do the math. It is here, I'll check it one more time just to make sure that nothing major changed. Yeah, it's ahead in the shorts poll. It's ahead in the regular poll. This is what you have selected. So we're gonna turn now. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do the thing, aren't I? I'm supposed to press the button. It's important. I am... This is depressing shit that I'm covering, and stuff that's happening in the world is scary and depressing too. And anyway, there's nothing that I can do besides just hit the button. All right, Vosch, what have you got to say this time? How are you gonna alienate your chat yet again?
I used it habitually to deal with the stress of transitioning, and it fucked up my thought process so bad that it culminated in me spending time in the psych ward. 4 months of inpatient, outpatient. Yeah, it's pretty. There are like so.
Look, like I said, bad shit can happen. Some people do have a bad reaction. To it. It's not most people, but some people, you know, it's not a nice thing for them. Like for me, look, most people can handle alcohol. Probably most of you in chat can handle like some. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not somebody that like completely does not drink, but how should I put this? In and of itself, alcohol doesn't do anything good for me. It, you know.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If I'm ever enjoying alcohol, what I'm really enjoying is like the social experience with other people, particularly people who know what kind of alcohol is good, sharing, you know, what they have found with me. But oh my God, I can't drink it much at all. If I was to be realistic about my alcohol consumption, I would say that it's at most like once a year. It's like New Year's, if that. Oftentimes I go like a whole year without intaking any alcohol, and I know that a lot of people are different. A lot of people can, you know, incorporate like a glass of wine with dinner, and it doesn't cause them any problems, and it's a nice thing, and it's a fun thing, and they enjoy it. I don't really enjoy it by itself. Like, right, if it weren't for other people, and you know, wanting to, you know, be social in that sense, I would never drink at all. So I totally understand people, even having like, you know, just horribly negative reactions to this is something that we talked about yesterday with Brad Taste in Music. Remember Brad Taste in Music? I don't know if it was necessarily cannabis, but Brad Taste in Music had some disassociation, so you know, with some kind of substance use, and you know, a lot of people don't deal with that. A lot of, you know, certainly not to the point of it being traumatic, but yeah, somebody bringing that up in chat was enough to kind of re-traumatize, you know, this content creator. So yeah, everybody's different. Everybody's going to react different. And I don't think that just because like something like something like cannabis is, you know, overall like a positive for me, means that it's the same way for another person. I'll also be honest about that too. I don't really, it's usually like an end of the day kind of thing for me. Sometimes it's you know, sometimes it helps me get to sleep. Sometimes it is like to enjoy video games and music more. But it's never like, you know, something that I, you know, indulge in like earlier than in the afternoon. So, but that's just how I work.
When I talk about drugs, I tend to talk about weed most because people cope the hardest on weed. But like, there are so many negative, like, first of all, smoking a bunch of weed costs a lot of money, obviously. And a lot of you do not have money to be spent.
Okay, now I'm not saying that Vosch is a boomer. The dude is like 30 years old or whatever, right? But I will say that it feels like he has not been to a, what do they call them? Like he hasn't been to like a shop in a while. Yeah. When it was like the black market, you know, when it was before it was legal, it was pretty, you know, decently expensive. I mean, maybe compared to other stuff, not so expensive. And depending on how much, you know, how much you use, what your intake is like, maybe not that expensive. But yeah, if you're really, you know, into it, if you're like a wake and baker, if you're a multiple, you know, multiple a day roller, or if you're smoking like, you know, a blunt or something like that every day, then yeah, that could be expensive, right? The prices have gone way down though. The prices are way less than what they used to be. So, I mean, yeah, if you're, I don't know, you know, if you're really scraping by, then anything is, you know, any extra expense can be too much. But compared to, you know, other kinds of substances, I don't think it's expensive at all. It might be different in different places. Where does he live? Is he in California? No, he's in Washington. He was from California. He's in infinitely safer than some other things, says Narwhal by Nature. Yeah. But I will say that, like, there's something about its legalization, and I don't know what this is, that, like, I think I used to intake more of it prior to it being made legal where I live. Like, right? When I had to get it from, you know, people that were, like, you know, selling it on the black market, right? It was cooler. It was funner. I don't know what it was about it, but something about it being legal has kind of made it just like another substance for me. Like, it might as well be coffee at this point. It's like, no, Tacoma wept. Absolutely. Yes. Tacoma's still weeping. Yeah. It got mainstream. I don't know what it is about it, but yeah, I just haven't been, like, you know, into it as much. And for me, that says that, like, something like a legalization is actually, you know, at least for me, a good thing.
I see those white names. Second of all, time that you are spending high is time you're not spending improving your life, for the most part. Like, you can, but there are a lot of things you've been putting off. I bet a lot of people watching this right now have a lot of work in the house and stuff they've been trying to do, cleaning up around the place or fixing a thing or whatever. Like, it is so much easier to not do that stuff when you're high.
There are people in your chat right now, Vosch, that it would be easier for them to do it high, right? I get what you're saying, and it does become a problem for some people. Maybe it even facilitates procrastination. But there's some people in your chat that are just not like that.
Do some people get high then do that stuff? Sure, though I question why you had to get high to do that. But look,
because they were experiencing anxiety, and now they take the edge off of their anxiety, and they can take care of business. But yeah, no, for some people, maybe it gets in the way of taking care of business. Like, right, like I said, everybody's different.
The idea that stoners are lazy, not exactly like a fucking revolutionary Voschite thought or whatever. Sorry, I'm not pulling that one from nowhere. Obviously, stoners are lazy. That is the thing being high makes you be. Fuck, man. I actually feel like one of the best speeches on marijuana use came from fucking South Park, of all places. What was the thing the dad said? Where, like, weed doesn't really hurt you that much, but sometimes it makes you okay with not being better, and that's the hurt that it does. I thought that was an unusually good take for a libertarian-leaning show, considering how libertarians feel about weed. Because I think that's about as true as it gets, really. It's not that smoking weed will, like, make you go murder babies or whatever. It's just that there's a lot of, like, subtle things in your life that kind
So, like, applying Randy Marsh's take on weed, or, you know, what's his name? Trey Parker or Matt Stone or whoever it is that wrote that shit. Like, yeah, that's true for them. That's true for them. And that's fine for them. And if they found that they were better, and you know what? I think they should be able to say that, because some people are going to be better without it, right? And they should at least consider that.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But I don't like the idea of other people that that it's actually functional for, that maybe even if it, you know, and I'm sure, I think Vosch acknowledges this, that it could potentially serve like a medicinal purpose. You just got to recognize that it doesn't hit the same. It doesn't do the same thing. In fact, different strains will act differently on different people.
blur away, and you're left with, I guess.
Gus Gablo says, I quit 3 years ago and I was no less lazy.
Position from which to improve yourself if it's something that you depend on habitually. Not if you just smoke weed once, again, because I know everyone's going to leap at this and be like, wow, you're saying that if you smoke weed once, your life is over? But it is something to be concerned with. Also, my personal experience knowing a fuck.
Look, here's what I think can be negative about weed. If you hang out with people that, you know, that's your social thing, right? And it's not something that you would do naturally, and it's not something that you want to do, but you find yourself getting high with like other people because that is how you relate to each other socially. Maybe that's negative, right? If you're feeling like pressured into it, you know, just like if you're doing it like because your partner does it and they want somebody to smoke with, or your friend does it and they want somebody to smoke with, and you don't really want to do it, yeah, that's, you know, that's negative. I don't like the way, like, I feel like weed culture, just like any other kind of culture, can dominate like a social space. And that's not necessarily, like, I want people to, like, know themselves, know how these things affect them, and go with their own instinct rather than going with Vosch's instinct, or rather than going with your stoner buddy's instinct, right? Do you enjoy it? Does it add to your life? Does it make things better? Does it get in your way? I feel like everybody's gonna have a different answer.
Ton of gay and queer people influence.
Yeah, weed culture can be very cringe when it's like forced on you. And yeah, I mean, I got some of the classic, like, I don't know.
Is this because I know a lot of like traumatized, like a lot of them are sexual assault victims or whatever, but they smoke a fuck ton of weed to try to like fucking push the feelings away, or like just get through life numb, and they never deal with their problems, like, ever, you know? It's like
But literally anything can become that for you. Video games can become that. Watching Vosch could become that for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that people use to numb themselves out with. Why focus on this one?
cope thing, yeah, but like the actual definition of cope, and they never actually fix the problems. They don't, like, they don't do.
Look, there's two different kinds of cope, right? There's coping with health problems. There's coping with, like, crippling, you know, anxiety. And then there's coping with, I don't know, not wanting to feel certain feelings and numbing yourself from those. And maybe you need to deal with those feelings. Maybe you need to address those feelings. Maybe you need to go to therapy, right? And maybe, like, sort of ignoring that, you know, is actually harmful. But again, it's
anything about it. They never, like, make any effort to address the underlying psychological harm. They just self-medicate, and that doesn't fix the issue. It just sort of blurs away the, you know, like, it doesn't fix it. You might as well be putting concealer on a fucking open wound. It's it doesn't work, you know? And that shit bothers me. Yes, do not put makeup on a wound.
And also, what is his deal, right? Because, like, I mean, I don't want to get into, like, I'm not trying to find out about, like, Vosch's health history or, you know, like, intrude, but I feel like he's talked about at least one medication that he's on that has, like, a known, like, a interaction with THC, right? So for him, like, I totally understand that. Like, I mean, I don't know, like, if he's still on the same medication or what, you know, I've never been on the medication in question, so I don't know how it actually interacts, but I've just, like, you know, there's a known interaction between, you know, one of his prescriptions, at least at one time, and THC. So yeah, it's totally understandable that for him, it is not a good thing.
That's a bad idea. It's like if you broke your foot and just took pain meds and kept walking on it rather than getting a cast. Yeah, exactly. You can take pain meds when you break your foot, but you're supposed to take them in conjunction with a cast and other stuff that actually heals it. If you're only taking the pain meds, you never fix it, and you'll always need them because you've never set the fucking bone.
Okay, so that's a great argument for going to therapy if you need it.
Or maybe it sets in the wrong position.
But you can do both. You can do both at the same time.
Yeah, to a large extent, the radical dino.
Yeah, I'm actually even weirder when it comes to pain meds. I've been prescribed them before, specifically after a pretty, you know, intensive, like, surgery that I underwent, and I got off of them as soon as I could. It was really weird, right? Because, chat, like, I'm not somebody that, like, I don't know. No, I will say, wait, yeah. I feel like when I was in France. And like, I couldn't get any, I mean, I was, like, way younger, and, you know, I thought weed was way cooler and it was way more of a part of my life. But when I was in France, I couldn't get any at all. Like, right. And if I could, it was the concentrated form that just, like, it just kind of fucked me up. Right. And I remember what was, like, legal and you could find in, like, pharmacies was codeine. And my friend got into that, and he got me into it, and Like, but other than that, I've never really had like an issue with any of that stuff. When I got surgery, because it was such an intense surgery, they actually hooked me up to this pump that was just like this giant tower of morphine, and it was just pumping it into my system. And I remember feeling while that was going on what it is like to experience my life with zero anxiety. And it's wild. It's wild how much more functional I was. So you'd think that I might have had a tough time getting off of the pain meds after that. But in fact, I just kind of got off them as soon as I could. I don't know if I was worried about getting, addicted or what. I feel like I just didn't need them as much as like I thought. I was really trying to, just take enough so that I'm not feeling like constant pain. But yeah, I got off of that stuff like but like I had, a whole bunch of the extra prescription and never ended up taking it. I just ended up like throwing it away afterwards. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know.
What if coping is all someone can really do? I don't believe that's the case ever. I literally never think that's actually true. That would only be the case if you were like locked in fucking.
Oh, what if your weed plug lives literally a stone's throw away and your therapy is over an hour away? That does make it harder.
Guantanamo Bay and your your fucking execution date is in 1 month and there's no hope of escape and they gave you a bunch of fucking fentanyl or whatever. Like okay, dude, whatever. but I don't think that's the case,
Oh God, yeah, in the UK. Yeah, so it's still illegal in the UK.
You're wrong. No, I'm not. I will never enable any like line of thinking from the depressive fucks in my community and elsewhere where they want someone else to validate their preconceived belief that there's nothing they can do. That's incel shit. The idea that like, no, you don't understand, I really am fucked. Bro, even if you are, delusionally believing you're not is literally better outcome-wise. You can't see the future. You have no idea what it actually holds. You never know if something's 100% or 0%. In fact, very rarely is anything actually 100 or 0%. Proceeding with the assumption that you can improve things is mathematically a superior method of improving your life to assuming that nothing can be done and you lie down and rot, and that hurts. A lot of people want to take refuge in the doomerism to think.
Do you see what he's doing though? Do you see what he's doing? He's trying to do the Jordan Peterson thing. He's trying to be like not just a political commentary guy, but a little bit of a life coach, because that's a better business model. This is what my issue with Vosch is that he's so worried. He's acting so worried about, his audience coming to rely on an exogenous substance, right? And yet he's doing everything to encourage them relying on him.
Like, I've hurt so much trying to make things better, so maybe I should stop trying, at least then I won't have to struggle. But unfortunately, life is a struggle. That is.
Yeah, he's making a personal moral failing. I don't think that's helpful at all. Weed equals incels. What the fuck? I mean, weed is somewhat of its own culture, but again, that's the culture. And not everybody who uses it is like, watching Cheech and Chong, I don't know, whatever, like, whatever weed heads do, like, right, like that. There is a culture. There is like a weed culture, but it's not. There's also a coffee culture. There's a huge coffee culture right now. Do you know how much people spend on coffee? And not just coffee, but coffee paraphernalia. Chat, do you know what I'm talking about? Random Topic says painkillers were really hard to wean off of. It helped me feel okay. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Do you know any coffee heads? Do you know any super coffee people? Right? If you got money, and I'm somebody who likes coffee, right? But I've got a French press and that's it. That's it. But if you're a super coffee head, you're going to get an expensive grinder. You're going to spray down your you're going to grind, get the perfect grind. You're going to put the perfect amount into the chamber or whatever. Then you're going to spray that down. And what is the thing? There's this little spike thing that you put down on it to make sure that all the water can go through the the coffee, and then you're gonna have an expensive ass, like, you know, coffee maker. Like, I've seen some serious fucking setups. Same thing with tea. Right? If you get, like, if you ever look up kung fu tea, right? I know that sounds weird, like, right, like it's supposed to be a martial arts thing, right? But there's like a ritual that goes with that goes with tea that like comes from China, and it's like all this stuff. You got like a bamboo mat. You've got like all kinds of little like bowls and stuff. It's so it's kind of cool. It's kind of like, if you can afford it, and you know, it's not like, right, it seems like that's something that I would get into maybe. Yeah, there's even little tea animals. There's these little porcelain animals that go on it, and like the whole idea is you make your first cup of tea, but the first cup of tea, the first rinse is bad. You don't want to drink that. That's beta tea, right? So you pour it out onto your tea animal, and your tea animal takes a little bit of the tannins and gets the color changes, and that's kind of cool, right? But yeah, like, you can get into that. Like, there's a culture around almost everything.
The whole point of living, and that is the reason why we're alive. That's what we were born to do. That's what we're going to die doing. There's no escaping it, really, except through death. But if you don't want to die, and none of you actually want to die, by the way, everyone who attempts suicide immediately afterwards, they're like, no, wait, like, you jump off the bridge and you're 2 feet off the plane you just
I feel like this kind of shit is not great for people that actually do deal with self-harm issues. I don't know.
From, and everyone's like, no, like, you biochemically, you don't want to die, okay, unless you're like fucking terminally ill in your 50s, you know. That's just, it's just...
Is the first pour meant to be bad luck? I'm not sure. I love blossom tea from Iran.
That's probably not the direction you want to go in. Do you have any idea how unreliable brain chemistry is? I bet you a significant portion of the people in chat.
What does Vosch know about biochemistry? Oh my god. Chat, I've probably forgotten more than Vosch knows about biochemistry. Good point, Sisyphean.
Right now have at some point in their life thought that they wanted to die because they looked at the...
Oh yeah, Nunca Parasan says, weirdly, green tea gives me extreme nausea. Some kind of allergy, maybe? You know, I got that too. I think it's the tannins, right? There's a astringent effect. The tannins are a compound that's in tea, and they have kind of an astringent effect, and that means that, like, it kind of like makes your, I think it's like your soft muscle and your digestive tissue kind of like contracts a little bit, and your whole, like, you know, digestive tract kind of contracts, right? And yeah, you're not the only one who gets that though. That's pretty common. And I'll get that way too if I drink too much tea. That's why I usually drink white tea. When I could afford it. White tea. White tea is nice, but it's kind of spendy. More realistically these days, it's like green tea, right? And you know, it's nice as long as I keep it within reason. If I drink too much green tea, though, I'll get what you're talking about, which is like nausea, right? Is that what you get, like nausea?
Their bedroom and it was messy. Do you have any idea how bad our brains are at sorting out thoughts? You've thought that. I know you. You have. You've looked at some easily solvable problem and thought, fuck, I wish I was...
We'll look at the tea pets after this.
No, you don't. But if you smoked weed right then, you would be able to find the hidden third option, not solve the problem and not deal with the suicidal ideation. Congratulations, you know, weed is...
Jeez, the nightmare mode is having Vosch as your therapist.
It's giving you the opportunity to...
And I know he's not trying to act as a therapist. I just don't think he's taking enough care to... Like, I wouldn't, like, okay, so I should probably say this now. I'm not a medical professional. I know a decent amount about nutrition and stuff like that, but I'm not a nutritionist. I know a lot about exercise, but I am not your personal trainer. So please don't take anything that I say as coming from a mountaintop and being gospel. It's all gonna, you know, it's all gonna vary depending on you.
Something that you otherwise could.
But I don't hear him giving any kind of caveat like this, which if I was going to talk this much about, you know, sort of a personal, this is really, you know, personal health advice here. And I just feel like you need to give a little bit of a caveat as far as like, he needs to say, I am Vosch, I am a dude, I have my experiences, I can tell you how it seems to me, but your mileage may vary.
Cope and avoid. So that's why I don't like it, you know? You'd feel a lot better if you just did your damn homework, cleaned up the fucking floor, fix up your house, make your room.
I think he's just annoyed by like weed heads that he knows, and he's projecting that onto everybody else.
Make your bed. Video games can do this too. Yes, they can. I do think there's something fundamentally different about the way weed or whatever other chemical alters your brain state. But yeah, any form of coping or escapism can potentially.
No, Vosch, not any other chemical, right? All of them are different. Right? I get what you're saying, that there's maybe a difference between like the way that a purely behavioral addiction functions and, something else like that's, biochemical. Well, even that's got a biochemical element to it, right?
Do this. That being said, and hey, remember what I've said about slop games? Weed definitionally numbs. That is the thing it does. That's why it gets prescribed for pain management.
CBD maybe a little bit of a analgesic, but that's not the primary action.
Does that. Video games don't necessarily numb. Some do. Slop games, gotcha games, whatever else,
Yeah, understand that when we're talking about weed, right? We're not just talking about THC, and we're not just talking about CBD. There's a lot going on in there. There's a lot going on in any kind of herb, which is what it is. It's an herb with a whole bunch of biochemistry going on in there. And a bunch of different ways you could take it too. A bunch of different concentrations you could take it at, a bunch of different dosages you could take it at, a bunch of different ways that it could hit your system. You could eat gummies, you could you could drink an infused soda, you could you could suck on a candy, you could you could combust it, or you could vaporize it, right? There's a bunch of different, it's complicated. And yeah, you're gonna get not just like CBDs and THCs, but you're gonna get terpenoids, for instance, right? And this is why different strains, you will find, if you're like most people, affect you very differently, because they got different concentrations, different ratios of all that stuff.
They just time just fades away. You don't do anything especially interesting, but it holds your attention. A lot of good video games don't do that,
Nunca Parson says, one thing I will say for weed heads is they always share. I used to sit in smoking circles and just hang with people, but not smoke myself. And they just try to pass it to me every single time. Yeah, that's it. That's part of the culture. Maybe one of the better parts of the culture. I don't think the Vosch is so up on sharing, though, as your average weed head. And this is me saying that I've known a lot of weed heads. I've probably been a weed head at one point in my life. And I do I do think there's like valid criticisms of weed culture, right? And when it takes over like anything else, it can, be kind of, like imagine like, if you got a friend that's kind of, expecting you to smoke with them every time they want to smoke, right? Like imagine if you having a partner like that, right? It can be oppressive, just like anything else.
Well, lots of good video games that don't do that at all. So that's one of the reasons I go on about that too. Numbing mechanisms, as much of your life as possible should be spent not numb,
Gosh, you can numb yourself on exercise. What the fuck?
As a living thing, your whole body and brain are instruments sensitively tuned to life, you should spend your life that way, even if it's painful sometimes. Being a sensitive instrument is sometimes painful. That is what it means.
Oh yeah, FG mentioned topicals.
That is also all it means.
Is that how it works? When it goes through the skin, it doesn't have a psychoactive effect?
All of life. That's the entirety of life that we get.
Oh yeah, some people don't have the some people don't have the ability to take it gastrointestinally. Do you know that? I think there's like an enzyme that's present in your gut in different levels, and so for some people they will never really be able to absorb it through their digestive system.
Sensitivity to things that happen to us, you know? You can numb all of it, good or bad, and fix nothing, or you can deal with it. Sorry, I'm getting self-righteous at this point. You know, not to say
You're just now getting self-righteous? You're just now noticing that? Oh my God, Vosch, when are you not self-righteous?
I don't have my own issues with these problems, but you know, that's why. That's why I get up on this. You know?
See, now that's what makes me wonder, right? Was this did he have an issue with like an interaction? I mean, I've definitely had friends who've been, you know, on prescriptions that have interactions with you know, different things, and they use those things anyway just to kind of feel like part of the group. And yeah, definitely negative, very, very negative effect for these people, but it's something that you should expect, right? If there's a known interaction.
You know, is gooning allowed? Yeah, sure, gooning is allowed. I think this is also one of the reasons why I find weed a lot more depressing to think about than alcohol. Certainly there are lots of people who are
more depressing to think about than alcohol.
Alcoholics, and they just drink a lot and they just numb it through alcohol and blah, blah. That is certainly a thing that happens. But in my personal experience, my day-to-day, I have known
and if you're a Vosch head, you got to take Vosch's personal experience really fucking seriously and apply it as if it's the word of law. This is the problem. This is the problem with online guru culture, right? This is the problem of presenting yourself as somebody that's got it all figured out, and you're going to break it all down for your community, right? I can't break it down for you. You have a different life than me. You have different biochemistry than me. You have different life experience than me. I can tell you what my experience is, but I never want that to be, you know, oppressive. I never want that to be taken as being like more valid than your own experience. Of course it's not.
Few people who have numbed pain with alcohol. Usually they've just gotten loud and annoying at parties. Now, this is entirely a personal experience thing. Again, this is not like a broader ruling on the drug itself.
That's mainly the worst thing he thinks that can happen to you. On alcohol, you get loud and obnoxious at parties? Really? Oh my God, Vosch. You know what you can do with your liver with alcohol?
But I've also known a lot of people who have just done the whole like numb the pain bullshit with weed. So the feeling that I get from it is that there are a lot of people who do that without even real.
Like there's known effects of overconsumption of alcohol. There's known dynamics of addiction that put people into those patterns where they overconsume it, where they drink rather than eat. Yeah, and shit can get really fucking bad. Your organs, your freaking organs, right? Weed is gonna, you know, maybe cause some problems. You know, and that, I want to validate that for anybody that's experienced those problems, because I think that for some people, like, it's just not good. But in terms of like destroying, you know, something as valuable as your liver, the way that alcohol can, I don't see like a parallel when it comes to weed.
Really knowing about it, you know, how many opportunities do you miss by being high all the time? Like how many like friends could you have made, or things you could have improved in your house or in your life or whatever. You know, it's like that with a lot of things.
Gosh, people make friends like on weed, okay? That's one of the biggest things that stoners do is they sit around and they pass a pipe, or they pass a bong, or they pass a joint or something, and they vibe.
You spent all that time playing video games. What else could you have done? Sure. So don't spend your entire life playing video games, right? You know? Do other things as well. I've made plenty of friends through smoking. I'll just ban. You're
gonna get banned for that. I'm sorry that you had a positive experience in a smoke circle. You're fucking banned. Get the fuck out of my chat. White Nervosa, IP that banned that person.
This is a heartfelt rant, okay? You have to think. You have to think. When I say, how many friends could you have made or things could you have done through not doing this thing? You have to think in your head. Is he saying that it's impossible to make friends while high? Or possibly, maybe, if I could not be a retard for a moment, could I think that he's maybe making the point that there are life opportunities that pass you by if you spend...
Apparently, the worst thing in the life you could be is the R slur. That's great.
And your life in a deliberately numbed state. It says, please, just, oh my God, that shit really bothers me.
The fuck, is he a high school counselor? Yeah, it kind of feels like it.
Offline chat argued about weed for over 2 hours. You know, the statement weed users overreact when told that they're addicts is such a great statement because it proves itself right if you say it around weed addicts, you know? It's fantastic. It's
That's right, Vosch. Anybody who has a criticism of your worthless and possibly harmful advice is a weed addict. Yes.
undefeatable because they just immediately
Oh god, they're talking about the amazing atheist. When he said weed addict, his chat just lit up with TJ Kirk.
leap to prove you right. Which is I appreciate.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Isn't he taking Adderall? Maybe? I don't know. I haven't kept up on but I remember at one time he was taking a medication that I know is has a interaction, a very negative interaction with THC, but I don't know what he's up to now. Anyway, what did we want to see? T-Pets. Let's take a look at T-Pets. I got to be really careful here, right? Because a lot of these videos, farting pug T-Pet. Oh hell yeah! We're gonna probably mute this. Wait, how does it fart? Does it fart where you pour tea on it? You're gonna pour tea on the. What do you have to have enough to submerge its butt? Yeah, there's the fart. Look at that, the fart. It's a farting pug. Oh, that's adorable. I hate to have to mute it, chat, but thermometer that pees? What the fuck? Here, let's show it in a more standard tea kit. Okay, so they've got a number of T-Pets. I'm trying to remember.
Cute tea here.
What's that thing called again?
So I'm going to pour the cup and allow the tea to seep for a little while. I like this tea to be very delicate, so I don't steep it for very long. So once I fill the cup, I'll give some to my tea pet, and you'll see him change color.
So I think they changed color with oh my god, he's gonna drink that? That's the first cup.
I would like to share with you is my tortoise.
So I guess everybody has their own way. I mean, there's no rule that says you can't drink the first cup. It's just like, I think usually people will pour the first cup out over their tea pets.
Let me make some tea.
I don't want to say somebody's doing it wrong because, like to each their own, but in general, what you'll do is a lot of people, you pour the first cup out into a cup and then you pour that cup over your tea pets, and then the second cup, you pour it into your cup and you drink it, and then each subsequent cup, and you can do I don't know, it depends on the tea, but 5, 7, I don't know, maybe 10 different rinses, and they each taste slightly different. It's kind of a cool thing. Oh shit, look at that.
I give him some extra hot water.
Do you see that? It's squirting. It's a Squirtle. Do you see the Squirtle? I am not even sure how that works. That is a pretty nice spray. You're so confused at what's going on right now. Can you see it squirt? So there's just these little ceramic tea pets. Like he's got a tea Buddha, tea frog, tea dragon, and some tea feet, and a tea turtle here. And you know, like the idea, I don't know, it's just ceremonial. It's just like a way of drinking tea that has come into being. You know, it's kind of like a, you know, Chinese tea culture, basically.
So I do have some tea pets for sale. The 4 in the back row, 2 money toads, a Buddha.
Oh, sorry, that's they're both money toads.
And a pair of feet. So thank you for watching.
I mean, yeah, so it's kind of weird. It like might be like, wait, why are we pouring water or tea over ceramic pets? I don't know. It's like a tradition, I guess. It's and like some of them change color. Some of them, like you can see the turtle. I don't even know how this works, but when it gets water or tea poured over it, it squirts. You saw the pug, that if you fill it up to a certain level, it'll kind of push some air out and like fart. Sounds kind of zen though. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Is this video Gail doing a live stream right before Jesse? No, I'm not sure. You get shit all over your house. Yeah, it's tea pet. They're feeding their tea pets. It's definitely different than high tea. Their feet, I know, right? Do you drink the tea that gets spilled on the little guys? Usually no, right? And the main tea that's going to get spilled, I think, is like going to be your first rinse. I'm not sure why, you know, but whether it's tradition exclusively or whether there's like a reason, you know, whether, I mean, like theoretically, right? You know, you got tea, it's growing, and it could get dirt on it, it could get dust on it, it could get animal poop and pee on it, I guess. Maybe there's a reason that people don't want to drink the first you know, the first rinse. But yeah, a lot of people, instead of drinking the first rinse, they pour it on their tea pets, and you know, some of them turn color right away just from the hot liquid, like they're like temperature sensitive, and others of them will essentially turn color very slowly through the tannins in the tea. Like, right, he's drinking, I can't tell if it's white tea or green tea or what, but it's a very light tea. And so there's not a lot of tannins in it. So, you know, any sort of transformation over time is going to take a while. It's the color and the flavor. They're rich. There's a rich Chinese guy on TikTok. You'll never see his face, but all he does is pack away money and choose a posh tea to drink. Damn. Wait, it's a Shinto. The tea pet is a Shinto practice. Pouring one out for the gami. So it's like pouring one out for your tea homies. Yeah, kind of. Is it? So it's a Shinto practice, meaning like originating in Japan? Because I really thought this was like part of Chinese tea culture. I gotta mute the music just in case. They're Chinese from the Song Dynasty. Feet have color and flavor too, yeah. That's true. I don't know. Wait, is this one gonna turn to a different color or? Is that a hand with a dragon? I think so. Oh, is that one? It blows bubbles or something? Oh shit, this is straight up ASMR here.
Welcome to my tea party.
I don't know how much of this I can.
All my tea wear as well.
I wish I understood ASMR more than I actually do.
This is entirely made of wood. Hi dear, this is Rainy from
Music. Oh.
difference in methodology. For a Western brewing style, we usually use a teapot.
God, I'm sorry. I'm like I'm really scared of once bitten, twice shy.
T-Cats, this is Dylan from
T-Cats.
coming at you with chapter 1 of the masterclass on tea, where we are laying out terms and definitions. As you're gonna see, the world of tea is so vast. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of different varietals from different areas, different countries. Here and now, we're gonna lay out what does tea mean, and then get into some of the types and then some of the subtypes. Basically, with each chapter, I started off with a one-sentence summary of all of the content of the video, of the chapter. And that kind of gives you a heads up of what's coming and gives you a bit of a framework to think about as we step into this new territory. All right, so let me give you the one-sentence summary of chapter 1. The word tea describes two very different beverage types: herbal tea and Camellia sinensis based tea. The latter being true tea that includes 6 major
True tea.
types. green tea, black tea, oolong tea, white tea, yellow tea, and dark tea, which all encompass their own vast sets of subcategories. So that's the one sentence summary. Next, we dissect the sentence, break down all of the details, and then catapult you out of this video with a crystal clear understanding of tea terminology and taxonomy of tea.
The taxonomy, oh my God. Music is scary.
So as we
come on.
The tea plant. It's one species of plant, and that is the basis for all of the teas that we are talking about in this chapter. That's the plant that I study, that I research, that I've dedicated my life to so far.
It's a cool plant.
That is our area of focus.
Camellia sinensis
is what's called herbal teas, and that is simply when you have any non-Camellia sinensis plants. For herbal tea, you can really use any plant, right? Like out of my window here, I see a big, beautiful pine tree, right? If I went and plucked some needles off of that pine tree, dried them out, put them in hot water, I would have a pine needle herbal tea. So a couple herbal teas that you have probably heard of would be like chamomile, peppermint, ginseng, right? These are all different plants. They might have something interesting about their specific water extractions, but we won't be focusing on those herbal teas in this course. We can basically forget about herbal tea for the remainder of this masterclass. And basically, I'm almost never talking about herbal tea. I am focusing everything on this Camellia sinensis-based tea. This Camellia sinensis-based tea branch then further branches out and divides into these 6 major tea types. And this is super important to know. So if you're in the literature, if you're reading scientific research about true Camellia sinensis teas, you'll often encounter the 6 major processing types, or the 6 major tea types. These 6 major tea types, a couple of them you've almost definitely heard of. These 6 major tea types include green tea, black tea, oolong tea, white tea, yellow tea, and dark tea. And it's only after you pluck the leaf, the tea leaf, off of the tea plant that you then process that raw green tea leaf differently to produce one of the 6 major tea types. As we push further along with this video, we're gonna get into some of the subtypes of each of those 6 major tea types, because each one of these 6 types has its own vast, enormous network of branches and sub-branches and sub.
Oh my God, chat, what time is it?
Let's move down that branch.
Oh shit, I gotta end the stream. I gotta end the stream quick. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry to leave on such a short notice, but anyway, it's almost 6 hours. Much love. I will see you Thursday or tomorrow.